telling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So why you telling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you telling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high. You're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible. Yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride. 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 you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you? Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take them tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that feeling. Never stop dreaming. You take me to a better place. Never wanna leave. Affection in a million ways. When you're next to me, all of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take them tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. underneath the neon. In them jackets you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the reg, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hand up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see a dip. Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in check, it's us, no looking back. Your love ain't no race, but baby, if I win, then you win too. I close, there's all I lose. Your kiss, I can't wait to taste it. Oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, once your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, need you pulling me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games. Green light, it's overdue, but right, don't leave me blue. We go medicine training. If I win, then you win too. I'll close, there all we lose. Yeah, love ain't no race, but baby, ooh, oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, once your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, need you pulling me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games. Pulling me in. Games begin, games
I can feel the walls closing in. Yeah, the hardest part is trying to get over them. If you could see, would you do it all again? So take my time, I haven't decided yet. It's just a Saturday night, I don't know if I should call you. Deep in my mind, I find it's always all you. Waiting in line, I wish that I could walk through. To tell you the truth, there's still ways to go, and I don't wanna get too Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? All I want now is you.
Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out. My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my doubts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Resenting is easy, but anger gets old. Have trouble believing the things that I'm told, and I wish I could go back to the person I know. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my doubts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Hello everyone, and welcome to South Africa. The best players from around the world have come here to fight for the title of 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour champion. After an incredible journey, Weissenhaus, Paris, Las Vegas, it all comes down to this. With this as our backdrop, you can really feel the energy of this place. It's powerful, just like freestyle chess, full of emotions, creativity, and surprises. From here, we're heading south to one of the most beautiful places on Earth. A place where luxury meets nature and where the 2025 champion will be crowned.
Welcome to Grootbos Private Nature Reserve, the home of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Finals 2025.
It takes your breath away. The perfect place for the grand final.
Where strategy meets beauty and champions are made.
Set between mountains, forest, and ocean, Grootbos is not just a location, it's a world of its own.
It's the perfect place to celebrate the beauty of nature and the brilliance of freestyle chess.
Who will win the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in South Africa? And who will be crowned the champion of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour? Get ready! Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 3 of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in South Africa. We've crested the halfway point, and today we dive into the semifinals. 4 players still remain in contention for that top spot. $200,000 and 50 circuit points goes to the winner. The question is, who will come out on top in our semifinals today? We're back outside in the brilliant South African sun. 2 days down, 2 to go. How are you two feeling about what we've seen so far?
How can you not love this? Just all of it. Everything outside, on the board, the action that we've been seeing. What a day of chess we had. You know, we had the young stars shine bright. Sindarov, Vincent not even needing a tiebreaker to go on to the semifinals. Levon, Aronian saying, Hans, no man. What a day it was for him as well, getting Hans's number one more time. But that comeback by Magnus, just cherry on the cake. That was incredible to watch, David.
It really was, but we've seen it so many times. He always kind of with his back up against the wall, always seems to produce his best, and it's going to be fun what we have in store. So far, the tour's lived up to expectations. These finals, they've been fierce.
Tanya Sadstev and David Howe joining me as always to bring you all of the action. And we couldn't be happier with the semifinal matchups that we ended up with. But of course, we have to take a look at the results of those quarterfinals that played out just yesterday. Gave us the 4 players who still remain in contention for the top spot. It was, of course, the guy who sets the pace for the entirety of the tournament, Yavokir Sindarov, who comes out on top against Parham Maghsoodloo. He'll be the first one into the semifinals, but he now stares down the likes of a Magnus Carlsen, who overcame Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano had given an initial loss to Magnus just yesterday, forcing a tiebreak, and ultimately the world number 1 would come out with a berth into the semifinals. If you can see there at the bottom of your brackets, Levon, Aronian, and Vincent Keymer, they're staring down across each other. Levon had to escape a tiebreak against Hans Niemann, his pick of opponents from the previous night. He ended up proving that pick in the end. Those 4 players who took losses just yesterday, they're not entirely out of the tournament just yet. They dropped down into our lower bracket. They can fight for as high as 5th place still, so plenty of ground for them to make up, and plenty of prize money as well for them. Now, while we, of course, are putting a highlight and a focus on who will come away the champion in this event, yesterday, with Magnus's victory over Fabiano Caruana, he crowned himself the overall tournament freestyle chess champion for 2025.
So impressive. So many congratulations. We talked about Fabi as Mr. Consistent, but I think Magnus, he's just consistently the best. And he's won 2 Grand Slams so far. He's still aiming to secure a 3rd this season.
It speaks to his ability that he came into a tournament and only had to do this much in order to come away the overall tournament champion. He had set such a pace for the rest of the field. He had created such a gap above everybody else that only Fabiano was really poised to unseat him, let's say.
Yeah, it was awesome, right? And the story started back in February in Weissenhaus. Though he didn't win it, he went on to win 2 slams after, and then coming with an almost unsurmountable lead into South Africa, gets it done. 2 days to spare. I mean, Magnus Carlsen, GOAT for a reason. He's unstoppable. He's undeniable. But I think today is the story of, what is it, David? Is it unstoppable force meets whatever that's
immovable object.
Immovable object. But here's the thing. Both Javakir and Magnus are the unstoppable force and the immovable object. So what happens today is the big question. Huge Grand Slam.
Armageddon. Armageddon's what happens when you have those two types of things going up against each other. I mean, Magnus, he's going to be happy to have taken the overall title. He's going to be happy to have already collected $100,000 that goes along with that. But David, I know the man will not be happy unless he also walks away with the South African Grand Slam title and an extra 200 grand to boot.
Exactly. He wants more. He always does. He's hungry. He's got pretty much every accolade you can imagine. And now he just wants this one too. He wants to win in South Africa. But I think for Sindarov, he's just got to do what he's been doing. He's got to forget the fact that Magnus has woken up, the fact that Magnus has warmed up now, and just try to do exactly what he did on day 1 when he took down Magnus himself.
Yeah, his semifinal matchup is just one more step on the way to that eventual final and possibly the Grand Slam championship. Let's take a look at all of our matchups that we have in front of us today. Of course, we've been talking a little bit about Javakir Sindarov up against Magnus Carlsen, the world #1, and the guy who has yet to take a loss here in South Africa, having a brilliant end to his 2025. Levon Aronian, our Las Vegas champion, up against Vincent Keymer, the first ever Grand Slam champion in 2025 from Weissenhaus. Parham Maghsoodloo still trying to get a point on the board up against Fabiano Caruana, and then Arjun Erigaisi and Hans Niemann will be duking it out in the lower bracket as well. So there's the total picture of all of your matchups from today. We'll start from the bottom, we'll work our way up. I want to talk Fabiano Caruana, Parham Maghsoodloo. Again, the story of Parham's event so far has been an unfortunate one. Moments of brilliance, winning positions. Even yesterday against the guy that we're talking about might challenge Magnus Carlsen, had a winning position that slips through his fingers. But I think those moments of brilliance, if anything, are what you want to keep reminding yourself of if you're in Parham's shoes, saying, if I can get that again, now it's just about finding that extra gear, that last ounce of energy to get it over the line.
Well, you're playing against the world #3, so it's not going to be easy. Parham 0 out of 9 in the tournament so far. I think he's really hoping that whole story turns around up against Fabi. If he can get it done, I think it'll be easier for Parham to get over what's happened in this tournament. But I think it's clear, whatever the numbers might say, it might not be that far apart. But David, Fabi, huge favorite in this one.
Yeah, these are the scores that I gave the players before the event. Unfortunately for Parham, the form has not matched his normal level. Yeah, Fabiano, huge favourite. But Parham, I've said it before, he's a streaky player. If he can break this unlucky run, then who knows, he might feel like he's totally reborn. So again, the first game matters. He's had 4 winning positions out of his 9 games so far. He's converted none of them. Maybe today is finally the day.
Where do you feel like Fabiano's at in kind of his relative level of play? Are we still not seeing peak Fabiano? Is this a wounded Fabiano that Parham could ultimately take advantage of?
It's definitely possible. Fabiano is definitely not at his best. In the group stage, he was far from his normal level. Yesterday in the first game against Magnus, I felt very impressive, the way he maneuvered, the way he pounced on a bit of an error from Magnus. But after that, he did play a bit passively, maybe just a bit fearful, just trying to play for the draw he needed. Yeah, I think Fabiano, the problem is he's so consistent that even when he's not at his best, he still grinds out results against anyone other than Magnus.
All right, well, from there, let's talk about Hans and Arjun. Again, Hans, somebody who's never shy to let us know about his aspirations. His aspirations would have been to win this tournament. Unfortunately, he falls down into the lower bracket, so won't be able to match his at least second place from Vegas. But Arjun as well is a person who we've had high hopes for throughout the year in 2025, Tanya, and I feel like he just hasn't yet matched those hopes that we've had of maybe a podium finish for him somewhere along the way.
And I'll tell you one thing about this guy, that never stops him. He's always one who'll continue being motivated, continue being hungry. I mean, for these guys who are in the lower bracket, the highest they can finish is 5th. And that's still a lot of money on the line. Arjun versus Hans, I think this also goes a bit beyond the board. The two have a lot of rivalry. They, I think, enjoy playing each other to the extent that they want to win. I know Arjun, yes, it's not the fight he wants, but it's the fight he's been given, and he's going to give it his best. For Hans, after yesterday, the question is, how ambitious is he for the remainder of the tournament? I will put my countrymate, I will be rooting for Arjun in this one. I think he's just the one who's slightly more hungrier for what's at stake in this matchup.
Yeah, I agree. I think Arjun starts as a small favorite. They're born just a couple of months apart, these two, and it's hard to separate them, I think, in freestyle chess. But yeah, he has looked a bit subdued so far, Arjun, especially yesterday. It felt like he wasn't quite his best. Just a one-move blunder kind of knocking him down into the lower bracket. Maybe today's the day. If he can just eliminate those small errors, he can edge past Hans.
What, if anything, was missing from Hans's game yesterday against Levon? Where did it go wrong for him ultimately?
I just felt he never really got a chance. I don't know if it was much of Hans's making. I think Levon was just a beast yesterday, you know. Those two draws that happened, maybe that is where he had his best chance. Hans did in game 2, but let's not forget game 1 of the longer time format. Levon was crushing and cruising through. Didn't go his way. Hans got some chances in the second game, messed it up. In the end, in the tiebreakers, it was a Levon Aronian show. It just feels that he's the one who maybe understands, is more composed in these positions, his creativity. And you spoke about this right yesterday, David, that Levon truly is one of the opponents Hans really struggles with in all formats of the game.
Yeah, Hans, he has struggled against Levon, Fabiano and Anish Giri above all others. So maybe the more experienced players. That does make me think against Arjun he has some chance. I think he believes a bit more that he kind of has the fire within him to beat the younger players, but who knows?
I wonder how much of this comes down to the night the guys had yesterday, you know. Was there a bit of fun involved? I'm not sure. Did they manage to get enough sleep? We'll find out.
Well, it is a good question. One we can't answer. One will that will be revealed to us, though, when we see the players maybe step out onto the stage in just a few moments' time. From the lower bracket, let's jump up to the upper bracket and talk about some of our marquee matchups. Let's start, though, with Levon Aronian, one of the guys who sent Hans down to the bottom of the bracket. He will be going up against Vincent Keymer. Now, these are our most recent Grand Slam winner and our first Grand Slam winner from 2025. Again, experience, the veteran versus the young blood. These guys, again, 1 point separated in their overall totals. David, stylistically, though, I don't feel like these guys are at all the same type of player.
Yeah, almost opposites, I would say, stylistically. Levon preferring to play with dynamism, playing always on the front foot, trying to take the center and to go for the opponents. Vincent often liking to lure the opponents forward. Strategically, he takes long-term advantages and then tries to turn that into something bigger a bit later. Yeah, I think if it comes down to a level position with little time on the clock, Levon becomes a big favorite. I think that's one big kind of Achilles heel for Vincent.
It's a clash of styles, it's a clash of generations, and I think Vincent's best shot will be that the match gets decided in the longer time format. That's where we've seen him, shine the brightest. He seems to understand the positions really well, the piece placement, plays it to almost perfection with engine top moves. He has this incredible understanding of freestyle chess. But this guy, the creativity that he shows, the artistic play, and there we've got Annie with him. So much love and support. He's here with his family. That seems to be his lucky charm in general. He's in a great mood as well. I think for Levon, if it goes into tiebreakers, his odds increase considerably because Vincent really has been struggling on the clock. Even in those player cards, that was where the big difference was, David.
Exactly. I think in the Blitz tiebreaks, Levon, yeah, huge favorite.
Yeah, we've said time and time again that for Vincent, he excels in those longer time controls. You never want to be facing him in the knockout stages. Levon, though, looking to be one of the first to prove that he can overcome the young German player. We've got one more matchup, and of course, I think many are going to have that as the marquee matchup. It's Yavukir Sindarov up against Magnus Carlsen, the world #1. And in order to frame this discussion, I'd like to reference one of our amazing partners here in freestyle chess, Kalshi, Marketplace Predictions. They collate a bunch of data for us around what the community thinks in terms of who's going to take it and who won't. I will just reference for everybody that yesterday, following that initial loss to Fabiano Caruana, his chances plummeted all the way down, I say in air quotes, to 31%. But after overcoming Fabiano Caruana, anybody want to guess where the community at large is putting Magnus's chances overall for being our African Grand Slam champion?
Double it. Double those chances.
Triple it.
Double it and add a little bit. That's what it is. 66% right now for the overall chances in our remaining 4 players. But Yavukir Sindarov going to have something to say about that. And I kind of want to start talking about him first. The guy who's yet to take a loss in this entire tournament. He looks to be somewhat infallible, but Magnus Carlsen is the guy who's going to find those cracks. He's going to find those weaknesses and he'll punish them.
Yeah. But you know, what a year it's been for Sindarov. We've been just talking about the leaps and bounds, the improvements that he's made, especially over the last 2 months. He's really making so much noise. It feels like he's arrived. And how did he arrive at the Grand Slam here in South Africa? With a win over Magnus Carlsen. So I think there is this feeling that he can do it. He knows that even superhumans like Magnus have those human elements, have those human moments. It feels like it's the undefeated versus the unbeatable in this matchup. I think it's a tough call. You know, David, I saw those player cards that you had, and I feel that if you only took the Grand Slam of South Africa to make those cards, the numbers would be incredibly different.
Exactly.
Magnus with a huge lead in that, but it would be a total turnaround, because how impressed have we been by Javakir?
Yeah, he was so good in Weissenhaus, but it feels like he's even better now, like a couple of steps up even. There's two things I want today, in general.
Okay.
I want a really close fight between these two, and I want Parham to at least get off the scoreboard in some way. Those are my only two wishes today, and I have a feeling we're almost guaranteed that with Javakir, who always plays with a smile on his face. Always so nice to see.
The guy on your screens, Javakir Sindarov, has done it once already. He's looking to do it again against Magnus, and he will have to overcome him at least once today, especially in the longer time controls. How does he do it against Magnus? Can he repeat what he did in the 10-5 from the faster time controls? I don't know if it's as easy when Magnus has the time to think.
I'll tell you, one of the advantages that the younger generation has over Magnus's colleague playing against him is that Magnus doesn't have the same psychological effect on them. He doesn't exactly live rent-free in their head. They have a lot of respect for him, but on the board, they do believe that they can beat him. And I think that goes a really long way. He has to believe that he can do it. He's done it. And I think, again, David, the nature of the positions. You have to make it as complicated as possible as quickly.
All right, well, starting with you, David, I want predictions for the two upper bracket matchups. Javakir Sindarov, Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian against Vincent Keymer. Who will make it to the finals?
I predicted Javakir would beat Magnus in the round robin in the group stage, but I don't think he can today in a longer match, longer time format. I think Magnus and Levon, the two experienced players.
Wow.
And here?
You know what? Magnus has won the whole tour. I would love to see Javakir go all the way. I think I want this to go down to the wire. I'm going Javakir Sindarov on this one. He's done it once. I think he'll do it again.
And on the other matchup?
Levon versus Vincent. This one's a toss-up for me completely. I would love to see a finals between Javakir and Levon Aronian.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to go Magnus versus Vincent. Kind of recalling all the way to Weissenhaus. We'll see if our initial Grand Slam winner can do it. That's enough out of us. We've set the stage for the semifinals. Now we're heading into the playing hall where Fiona Style Anthony is standing by for the position lottery. Take it away.
Hello and welcome to the semi-finals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam season finals here in stunning Grootbos. Yesterday we saw 4 exciting quarterfinal matches. By the end of today we will already know our 2 finalists. I'm Fiona Style Anthony. I'm delighted to be your host for the day. And before we get to the draw, let's look at the highlights from yesterday.
Day 2 of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in South Africa. The quarterfinals promised pure drama and unexpected twists. Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen are the only 2 players left who could still fight for the overall Grand Slam Tour title. Vincent Keymer saw his chances slip away during the round-robin stage, unable to secure enough Grand Slam points to stay in contention. But Vincent still secured the first spot in the semifinals of the last Grand Slam of the tour after being picked by Arjun Erigaisi. Parham Maghsoodloo had a crushing position in his first round against Javakir Sindarov, but let it slip.
12.5 minutes on his clock. He sacrificed a piece and could have just won on the spot now.
Game's not over just yet, but what a breath of life for Sindarov.
Javakir carried over his winning momentum from the previous day and took both games. In the replay of the Las Vegas final, the duel between Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian stayed balanced through the first 2 rounds. But in the Blitz tiebreaks, Levon dominated, winning both games convincingly against the young challenger. all eyes on the quarterfinal clash between Fabiano and Magnus. In the opening game, Magnus came up short, giving Fabiano the early lead. But in the return game, Magnus struck back.
Because Magnus obviously finds it. And it's a brilliancy. You capture the bishop, the rook slides over, you win material. A turnaround. Magnus about to make a comeback in this match.
He turned the duel into a head-to-head battle that ultimately went down to the tiebreaks. In the two Blitz games, Carlsen completely took over, securing early on the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam title. Parham Maghsoodloo, Fabiano Caruana, Hans Niemann, and Arjun Erigaisi dropped down to the lower bracket. With that, the semifinals are set. And now, get ready. It's time for the next round. There are only 4 grandmasters left in the race for the title. After 8 regular matches and 4 thrilling Blitz games, the semifinals are about to start. The quarterfinals delivered non-stop excitement. Now the stage is set for the epic semifinals. Javokir Sindarov versus Magnus Carlsen, and Levon Aronian versus Vincent Keymer. This tournament is far from over. Stay tuned.
We are ready now to draw the first semi-final position, and I'm delighted to be joined by Vicky Magoo, the Vice President of Chess South Africa. And let me ask you, what does it mean to you to have this tournament here in South Africa?
I think we're very delighted to have freestyle in South Africa. It's the first time, and I don't think it's the last time. Like Women Grandmaster Dina said, keep coming to South Africa, and we will give you all the support and the cooperation. And well done to the organization and to all the grandmasters. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are certainly all very happy to be here. So let's get the draw underway. Okay, we're ready. And the first position is number 44044. Thank you very much. As always, the players will have 10 minutes now to prepare. To the players, best of luck. And at home, have fun. Enjoy.
So like the low numbers, the king's always over here, yeah? Some pieces work, right? Oh boy.
D5, yeah?
It looks very logical.
4, D5.
Yeah.
Takes.
D5. C5, D4. Maybe good?
Sometimes good, sometimes not so good.
Sometimes shit.
Maybe this, huh? B6, C3. I'm a bit afraid of this.
If you want to make reasonable moves, you should go somewhere else.
But what is D5? D5 you're worried about, or what?
No, I don't know.
Yeah. I was thinking C5, C3. You want to play D4 or D4?
Yeah.
But then this?
Yeah, this looks completely wrong.
Too slow, no?
So our current hypothesis is that the position is lost.
No.
Let's play this.
Look at it here. Aha. Alright. So if I play C4, you're gonna play F5, yeah? But F5, what does F5 give?
You get an amazing French, right? Let's play.
I think it's amazing French.
Or Carlsen. I mean, if we get to trade it, yeah?
Yeah. 92, 92.
Let's slow down just.
But I don't think it's
at this moment.
I just don't think it's entirely stupid to think about c4, yeah? Because I think you're right, that if we get normal Sicilian, that would be great for...
Here, yeah?
No. I own it.
No, maybe b5. Why not? Oh, but b5.
A4? And just A6.
A4's CD also.
What about second move, c3, yeah? Let's take c3.
Wait, but Vitana, here you don't need to play... You don't you can play c3.
Yeah.
Just play c3 here. You're not going to rush.
Yeah. 92, 93.
Yeah.
That's one is annoying actually. But we can play c3.
Yeah, I think we can. 94, 93.
Yeah. Probably we're better. Take where you play queen c2 or d2?
I mean, 94, like knight b4 also some more.
Just strategically wrong, yeah? The bishop on g8 is a complete patzer.
c3, f6. It looks completely wrong.
e6. No.
No, not e6, but just cd, knight b3, queen f3 as well. It's terrible.
Looks terrible.
Save us.
Save us, Arjun. Okay, let's try c5. What to do? We'll get some variation of the same, but...
Yeah, but...
I don't know what to do against d4 there.
I was thinking also maybe like this.
f6, yeah? Yeah. d5?
d5.
This, not c6 first.
I don't know. Oh, maybe also this.
I mean, okay, it's not bad.
Okay, and take. But
Okay,
take just looks...
b4, c6, I was not sure we won.
But f4 maybe first, yeah?
Yeah, then we go
b5?
e5, I think that is
But
important.
also
Here,
bishop d5 does win a pawn. I don't know if it's...
I think...
Maybe
but
I mean, in general, we can put
also,
d1.
I think also e5, c3 we get nice play. Shit, so.
Okay, maybe e5, d4 is just good.
Okay, just
like
one point. Let's say they play
Like
just f6.
e6.
So what was the idea? d4, d5?
Like a game against Levon. No, it's
Okay.
not.
No, so because you're casting quickly, you're developing
Yeah.
smoothly. It's not like
We had positions like this. It's not so easy. For white.
it's really not that like because you're developing and then you have both e5, d5, and with d4 you have the c4 square.
Yeah, this actually looks reasonable.
This is probably how.
H4, yeah? Maybe
Yeah,
just
h4.
nice here.
Bishop.
Maybe.
Or just h5, yeah? I mean, I don't want to. I just want to.
No, but
How
I
do
don't
you
like
to
all this.
play in the
Yeah,
center
exactly.
after h4?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure if some even like some e5.
No, but
But
wait.
why not just no? But just there's no harm, yeah. Let them.
Big deal. So b6, c3. Maybe we can get some sort of variation of the similar stuff. It's d4, yeah?
CD takes d5, e5, and we're busted.
And the knight
Yeah, really bad.
This is not working. Yeah? And d6 is the same. Kind of.
It's terrible.
What about any queen move? No, it doesn't look. Doesn't look too healthy. And queen c7, the bishop is stuck. But at least we're defending against the castle. Queen c7?
Okay.
What's the big deal?
c3.
C3, maybe c4. Okay, I'm desperado. What do you want? Then I take, play f6. Okay, I take
Bishop probably.
f6. Desperado.
Okay, this may not be terrible.
Because I think c6, this f6, I don't know. It's kind of so artificial to give the center and then maybe you'll never get it back.
You're not confident enough in your manhood, yeah, to play f6,
No.
e6. Okay, this.
What about f6, d4, d5? Is it too ridiculous?
e5,
Takes
d,
e6. Bishop F7.
You don't want to play this.
This is terrible, yeah? Because
I mean,
C3 and
yeah.
this guy's here.
Okay, most principal moves. C6.
Maybe
What
here,
do we do?
let's.
What we gain here? We're not gonna not play d4, right?
No, I have some idea. Maybe some d4, c6, and here I try to play some b2.
d5?
d5, e5.
Still, yeah?
Yeah, still doesn't matter. b3 is always should be. Okay, if you play b5, then b.
d5,
I will
d5
play.
I like, yeah.
Yeah,
That looks
like.
good.
No, b5?
d5, e5.
No, b5.
I mean, if you play b5, I can play like here and come to e3. It should be.
Yeah, because here black can never
Yeah.
play d5, right?
C3 is an interesting idea.
A couple minutes away from our first bout of the day on our semifinal round here in South Africa. Position 44. That's what we're taking a look at. That's what the players have had about 10 minutes to analyze here. David, I'll turn to you. What are you thinking? What do you see? I see one undefended pawn, but no real easy way to get at it.
That's right. The B-pawns are not protected right now. And yeah, that's probably not the most important factor. It feels like just the fact that the queens and a set of rooks each are centralized means that we'll see white pushing forward very quickly in the center, trying to gain as much space as possible. And for the black team, it's been a bit of a struggle. Ideologically, do they fight back immediately, or do they just take it a bit slower in the early stages?
It's definitely a tougher position for black to handle, and that's what even the analysis as we look at, we can see it on the players. You know, you've got the dream team, the freestyle dream team of Magnus and Levon, very happy with their chances in the center, expanding, even saying that black's position looks really bad, and then Arjun there standing, basking in the afterglow of that dream team, enjoying that analysis. I think exactly it's this, that you could either start with the queen's pawn or the rook pawn. That's the e-pawn moving forward, and I think that's the move that we're going to see all around. The pawn in front of the rook going ahead. Eventually, maybe the pawn in front of the king as well moving ahead. We might even see transpositions to standard Sicilian positions if black was to choose c5. But the biggest problem here is that black cannot go for symmetry, which means equalizing is going to be incredibly hard. The moment you respond the e-pawn, with the e-pawn, there'll be a break with the queen's pawn ahead, and vice versa. So I think for the black players, not an easy task this one is, this position.
Then good news for the likes of Vincent Keymer and Javokir Sindarov, who will both be piloting the white pieces to kick off the day against their respective opponents, Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen. You can see two of them taking their seats. You can see the clock ticking down. The beautiful shot of Rootbos Nature Reserve, which plays home to our final Grand Slam of the year. The handshakes are extended, the clocks will be started, and away we go. Hans Niemann, the first to make a push. It is one of those centralized pawns, and as we hit our 4 board, you can see already 3 of our boards in play will match each other with their initial moves. Still waiting, though, for Vincent Keymer. So traditionally, he will take an extra bit of time on that first move to evaluate and confirm which direction he wants to go.
Yeah, Vincent, the one to pause. It looked like he wasn't too impressed with the input from the likes of Hans Niemann, disagreeing on how the opening might be treated. And interesting to see Magnus as well with black on the top left board there, hesitating himself. He was suggesting some very direct ways of playing with black, but just towards the end of their session, they were saying, they were kind of teasing each other, Magnus and Levon. They were saying, how confident are you in your masculinity? How confident are you in just playing very slow moves and not even challenging the opponent?
And the fact that Magnus has slowed down, well, Vincent hasn't made his choice yet, and that's the top half of our screen there. So Levon also thinking about his response. I think Vincent will also start with that pawn in front of the rook going forward. It's just the most natural move in the position, opens up the rook, opens up the queen. The knight can perhaps jump over. You take control of the center. Levon, in fact, gets up and leaves. It goes on to show how difficult this entire situation is for black. Interestingly, Hans's idea with the black pieces to go f6, c6, which he was suggesting while he was analyzing, has been chosen by Arjun as his response to Hans, as well as Parham. That's the approach to open up the long-range pieces as quickly as possible. The 2 bishops now looking down the board.
Okay, and Vincent finally makes a decision. He does agree with the rest of the white players here. Levon replying immediately, trying to make the position symmetrical at least. But Magnus now, we're waiting for a move from the world number 1.
But That's the thing, right? Because Vincent's trying to, he did go for the idea, Levon trying to keep the symmetry even, but can he really succeed? Because the idea that was being discussed is that the moment Black responds with this, White has an immediate central break. And that's the top right board. Will Vincent take the fight to Levon with that deep pawn moving 2 steps forward?
It's very possible. Vincent will think. Vincent will take his time. We are used to that by now this season. And normally when Vincent finally comes up with an answer, it tends to be a good one.
And in that moment, Magnus Carlsen will make a move, an immediate deviation between our top 2 boards, right? Levon Aronian trying to hold on to that symmetry. Magnus Carlsen, he's going to look for a bit of a different way forward, matching what we see, I say, on the bottom left-hand side of our screens as well.
Yeah, it's fascinating because this was the idea that Hans was proposing for the players with the black pieces. He's playing with White right now, but when they were analyzing, he wanted Black. He wanted to analyze this variation. It almost felt like the others were dismissing him, but look at the number of boards that it's happened on. C6, F6, across the arena on 3 of our tables, and it's Arjun that strikes first with Black in the center, offering a trade.
I have a feeling that Hans Niemann is currently in the confessional booth boasting about the fact that his concept was the right one and that everyone else has now agreed, other than Levon Aronian.
I have a feeling you might be correct, but given that is the most advanced board, why don't we go there first? We will spend most of our time throughout these days on the top 2 boards and those who are in contention for the top spot. But first, we'll take a pit stop over at Hans Niemann and Arjun Erigaisi's board to see exactly how this one has developed. Again, a few of the others kind of following this pattern so far. Hans retakes his seat, coffee cup, teacup in hand.
Okay, and we'll do a quick action replay of the first few moves here. We did start, as we did on all boards, with pawn to e4. This is very logical in this specific position 44, because the white rook is now opened up. The white queen has some vision as well. Black reacts in what we would normally call the Caruana fashion here. Pawn to d4 taking the center, and this is logical, as Hans said, actually, in the pre-game discussions, because the 2 black bishops now have opened up diagonals. Quite likely that we'll see one of those bishops move out early, and after pushing forward his own bishop now opened, we see a challenge in the center from Arjun. I wouldn't be shocked, Tanya, if we see total symmetry in the near future.
Yeah, and I wonder, you know, also the mindset into this game. I mean, these 2 players, the younger generation, they're rivals. I don't know how much they enjoy actually facing each other over the board. It's been some battles, and I know that, David, you were judging a certain cooking competition where these 2 happened to be teammates, in fact. What were their vibes? Are they friendly? Were they good chefs? What was going on in that?
Let's just say that they are both grandmasters, but neither of them are master bakers. They were trying to bake cookies. They were on the same team. They barely spoke. They barely conferred. Arjun was preferring to play a friendly chess game on the side while the cookies were in the oven. Hans tried his best. He kind of doused the cookies in honey at the end before I had to judge. But unfortunately, all I could taste was the honey.
So better at the board than at the counter.
That's right.
Alrighty.
But yeah, they're young. They've got time to learn. I barely knew how to cook anything at their age.
It almost starts feeling that we're in an era in chess where when you're 22, 23, you're already a fossil, David Howell. You know, if you're not peaking at that time, you got to rethink your career. But for these 2, they obviously have a bright one ahead of them. One of the best players, Arjun already in the world top 10. Hans also close, constantly improving, working on his game. And this is what we have. Now, on paper, is it fair to say that Arjun, rating-wise, his experience in the Grand Slams, perhaps I would say would be a favorite, but let's not forget Vegas, the one tournament that Hans played, and just how impressive he was in that one. So more tournaments to boot for Arjun Erigaisi, but Hans showing form the one time when it mattered the most.
He showed up massively confident in his ability in Vegas and largely lived up to that confidence and bravado, finishing second only to Levon Aronian. Of course, won't be the same story this time around, but can still fight for as high as 5th place. Does now look to make a move, and there we have the fortress being built.
Yeah, the makings of it, David. The perfect symmetry. If Arjun decides to push the deep on ahead.
Let's go, Arjun. Maximum tension in the center.
Give us the X.
And I'll just put that on the board, and I'll try and paint it with some special colours. I mean, it is just a very tense, this position. Unclear who's better. White gets the first stab at breaking the tension, but sometimes you don't want to be the one with the burden of doing something. Yeah. You want to just react to what the opponent does. And he waits.
He doesn't go for it instantly, but that would have been the longest X on the board if you also include the rooks and the knights in the corner. Would have been a fun picture to make. But Arjun goes with development, also freeing up the space for castling next. He wants to swap over the king and the rook and try to get a more traditional chess position as quickly as he can.
Well, you had theorized that perhaps Hans Niemann had dove into the confessional booth. I fear it may have just been the tea or the coffee, but somebody who has already made use of the confessional booth won't surprise too many. It's Levon Aronian, one of our semi-finalists. Let's go hear from him now on the way to his board.
So I'm the only one who went for e5. I guess the other ones are embracing this some sort of ugly beauty, you know, in f66. I really don't believe in that idea. I think e5 is more natural. So, but we'll see who's right. So, at least I think Vincent is spending time. So I think he's considering either knight d3 or d4. So my goal is just to play fast and get enough time to deal with the difficulty of the starting position.
The only one to go his own way, unconvinced by the rest, but such is Levon's kind of mindset that he says, well, we'll find out who's right soon enough.
And there's irony here because by transposition, he could reach the exact same position that we just looked at if he now decides to try to give his bishop some breathing space and push his pawn forward one square. White pushes forward with the d-pawn. Suddenly, known territory, familiar sight with the big X incoming. Levon trying to go his own way, but being dragged back into the crowds here. Yeah, fascinating, this position. It feels like they've all found kind of the key idea, just by different means.
Also very instructive how the players with white want to consolidate their centers before breaking out to break the symmetry with that c-pawn forward, so that you're able to recapture, if that happens, with your own pawn, really grabbing a lot of space. And look at that, ugly beauty, Levon called it. It's on his board as well. Like you said, almost forced into it right now. Perhaps the only way that you can get the bishops active into the game. So sooner or later, had to be done.
Irresistible, those two pawn pushes. It just felt like the bishops needed to get out anyway. They needed open diagonals. So I think Levon finally came round to that way of thinking, despite his instincts.
Head in hand in that moment. All right, we have another chance for the X.
The big X, will we see it? I'll just put that on the board one last time and highlight, just because I didn't feel I did it justice last time, with the knights in the corner as well. Computer says no, the big X. This would be, yeah, quite the tapestry for the game.
Pretty lovely look. We'll see if Levon will give it to us.
I think the issue with this move that we really want to make, just simply for aesthetics purpose, is that white does have a really nice trade of the central pawn, opening up the dark squared bishop and a potential check on c5 at the right moment. So with the d-pawn having moved 2 steps forward, you won't be able to block it the way you want to. And this would mean that white gets the initiative. You get castle really quickly. You open up the f line, moving the f-pawn forward. You might be looking at an early attack with white. So maybe this is what discourages the player to create, you know, Levon always up for artistry on the board, but I think this one might be pushing it.
Yeah, most likely he'll copy Arjun and just bring his bishop out, get castled first before going for the big X in the center, or possibly even trying to gain time with his bishop, giving a check and only deciding what to do next, depending on how white blocks. Very interesting position. And Vincent, I would say it's not the biggest expenditure of time from him, which is probably good news for the young German. Heart rate low as well.
Do you think Levon's comfortable with this opening position? 3 moves in for black. Not much has happened, but the players were unhappy at the very start. But you know, when you sit down and you get into the depths of it, do you think they're still feeling there's work to be done and it's not going to be easy to equalize this as black?
I think they know that they have to make some big decisions ahead, whether to go for total symmetry or whether to allow white, for example, to push forward at some point. But I don't think there's too much damage that could be done. Worst comes to the worst, white gets maybe a tiny little advantage. I don't think, especially with the knights being so bad for both sides, I don't think either side's going to be able to whip up a direct attack or any big initiative in the early stages. So it turns out maybe they've just stumbled across a good solution for black, and everyone's going to survive the opening in decent shape.
And so much of this match we were talking about is a clash of styles, right? Very different approaches that we see by both these players, and seems to get them the results. I mean, Vincent Keymer, the winner of Weissenhaus, Aronian, the winner of the Vegas Slam. A lot of it also depends on the kind of position they get and who that suits. The character of the position, once we go into the openings, you know, it's not that much time on the clock either. So I think trying to draw the opponent into your territory is a big decision to your approach here. He does go for no d5, develops it, and I think if we pull up a bird's eye view, we might see the same position across multiple boards.
Same pawn structure.
Bishop on f7 as well.
Yeah, on pretty much every board we have the potential for that big X, but black is yet to fully go for the symmetry in the center with the pawns. We've seen different modes of development. Some sides as black have castled, some have preferred to bring knights out instead.
Exactly. Essentially the same basic structure across all boards. Really, the major difference would come in the bottom left there. As you can see, that B pawn was pushed by the player with the black pieces in Parham, Maghsoodloo. So just a small deviation in terms of the building of that big X. Magnus Carlsen, though, Sindarov, we've yet to go to that board, so perhaps we check in with our other upper bracket bout to see how the young gun is handling the world #1 with the white pieces.
And this is a clash between the world #1 and the youngest ever World Cup winner, undefeated so far here in South Africa. Javokir Sindarov is Magnus Carlsen, one way or the other, always finds himself in the fight for championship. Playing with the black pieces, the knights have come out. That's the big development in this one, so just a slightly more progressed version of what we've been seeing. I do like that centralized knight putting pressure on e5.
Yeah, that knight puts pressure on the center. It hints at going towards the only undefended pawn in the black camp. So Magnus might have to take a time out to deal with this somehow. Same skeleton to the position as we saw elsewhere. Kind of same principles, but slightly different moment in the game. Maybe Magnus, knowing him, will not want to kind of take the center. He might just play a more conservative move and give Javokir some decisions to make here. All the pieces likely to stay on for a while.
And I wonder how hard that decision is to make, because you consolidate your center, but essentially for at least the time being, that bishop on b8 just feels like an unhappy camper there. You're blocking its path ahead. So not really an easy approach for black here. How do you respond in that middle of the board after this move? Knight c5 does look like a threat that's coming up. I wonder how much you want to put your queen and bishop lined up on that diagonal, David, potentially also threatening or eyeballing that pawn on h2.
Yeah, makes some sense. Maybe at the right moment, the white bishop will step over and glare down at the queen. But Magnus might have that on his radar at some moment. Yeah, the problem pieces are possibly these two, I would say. Especially the knight sitting on the back rank will want to get out into the game. So I could imagine Magnus in some world trying to just bring it over to protect its king. And, okay, no, I was wrong. He does go for the symmetry, the big X.
There you have it. The only board that will sport it, at least as of yet. And an immediate recapture in the center here by Javokir Sindarov. And a capture back by Magnus Carlsen.
That's a full throttle battle already. When you've got this kind of a center, you know, you've got the trades now. The imbalances are created currently with that F line open for Magnus. Again, there is still tension on the board in those central pawns. Will Sindarov step up with his bishop, attack rook? This is where it starts getting about calculation. I'm expecting Sindarov to take his time now, because this is starting to get tricky.
Yeah, Magnus has played a very high responsibility move. Magnus is the one with the more space now. He has the two pawns in the center. That will remain the case if we see another trade. But now it is hard for black to touch anything. If black ever takes the white pawn, then white will prefer to take with a piece, leaving black with an isolated pawn in the center. And if Magnus ever steps forward, he'll lose a lot of flexibility. I'm not sure he's ready for that with his pieces still on the back rank. So Magnus just doesn't want to touch the center. Javokir is going to try and put pressure and say, okay, you've overextended. You have with some weaknesses. Magnus has to justify what he's done.
Exactly, and it's really hard, like you say, right? Because pawn takes pawn, that rook takes pawn, you don't keep the symmetry there, and then you're fighting against this weakness for the rest of the game. That's what you want to do if Magnus promises, sorry, if Sindarov even promises to take back with that f pawn. But that will not happen, which means with that out of the window, Magnus Carlsen has got some questions to be answered. I like how Sindarov's handling it. He gets all his pieces so easy to forget about that knight at the corner of the board. Knights in the rim are dim, not anymore. He's eyeing that e3 square, that f5 point. You know, knight on f5 and you high five. That's a strong spot with the g7 pawn. I like how Sindarov's handling this.
Yeah, and didn't chew up too much time on his clock, keeping himself in relative equality in that regard here against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he uses it as a weapon, like maybe not as blatantly as Arjun or sometimes Hans, but Sindarov in the World Cup, a lot of his success was built on the fact his opponents panicked and blundered when they were down to the 1 or 2 minute mark. Same here in the group stage. So Sindarov will be aiming to keep at least kind of on par with Magnus on the clock. The knight coming out, Magnus will want to do the same, but bringing his knight out would block, for example, his bishop, or if it comes the other path, it would block its rook, meaning that the center might become open. There would be vulnerable pawns. Not so easy for Magnus Carlsen.
You know, everyone hates losing at chess. Magnus Carlsen hates it the most. And it happened on the very first day of this tournament. By the way, a decision by Magnus to go for pawn takes pawn. I'm expecting Sindarov, I was about to say to capture with the rook, to try to play against that weakness in the center. But he does keep the symmetry. I think for Magnus, you know, he's already won the first ever freestyle tour. A historic moment for Fischer Random for freestyle chess. But there's a Grand Slam title on the line, but there's extra motivation. For him, this is also a grudge match. He knows exactly what happened. He was busted after move 10 in that round robin against Sindarov. And he wants that revenge in this matchup, and what better stage to do it in the semifinals. But David, right now, that's all a far way off. But I think there is psychology at play as well. Sindarov knows he's done it. Magnus wants to show him that he's still boss with that revenge.
Yeah, and it was very interesting. Magnus did go for the symmetry. Sindarov would have loved to take back with his rook. I'll just take us back a moment. It was quite a key moment because the knight might have chosen a bad square. Perhaps it should have started going forward this direction. The difference being that after a capture, he would have loved to take with a rook, as you said, Tanya. And white would have the advantage if black didn't have this move right now, hitting the rook and hitting the knight behind it. Now the rook can step back, but the knight will continue chasing it. This would be disastrous. But the problem is if the rook steps back to a square, a safer square, the knight behind it would fall. It would be attacked twice, only defended once. That's why the white knight should be elsewhere. It gets in the way of its own bishop. Here, white would have the advantage since black has a big weakness, an isolated pawn. But unfortunately, just not possible this one moment. So Magnus found the only time to kind of trade off in the center and bring his knight out. And symmetry, to my eyes, looks very level, although probably Magnus is a bit happier now than he otherwise would have been.
Very good find by Magnus Carlsen. We always talk about how he's willing to play with the eval bar at zeros well into the late game, ever confident in his endgame potential.
And that knight on c2 is suddenly super misplaced. You can't put it on e3 towards the center because the center pawn is hanging. Magnus has made sure that doesn't happen for Sindarov anymore. If you put it on b4, where is that knight even going? The c pawn just takes away all the squares, can easily be kicked out with a move like a5. I think Sindarov realizes that he's just put the piece on the worst possible square. That knight belonged on b3, just like its counterpart, just like Magnus's knight. Magnus understanding so far much better where the pieces in this position belong. I think he's done a good job, and knight c2 might be the move that comes to haunt Sindarov in this game.
Yeah, I think it was the right idea, just the wrong moment. And if the center wasn't totally symmetrical right now, the knight might be decently placed coming towards the other side. But yeah, if it can't move forward, it just gets in the way. So a bit of a traffic jam on this diagonal, especially for the white bishop. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what to expect now from Sindarov. Maybe the white queen will move. That seems like it should be on the list of priorities. Maybe this pawn at some point will step forward just to prevent the black knights from leaping. But not so easy now for the youngster.
David, I just took a peek. I cheated just a little bit to check what's happening simply because it's so difficult to come up with a move for white. And guess what's the second best move in this position? Not the top one, but almost comparable for white.
I don't know, just the fact that you've asked me the question means it must be...
not what you're thinking.
Yeah, it must be the least obvious move, knight to A1.
Exactly. That's how bad that knight is. That
What?
Sindarov must bring it back, must reroute it, and find better pastures for his bishop, the light squared bishop. Knight to A1 is one of the best moves in this position.
But in what universe does a player willingly admit that they've made that mistake and now lose the time and the tempo by bringing the piece back only to reroute it a different direction?
Pride is a big thing in chess. Like, every chess player has an ego, and if you play knight A1, you feel a bit sheepish. You feel a bit ashamed of yourself. I don't think it's going to happen, even if he realizes it's even an option, which is probably just not on his radar in the first place. But even then, yeah, I think precisely 0.00% chance of that happening.
Well, here's maybe the upside, because Tanya, you said that's the second best move in the position, right? Well, so if he finds the best move, he could avoid bringing the knight back to A1. What's the best move in the position?
You got to slide up your bishop, and I think that's a lot more natural. Getting that bishop to C5, pinning the knight that's just on D6, that does feel like a very human approach in this position. I see the other diagonal that you were pointing out, David, and that's exactly what I was thinking to myself as well, that why not place it on G3, hitting the central pawn? But Magnus next, his plan's clear. He wants to bring the queen out to G5. He wants to do a rook lift. He's already eyeing ideas on the king side. And I think bishop G3 would just invite that. Also the knight jumping to C4, eventually defending E5. Apparently the computer suggests that placing the bishop on C5, just clamping down Magnus's pieces, you know, their flexibility is the way for Sindarov to go. But I will say things are looking bleak for white. They're starting to look like Sindarov needs to be very careful.
Yeah, it's a very slow strategic position, and stylistically, that only favors Magnus. Magnus is the master of just intuiting where the pieces belong, of understanding long-term which piece is slightly better, what pawn structure is slightly better. So it feels like the kind of result of the opening stage here is a small success for Magnus. I think Sindarov not too happy. He's not going to get the big attack that he did against Magnus in the group stage.
So a critical moment, and Sindarov spending time in the think tank. We'll come back to see what he decides on in terms of a move. But as he continues his think, let's go back over to Vincent Keymer and Levon Aronian. These two duking it out in our other semi-final to challenge one of the two players we just saw a moment ago. Levon up and out of his chair, and that's because it's Vincent Keymer who's letting his clock whittle down as he crafts a response to Levon's most recent move.
Wow, and it's like almost a mirror image of what we just saw with this pawn center. And here it's not symmetrical because white will never take this pawn in the center now while forcing black to take back with a pawn. If white ever does pull the trigger, a piece will sit beautiful on an outpost for the rest of the game, like a statue in the middle of the board. So Vincent has this awkward tension in the live position. He can never really step forward. It feels like his pieces aren't ready. He can never take this pawn. It's tough. Probably he's going to castle in the near future, but Levon looks like he's also escaped the opening in good shape. Two experienced players liking life as black.
And in a position that, at least initially, felt very difficult for black to navigate, they have found a way through the early game.
It was this ugly beauty that Levon mentioned. I think if he does rejoin us in the confessional booth, he might have to retract his statement, because it's worked out very well for him, this whole setup.
Well, your wish is, I guess, Levon's command, because we do have a confessional from Levon yet again. So let's check back in with him on how he's thinking this game is developing.
I kind of like my position. I don't know. I think my knight comes to e6, and it's very solid. I'm not sure if I'm better, but I don't think I can be worse. I think this knight on b3 is, I don't know, it's kind of misplaced, but I think he's not castling, he's trying to make a long castle, but I don't think it's gonna work, so at least I like where this whole thing is going.
A relatively happy Levon. Still too early to tell whether or not it'll all work out in his favor. but calling out perhaps a misplaced knight and even predicting an attempt at a long castle here from Vincent Keymer.
It's hard to imagine that, right? Just as Levon said, with the C line open, the fluidity of the center to get the king to the left flank, it feels like you're playing with fire. Levon called it the ugly beauty structure, and I think now he's just sitting back and enjoying. And this just shows what happened between Sindarov and Levon as well. They chose the same square for the knight. You know, opposite colors, colors reserved, but it was reversed, but it was all about the timing. Right plan, wrong execution. Levon chose it at the moment where once again you could recapture in the center with a piece, as David was earlier highlighting. Sindarov wasn't able to do that, and that's why Magnus on the front foot there, and here on the other side, Levon enjoying. So again shows his incredible feel for the position.
And now I'm getting worried about clock situation for a player like Vincent Keymer.
And when Levon starts doing that, you know, putting his sleeves up, gloves are off, baby.
Yeah, 21 minutes plus here for Levon Aronian. About to hit the 15 marker is Vincent Keymer. Yes, you get 15 seconds increment, but you can't give too much clock to Levon.
Yeah, just 9 moves, and he's already spent half of his allocated time, Vincent. And we've seen it. He knows that he struggles when the clocks tick down. He has made his path through Weissenhaus, for example, without any tie breaks. He really needs to avoid the time scramble, the tie breaks, if he wants to take down Levon. And yeah, whether he's debating which side to castle or not, he just needs to make that decision soon. Trust his instincts. I don't think there's a right or wrong at this stage. I think both kind of strategies are fine, but the one thing you cannot afford is to spend another 3-4 minutes on this quite I don't know, I want to say basic decision, quite early decision that's not going to define the result come the end of the game.
And we've seen Keymer do this time and time again, where he does fall back on the clock. He uses a lot of time out of the opening. I think it comes from an understanding that Peter's also spoken so much about. Peter Lecco, by the way, you can check out his stream with Judith on our Pro Stream channel. Vincent Keymer, of course, is chess so much influenced by the mentorship and the guidance of Peter, is that he needs to really slow down in the first part of the game to make sure his pieces land at the right spot. Because if they don't in freestyle chess, you're just clearly worse. It doesn't matter how much time you've got on the clock, you're busted, and what are you going to do with that amount of time? So Vincent seems to take that very seriously. I think the first 10, 12 moves, we really see him pace it out every single battle. And that is something when you start with short time on the clock, when you start with a 10+5, which is why Vincent struggles with it so much.
There's one thing I've noticed about Vincent. He's allergic to playing moves that he feels are subpar. He just can't do it. The likes of Levon Aronian, of course he wants to play the best moves, but he'll play a move that's good enough. As long as it applies some pressure, as long as there's a point behind it, he'll play a decent move quickly rather than a kind of great move slowly. And normally, especially in this rapid time format, that tends to accumulate. Vincent's last move is a bit mysterious, but I think he wants to put his queen behind his bishop on this long diagonal and indirectly threaten a pawn near Black's king. That's the only explanation I can come up with behind this very mysterious move. Doesn't look like a priority to develop that bishop yet, especially if we consider that White hasn't castled. So Vincent taking a lot of time over what looks like a very kind of neutral move.
Look at that. Vincent spent 4.5 minutes on that last move. The response from Levon comes under 1:30 in terms of time. So the clock pressure continues to mount here in this semifinal matchup.
And you know, you do that once, you do it twice, you do it 5 times, that's when the top players also start making mistakes. If you're able to respond quickly, and again, this knight move, very natural for Levon, and Vincent doesn't have a response immediately. So it's much harder to be White here, and that's clear when a player of Vincent's caliber is taking so much time on every single move, that he's not feeling comfortable with the setup, with the central tension that exists. One pattern, another pattern in Vincent's game, and I think we pointed this out earlier as well, he delays that castle for as long as possible, keeping his opponent guessing. So I think he sticks to that as well.
Yeah, at the very least, that could be an advantage. A curveball he can throw a bit later on in the matchup. Now, at the top of the day, David, you had said you want 2 things. One of those things is for Parham to get a point on the board here in South Africa. Let's go quickly to a confessional booth from him as we make our way over to his matchup against Fabiano Caruana.
Hello, guys. I know it's surprising to see me here. Okay, it's my first time in confessional room. I think I'm doing a good job for anyone cheering me up in this tournament. I think my first point is coming. Maybe draw or win, but something is coming for sure. Okay, I have a very good time advantage, also pretty nice position. I think I'm able to get the first point, hopefully. And yeah, I have to get it. So, okay, wish me luck, and I will come back, get the point, hopefully. Bye-bye.
I mean, how could you not love the man after that if you didn't already? He's hoping to get at least that half a point, maybe the full point in this situation for those of you who are cheering him on at home.
Yeah, and I think he's not alone. I think so many fans watching from across the world want Parham to get on that scoreboard. And the reason he feels that way is because it's a position that's simplified right now. You know, you've got 6 versus 6, a majority on either side of the board. So many pieces have been liquidated. There's one open line where I think more trades will happen. I think that at least that half a point comes in and Parham Maghsoodloo gets his score going. And I think the chat, everyone in the studio, we're going to love it.
Exactly, and that's just the beginning. Once he gets half a point on the board, you know, maybe he's going to start winning the rest of his games here in South Africa. It's been tough for him. Uncharted waters, no chance in his career. He's been on a streak like this, losing so many games. And yeah, I think nobody, even Fabi at this point, will want him to continue the streak.
But how about that attitude, right? How about that fighting spirit? For somebody who hasn't yet gotten a point on the board, I think it'd be so easy to resign yourself at this point in the tournament, you know, and not approach it with the same kind of fighting spirit that he still has on display here.
And the smile. I mean, coming onto the confession and speaking about it, that just shows the character that Parham has off the board, you know. Extremely likable guy, very funny. I think everyone who speaks to him, spends time with him, is a Parham fan. And it's been such a tough tournament for him. It's been tough to watch, 0 out of 9. And here he is, when he was walking into the playing arena as well. You know, you could see he's in good spirits. He's playing for the fans. He knows people are rooting for him. And yes, we are Parham. Let's go.
So relatively equal position here, yes. Material equal across the board. So the only real difference is a 4v3 pawn structure on one side and a 3v2 pawn structure on the other. But by all accounts, piloted by super GMs, we would expect this to go to a draw.
Yeah, it's just the lack of any direct attack for either side, the lack of any real weaknesses in either side's camps as well. The fact that, as Tanya mentioned, likely that rooks get traded off in the near future. I think normally I would slightly prefer White's chances here, just a bit more grip on the center. Maybe in the near future you could start advancing some pawns. Maybe a bit more tough to know exactly what to do with the Black Knight, for example, which is on a decent square, but can't ever leap forward. But yeah, it's minuscule things here. At this level, Parham, this is probably the safest position he's had with the black pieces out of any opening.
And also a lot of excess time on the clock. He's up by a little less than 8 minutes right now. So Fabi burning that clock a bit. I think Parham's feeling very comfortable. He's doubling up on that E-line, setting up for those major trades that we were talking about. The rook will come there, the queen will come there, everything will get off the board. Handshakes. And I think this will end in a draw. I will say, you know, draw is half a point each. But with the black pieces, given everything that Parham's been through in this tournament, it's almost 0.75 for him.
There you go. I like it. I like it. It won't be reflected like that on the scoreboard, but in his mind, it might feel like a 0.75 to a 0.25. Well, with this one expected to fizzle out in a draw, let's check back in with our other lower bracket bout. We haven't looked at it since the very beginnings of the round. Arjun Erigaisi and Hans Niemann. From there, we'll go back over to our featured tables to watch the round conclude. And as we get there, still plenty of pieces on the board. In stark contrast to, let's say, this one, yes, still some major pieces and whatnot on the Fabiano and Parham board. This one feels like it could still break in any direction.
Yeah, this is tense. I should mention as well that Parham should probably blame Fabi for his bad tournament. It was back in round 1 of the group stage that he was totally crushing Fabiano Caruana, and that was a last-minute turnaround, and that's where things spiraled. But this board, in the meantime, yeah, it's looking very, very congested, very packed. Visually, I quite like black's chances. It just feels like the black queen lining up with the white king, potential for the knight to jump, but there's no immediate breakthrough, no pawn push kind of potential here, no open lines therefore. And maybe the white knight actually, as a blockader, is the main controller of the traffic here. Yeah, hard to pick which side to choose here, Tanya. Who do you prefer?
As long as that knight that you've highlighted stays alive on the board, you know, not only stopping the D pawn, but the threat of that knight, the black knight jumping onto F4, you know, it's a great defender there. I almost think I want to be white because there's this one slight idea that I really like. All of black's forces are on the right flank, right? All your army, which leaves certain weaknesses on the other side. I'm looking at the threat of knight A5. It wasn't played right now, but it's always in the air. And I don't see a good way for black with everything running past across the board. How are you going to defend it? So unless Arjun finds a way, and he usually does, to play for initiative, to play for attack, I don't see the makings of it here, but unless he does that, he could be down material on the other side. It's like he's completely forgotten about that flank in its entirety. Knight A5, watch out, Arjun. You better have a response.
Yeah, Arjun kind of needs one more move to bring his bishop out and protect that square to stop the white knight jumping forward. But first, the biggest question, to trade or not to trade. What do we think? Queen's on or off the board? Who does that favor? Hans has offered it, so I'm expecting him to be happy.
He thinks it favors him, exactly, if he's the one who's offered it.
Also,
and I would tend to agree. I mean, it sort of invalidates the A5 idea that Tanya was just talking about, because I imagine the recapture comes from the B knight.
Ooh, I think he would love to normally reroute that knight, but for now he needs to defend his bishop. But he could take off the bishops first with a check and then take with the B knight, so you're right.
And push the B pawns, push the A pawn, look at some sort of a flank attack as well. So not an immediate capture, David.
Yeah, that's... oh, he's probably in the confessional, confessing those sins.
I wonder if he thought that Arjun was going to toil over that decision quite a bit longer.
I think he definitely expected that. A queen exchange in chess, especially in a position where it's quite unclear who it actually favors, that is one that most players need to spend a huge proportion of time on, but Arjun trusts himself.
All right, he's back.
He's back. Will it be the rook or will it be the knight? I will say one thing. This decision to trade queens is not only playing the position, but playing against the opponent. Arjun, extremely tricky in these middle games. He's the one who's the aggressor, the attacker. So I think going into an endgame is sort of something that Hans wants from an overall bird's eye approach of playing Arjun Erigaisi.
All right, so the recapture with the rook does come through, avoiding the trade of bishops with the check. Now that dark squared bishop slides up to defend against the A5 threat that Tanya pointed out a little bit earlier. So both these players still very much positioning through the middle game. I think it's time to hop back up to the upper bracket and take a look at each of those matchups. Let's go over to Magnus Carlsen and Yavokir Sindarov. This, for me, is all about the time on the clocks, as well as this slight advantage that Magnus has built for himself. It's looking scary here for Yavokir Sindarov, perhaps facing down his first loss of the tournament.
Wow, it's rare to see Sindarov this low on the clock, this early in a game. And it was all just due to one clumsy move. He brought his knight in the corner forward to C2. It got in the way, and we talked about maybe plopping it back in the corner, just getting it out of the way of its other pieces. He actually put it on a maybe even worse square. And this one is just bad because it can never leap forward. It might also become a target for some black pawns later down the line. And yes, white has a pin on the black knight, but that's quite harmless at the moment. That knight is easily defendable. And it just feels like with Magnus's last move, he's setting up a nasty pin on the dark squares. The white knight's misplaced. I'm surprised the evaluation by the computer gives this much of an advantage for black. To me, it feels like one or two careful moves and white should be fine with the symmetrical pawn structure. But trend-wise, clockwise, it does all add up. And Sindarov clearly not happy.
And it amazes me, you know, when you're playing against a player like Magnus, an inconspicuous mistake, which didn't even feel like that on move 9, of misplacing that knight can cost you this heavy. It almost feels like Magnus is outclassing him after Sindarov misplaced that piece. He does step away from the pin that you were earlier pointing out, David.
Yeah, I just want to mention on our screens, 99.6% accuracy from Magnus so far. He's upped his game just in the last 24 hours.
Hard to beat that.
Hard to top that. And Sindarov, I mean, 95% accuracy. That is...
Right. I mean, can you imagine? You're playing 95% accurate freestyle chess, by the way, a position you've probably never seen before, or at least have very low familiarity with, and even still, you're not winning.
Yeah, I mean, still you're worse with white, and you're down, what is it, 13 minutes on the clock. That is scary times for Sindarov. He needs to create something special here to somehow just tip Magnus off balance.
How do you do 99.6% in freestyle chess? That is absolutely mind-boggling.
It's ludicrous.
It's incredible. And you know, it reminds me of what happened in the round robin. Sindarov beats Magnus. Magnus wakes up suddenly. He's back on it, goes on a hot streak. Yesterday, it felt like it was Fabi's win over Magnus that made him reset. You know, with his back against the wall, when he's put under pressure, Magnus Carlsen, he transforms. It's like suddenly, he's always a beast, but he just levels up completely. You know, pressure doesn't break him, it wakes him, and I think that's what's happening. This is Magnus being Magnus now. And that story started, I don't know if you guys obviously do remember when Magnus, in that second game, in a must-win, just decided to sit out.
Yep.
He didn't want to analyze with anybody else. He wanted it to be in his own mind, figure things out for his own, and that's where the movie started. That's where you could see that things are changing.
And I loved the additional perspective that Levon gave us in the interview yesterday around that, right? Saying that specifically in that case, Magnus, the requirements of Magnus were different than the rest of the people analyzing. He was in a must-win. Others could have gotten away with a draw. So he wasn't going to let his brain and his thinking get muddied by the thoughts of those who have different objectives. Goes and sits by his lonesome for 10 minutes time, and that's all he needs to completely turn this tournament on its head.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like losing a game is like a shock button for him, David.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And I mean, I wish we all had the gear shift that Magnus did, but it's just incredible that he can go from a sleepy Magnus at the beginning of a day, getting crushed in 20 moves, to suddenly just dominating opponents, outmaneuvering them.
You're telling me there's no David Howell shock therapy in chess? There's no...
I wish. If there was, I would be out there playing. But in the meantime, okay, big decision.
It feels like we're lashing out a little bit. I think that's a recognition of the difficulty of the position, maybe the misplacement of the knight, and the potential for an attack being launched on the left-hand side of the board. So Sindarov says, okay, I'm going to start it before you can.
Yeah, and he's just not a retreat type of player, Javokir. He will never back down from a fight, and essentially his knight was attacked. Two options: you defend it with a pawn at the risk of worsening your own pawn structure, or you step back that knight to a worse square. So I think he chose correct here, Javokir. At least he's asking a question of Magnus. Do you want to take me? Yes, you double my pawns, but I will at least gain some time in the process.
It's amazing if you see the position, and if you just highlight all of Magnus's pieces in the center of the board, and we often talk about how important the center is. And the point is that from here, you can direct play to either side. Sort of like a football field, right? Why midfielders are so important. Because you could go right, you could go left, you could score goals from anywhere. And this is Magnus playing across the board. He's got tension on that left flank. Knight can jump in on either c4. It's attacking the e4 pawn as well. The bishop eye-lining that entire diagonal. Meanwhile, compare that to Javokir's situation. Some pieces on the left flank, some on the right flank, and you can feel the disharmony.
Mm-hmm. That's a good analogy, especially here, Tanya. It's like you've got like no midfield. You've just got like a couple of left wingers. You've got a right winger, and you're not controlling the traffic that's coming through the middle here. So Magnus, I'm expecting him to maybe take a timeout. He doesn't need to rush this position yet. It's unclear what Javokir's next move is. There's still too much pressure on the knight for anything to crack on the on that left flank. Maybe just improve his queen, maybe improve his bishop. Lots of choice now for Magnus, who's going to use some of his time advantage.
I have one question here, David, which is, it's not easy for me to answer. You know, we talk about changing dynamics when you're under pressure, changing the character of the position. There is a trade possible that would transform Magnus's pawn structure. Bishop takes knight, if Javokir was to choose to do that, and the g-pawn recapturing, opening up the king. Is that something that Magnus needs to be worried about in the future at all? Because there is a pin along that diagonal.
That's true. I think Javokir's just been holding off pulling the trigger there and actually capturing the knight because he knows he might need that bishop to fight on the dark squares. Magnus has just pushed his pawn forward. But just to put this on the board, as Javokir thinks, taking, it does look like it weakens the black king. So I think it's on his radar. The problem is white has no real backup for the white rook on this side of the board. No other pieces really can contribute to the attack, and black has a bodyguard. The bishop will step across as a shield. So I think at the moment it's kind of the way up. It's like bishop versus knight. Probably it's nice to keep the tension rather than kind of show exactly what you want to do next. But what else is the big question.
And it's a decision that would be easy to make if you just pick up and drop that knight that's on the edge of the board at the center of the board, like a midfielder on e3. Then you take it, jump onto f5, and then you're super happy. But right now, that knight far away, really difficult to find itself. There's no rerouting way because you lose connection to the e-pawn. So I don't think knight c2, knight e3 is easy to execute for white. Javokir playing great one there. That's the emoji the knight deserves.
It would take 3 moves to get that knight to the square that you want it to be on. So a tremendous loss of time, and giving Magnus 3 more moves to craft a plan spells an almost certain demise for a young player like Yavakir Sindarov. All that said, the accuracies in this game have been quite stellar. The heart rates are looking good. Let's take stock of the whole field when it comes to those 2 metrics. Zoom out and take a look at the heart rates and accuracies across all 4 boards. Nobody's feeling too much pressure, it looks like, early on in the morning. Fabiano Caruana, though, cool, calm, and collected alongside Magnus Carlsen, the 2 vets. Vincent Keymer, also down in the 70s, and Arjun Erigaisi, always ice cold in his veins. From here to the accuracies, though, I think the more important stat, and look at that, almost everybody 95% or higher. It is only Yavakir Sindarov who seems to be on the struggle bus, and largely probably has to do with that night, that tricky night that we've been spending most of our time talking about. And as we pull out of this, we'll check back in with Levon and Vincent Keymer to see how this one is developing. Much closer on the clock between these two as compared to their counterparts in the other semi-final. It's Levon's move to make.
Yeah, the board has opened up on the last few moves. We've seen some exchanges. The first 2 things that come to my eye are White's isolated pawn in the center here. Not looking too comfortable. That can be easily attacked by a black rook in the near future. Also, White has some doubled pawns near the king. Probably not the biggest weakness right now, but Black's queen lurking nearby. It does feel like potentially some questions to answer for Vincent Keymer. But all things being equal, it looks like he shouldn't be in too much trouble. I think Vincent, a draw, escaping this game, probably would feel like a success for him right now. Levon, with a small time advantage, will be looking to apply some pressure and hope to eke out something from this position.
And to counter that, right now, at least Black has to think about, do you want to go immediately on the counter offense or take care of your own weakness, which is under threat with that centralized bishop eyeballing the c6 pawn. And I think this is one of those moments where we'll also get an insight into Levon's mindset. If he plays the move that you're suggesting, I think he wants to try to create an imbalance, try to create a position where there will be chances, or will he take a more sort of a cautious approach, sliding his queen over, trying to first defend it, but then giving Vincent the time to perhaps improve his own knight, get it towards the center of the board. I do think draw is the most likely outcome in this one either ways.
Yeah, it feels like Vincent's kind of taken some risks, but hasn't made such a big mistake that he can be worse with White, or at least significantly disadvantaged. So Levon, that's why the hands are on head as he tries to find what could be a key move here.
David, it did feel like that Vincent was in some trouble out of the opening. Do you think we could backtrack and do a quick action replay on this one just to see how he managed to sort of navigate the situation when we left it last?
Yeah, we actually left it quite a while ago, but we'll bring it back a few moves. We saw Levon bring this knight forward. Vincent was quite low on time at this point. We saw some quick moves, the queen stepping forward, the pawn trying to control the advance of this white knight, and Vincent finally committed his king. It was to the right. He could have gone left there, but maybe just a bit more airy on that flank. We saw some exchanges in the center now, and as we said, Black would love to exchange and take back with a piece, because White's isolated pawn now is a big weakness. And in this position, a question mark appeared. Maybe the queen could have gone in a different direction, stepped back, stepped to the left, but a question mark. Levon losing some advantage due to this last move, and okay, this is how we got here to the live position. Still thinking Levon, and suddenly he's the one who's low on time.
Shoes on the other foot, all of a sudden. A difficult decision to make.
Yeah, I think Levon, I mean, the move he would love to play is rook to d8. That's where he's going to start. He's a very dynamic player. He doesn't like to defend weaknesses if he's got a chance to counterattack. So I think this is what he's looking at first. Maybe then he'll be thinking of swinging the queen or moving this pawn. Those are probably the three candidate moves here, all with different pros and cons. But it's all to do with either attacking the white pawn or defending his own weakness.
Who do you think this position, whose style does it favor more? The simplified nature of what we have in front of us?
I think for now, Levon, with the queens on, but if the queens come off, maybe Vincent.
That's so interesting, because I was thinking that this might favor Vincent more, just simply because does Levon have the scope to bring in his creativity here?
Yeah, I think while the queens are on, there might be enough, but I understand what you mean. Like, it could become a technical endgame where suddenly Vincent is the one to kind of show his mastery. It's kind of teetering on the brink. That's why Levon, I think, spent so much time, because he wants to keep some kind of juice left in this position.
So in the end, Levon does go for the move that you suspected he'd want to make. Rook sliding over to d8, threatening that central pawn here. For white, of course, he is leaving that c-pawn of his own undefended against the light squared bishop. So now Vincent Keymer has a decision to make as well.
Yeah,
Very
big
dangerous.
moment. Big moment. If he takes this pawn, Tanya, he could be walking into some nasty attacks. Firstly, the bishop is threatened, but also discovered threat against the queen. The knight would be trying to jump out the way with the check, potentially, and that queen could just drop off.
And you might think you can hide from both these threats by sidestepping your queen, defending that bishop on the c line. But you know, James, what we say on this broadcast. Something about...
I'm not saying it. You thought you were going to get that out of me? First, I'm not going to be the first one to utter it today. That's between you
it's your
and
catchphrase.
David.
It's your catchphrase, Tanya. Drop it on us.
Yeah, we're putting pressure on the pin piece. I got you. All right, there you go. You can have it out of me just this once.
It's an option, but the thing is the knight on d4 I also see. But I think that's the problem with this, David, is that that bishop on c6 can come under fire.
Exactly, and it's hanging by a thread here for white. So loose, and especially with pieces on the back rank, doesn't feel good. So Levon is the one asking questions. Vincent has to come up with the solutions.
Well, with plenty of action still to go on this board, I'm going to take us back over to Magnus Carlsen versus Javakir Sindarov, more than anything because of the time on the clocks here. As we arrive, you'll notice Javakir Sindarov is now below the 2-minute mark. Magnus Carlsen still sits above 15 minutes in his bank, only 15 seconds increment. It is enough to play out a game, but you're going to start feeling the pressure if you're not already.
Yeah, and this is already hanging in the balance here. If Javokir can get the knight forward, as Tanya was pointing out earlier, he whips up some kind of attack, and maybe the black king gets a bit scared. And we know Magnus occasionally plays a bit fast and loose with his king safety. But if Magnus wants to play it safe and just eliminate the white knight now, it does feel like long-term black is doing very, very well. White has 3 kind of terminally weak pawns on the queen side. The black queen can start going for them. I think Magnus just whips off that knight and then decides what to do with his queen, and any endgames are going to favor black. That's not a good sign when you're playing Magnus.
You don't want to let that knight live on f5, no matter what. Just do not allow that. And like you said, the pawn weaknesses, that is a long-term thing, so you just take care of the short-term threats and you're super happy. Since we left it last, I think there have only been some trades where Magnus gave up his bishop for the knight, and maybe we just play that out super quickly, David, after b5 in this position. Bishop takes knight, you take it with the pawn, and this is what we were discussing, the double-edged nature of this trade. You get an open G line, but is it going to be enough? And immediately, Sindarov rerouting his own knight to the center of the board. Magnus also traded his own bishop, destroying Sindarov's pawn structure on the other flank. The black knight jumps forward, controlling a key e3 square. Check. King slides over, and this is where we are. Magnus is thinking, I would take this decision in about half a second, simply because how scary knight f5 looks. Is there some super GM stuff that strikes you as an alternative?
The only other move I would really consider here is to maybe attack the queen first and then take the knight next. I'm not really sure what difference it makes, whether kind of putting your bishop here would allow, for example, the white knight to leap forward, and it's kind of which piece do you want to trade off for the white knight? Do you want to keep your knight on? Do you want to keep your bishop on? I think that's just a bit of a coin toss for me. Magnus is probably more likely just looking into the future. He knows that Javokir now is eternally going to be in time trouble under 2 minutes, so he's thinking, if I stop, pause, keep him guessing, and then play a quick flurry of 5-6 moves, maybe he'll be down to seconds by that time.
And that's really interesting, because it's always a question in my mind when I'm playing, right? If your opponent is down on time, how much time do you think by thinking yourself? Because while Magnus is doing that, Sindarov's calculating as well. By the way, he does go for the second option, hits the queen first, topples a few pieces along the way. Another question is, I think if Sindarov moves forward with the knight, happily Magnus will trade it, and we've got a great knight versus a terrible bishop in that position, and that's not a dynamic that you want to be fighting against. Sindarov looking to move his queen would be my guess. We've spoken about the trumps for Magnus. I will point out there is one weakness, right? That f-pawn that Sindarov is also looking at targeting long-term, looking for that counter offense on the king side.
He should probably stare at that pawn now with his queen. And yeah, it just feels like Sindarov today, maybe a bit more nervy. Just we see it on the camera, he's kind of shifting position a lot. the clock usage gives away a lot into his mindset. Just not the confidence we've seen from him in the last 2 days. And that might come back to haunt him. It's nearly 0% chance of survival if you're facing Magnus in an endgame with no time on the clock.
And he's going to be the first player across all 4 boards to dip below the 1 minute mark.
Oof.
Now only 50 seconds
Yeah.
to his name. You're going to have to make a move quicker than the increment comes in if you want to keep yourself alive in this one.
You do, because big questions lie ahead. It's not as if this one will solve the problems on the board. By the way, this feels like a repeat of the narrative of what happened in Weissenhaus. Sindarov comes in as an underdog, takes down Magnus Carlsen in the round robin, and then in the fight for 3rd place, it was Magnus who went on to win the match. Queen h4, the queen does slide over, and in accuracy, we can expect that when you're under a minute on the clock. And that's the problem with having less time.
All right, so does Magnus snap the knight off now?
I would do that in a heartbeat. But Magnus, he's got enough time to be a perfectionist here. This is kind of maybe one of the last 2 or 3 critical moments for Magnus. If he can find a way to start eating some of the weak pawns on the queen side for white without getting checkmated himself, then it's just game over. So Magnus knows this is the moment to invest the time. For Sindarov, he's just reacting. Queen coming in as well, maybe after a knight trade, before a knight trade, not sure. Those are some weak pawns.
And the problem child of that light squared bishop that Sindarov is dealing with, right? Staring at his own pawn at the center of the board. A really ugly piece to boot. Meanwhile, for Magnus, his own bishop super active, his knight super active. Again, the play in the center, looking incredibly powerful. Sindarov needs Magnus to basically make a mistake. It's the only way he comes back in this game.
The evaluation bar's on black side quite a bit at this point, but it could turn totally black within a couple of moves, or it could turn totally white. Well, no, there we go.
Keyboard almost gave us that mistake that you were hoping for or talking about there, Tanya, but it will not be the case. The queen infiltrates, and now we have the knights come off the board. A very strong-looking light-squared bishop here for black, as compared to that blunted light-squared bishop on the other side. Now we're looking to kick the queen away. Where does Magnus go with it?
This is interesting because he's also setting up a 7th rank infiltration, right? If you take the pawn, which looks incredibly dangerous. And David to the rescue with his arrow. I think the queen trade has to be offered here. Any other move? And this might just turn around with rook d7 next.
Yeah, queen takes pawn is super risky now. And there we would see the evaluation bar go sky high. Because suddenly white is the one moving in for the kill. And this is very awkward for black to deal with.
It would be instantly lost.
Yeah. This is crazy. For example, if you drop your bishop back, the white queen can step further in, threatening and checkmate. You cannot allow the white rook in. So in the live position, Magnus hasn't blundered, of course. He's at a crossroads, but he might just need to go into his beloved endgames. I think he'll see that.
Yeah, he'll probably see it, but I love it. A bit of ingenuity, a bit of fight here out of Sindarov. With his back against the wall, knows he needs to come up with something creative. And unfortunately for him, Magnus Carlsen sees through his tricks. He will offer that queen trade. The queen trade will be accepted. And things continue to look dire for Sindarov as more pieces come off the board.
I don't think Magnus loves anything more when it comes to playing than to go into these kind of endgames where basically he's just the one with all the trumps on the board. He's going to enjoy this. He knows he's going to grind this down. I mean, he's won endgames with far little than what he has in this position right now. Look at the pawns that Magnus has. Compare them to Sindarov's. The double pawn on the C line. The bishop trapped. The light squared bishop defending A2 and defending E4. No bright future in sight. Magnus the one about to win the open F line as well. Looking at infiltration, watch out for back rank weaknesses. Just been defended by Sindarov. David, yes, it's not a winning advantage, but I think you don't save this at this level, and you especially don't save this against Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly. I mean, I would feel very confident here as black, but I mean, Magnus, he's going to be feeling that this is a win. I think in Magnus terms, this might be a decisive advantage. There is a question of what to do next. Magnus will, of course, try to improve his king at some point. He'll try to find a way towards these weak white pawns, but there's no direct path. For Sindarov, at least he controls the d-file, not to actually get his own rook in, because he needs to protect infiltration by the black rook, but it's more to just stop black's pieces coming. And it's hard to imagine any way to attack this pawn, at least in the near future.
Do you want to trade rooks if you're Magnus in this position? I think that would be one question that will show us what could be potentially the plan for black.
It's tough. I'm not sure. I think if white's pawn sits on a3 on a dart square where it cannot get attacked and the rooks disappear from this board, there might not be a way into white's position. Magnus gains a bit of space, but doesn't look too happy about it. Question mark given.
A small opening, perhaps, here for Javakir Sindarov.
But you just have to sit passive, right? It might be an opening, but you still have to just stay. Because there's no counter offense. You really cannot move your rook anywhere up. There's a checkmate on the first rank.
Can't move the bishop either.
Can't move the bishop, so he does at least try to free the bishop a little bit. Also stops any b4 advance in the future. Keeps the pawns on the dark squares. That's a good advice for anyone watching. When you've got the same color complex of the bishop, put your pawns on the opposite color. Here, it is the dark squares. It can't be targeted. You can't put attack on it. And Sindarov does that.
Now he's trying to create a way for his light squared bishop to get into the game. Maybe trade off by bringing it up to d3 on the next turn as well.
I think that's a trade he'd love.
Yep, bishop trade, and white's rook will be able to get active and counterplay. So Magnus maybe took his eye off the board just for half a move there. I don't know whether he could have pushed his own pawn forward just to stop white from kind of putting his own pawn in a dart square, fixing the white bishop to a defensive duty for the rest of the game. And I understand what Magnus is trying to do. He's trying to say to Sindarov, you cannot move. This is always going to be a checkmate threat. If your rook ever leaves the back rank, your king is actually in mortal danger. But he doesn't have a breakthrough himself, Magnus. 10 minutes against under 1. Still a favorite, but still a lot of hard work to be done.
Actually, I think Sindarov has a positional threat here. The move that you pointed out, James. Bishop d3 is coming up next. If you decline the trade, we might see that bishop start targeting Magnus's pawns on the right flank and suddenly also stopping any infiltration on the first rank. White's rook starts getting active. You know, rook lands on d6. Magnus might have to be careful. And I think that's why he slows down. He needs to fight bishop d3.
Big moment.
Yeah, best move in the position. Bishop e2.
Uh-huh.
But then the white rook
slides over.
The bishop has to go back, surely.
Repeat, offer a draw, David Howell.
No chance Magnus takes a draw here, at least not in the next 20, 30 moves. Magnus is risking precisely 0. Rook trade, bishop trade.
Yeah.
Probably save white, but no more than save. We will see.
How is Magnus going to stop Sindarov from getting rid of that bishop? That's the piece you want to keep on the board if you're black, the bishops.
According to the computer, another sneaky move might be to play rook to f4. Not obvious, but at least that would discourage a bishop trade since the pawn in the center would fall. That's a difficult one, I would say. Computer suggestion, human eyes, it's provocative. It's asking for white to step forward and attack that rook. But then the rook has access to the third rank.
Yeah, I think he does it. I think he does it because it feels like it's the only way. Otherwise, Sindarov might just equalize it on the next move. Magnus will find it, and he does.
Wow, rook to f4.
Found.
So now if you put the bishop there, you just simply trade and you lose the e-pawn. So Magnus eyeballing that central pawn, making it impossible for Sindarov to do what he wants to do.
Well, interestingly enough, it's still the best move in the position.
Wow.
But that might make it that much harder for him to commit to it, right? Because it is essentially admitting the loss of a pawn.
20 seconds to make this big decision. It's a huge judgment call. Also, a lot of calculation needed. You're giving up a pawn to try and get the white rook in and behind and get active, but it becomes a bit of a race. And that is a huge call to make.
And
got to make it now.
I'll
8
say
seconds. I think he's going to do it because you have to go on the counter offense. You're just suffering against Magnus. That's 3 seconds. Why is he not moving? Make a move, Sindarov.
about to lose on time.
What's happening here? He's got to move. He's got to move. What's happened? He's frozen.
Yeah, either there is because I think, yeah, there's a tech glitch here.
Okay, perhaps our clocks lied to us just a little bit. Oh, there it is. He does make a move, but it's a more tepid move. It's bishop to c2, not what he needed to find in that moment. And once again, Carlsen's in the driver's seat. Now he's going to clamp down a little bit here on the left-hand side of the board.
The problem is for Javakir, he literally can do nothing here. His king is trapped, can never get off the back rank. He can't touch any pawns. That only creates weaknesses. His rook can never leave the first rank because then black just delivers checkmate. His bishop cannot do anything active. And there we see the clock. He made a previous move with 8 seconds left. He made that one with 7. He's just stuck now forever. Magnus is going to slowly improve. That was the only time he could have ever offered a bishop trade. Now Magnus is going to push pawns, bring his king forward, and any race will clearly be won by black now.
Passively defending against Magnus, I don't think it ever works. In these kind of endgames, what Sindarov is saying, I'm just sitting still, I'm going to keep everything defended, you show me how you break through. But Magnus Carlsen always finds a way. He's going to start pushing the H-pawn, he will at the right time get them up the board. Sindarov just sitting super passively right now. H5, H4 coming up.
Yeah, doing his best to reroute the remaining pieces he has at his disposal, but the space rather is being garbled up by Magnus Carlsen. The king is going to get more involved into the game at this point as well. Yeah. And soon Javakir will be suffocated out of this game.
Yeah. Good or bad, he had to do it. Even if he had no time to evaluate that pawn sacrifice, it was the only thing that gave him any hope of activity.
And now he's trying to push the black rook back, but he's created an eternal weakness on the 3rd rank. The white bishop is going to be fixed now to cover this square, the f3 square. But black's rook has other paths forward. Now the d-file has been vacated. You can go back and around. And this looks super strong. Full access into the white camp.
And even if Javakir manages to trade the light squared bishops with the bishop slide over in front of the rook, he's too late to defend the infiltration of the black rook from the D line, as you pointed out.
How many times have we seen Magnus do this? Just sit on a position, apply pressure, and the opponent cracks. Either psychologically, on the clock, or just in terms of a one-move blunder. Sindarov, unfortunately, it was a series of small mistakes, and he's paying the price now.
Continually checking in with his clock, playing with mere seconds. He'll launch his H-pawn forward, lashing out, offering a trade. Maybe then the bishop could finally get involved by snapping up that H5 pawn, but it'll be too little too late.
Magnus has cashed in across the board. He's going to have this super H passer. He's already clamped down the entire left side. The rook is penetrating, infiltrating from either side of the board. The king is about to march up. The bishop on c4 dominating the board. Just everything playing beautifully. And this is what shows the importance of center in chess. And Magnus understands it better than anyone.
Yeah, Magnus, he always does this. He grips the center, as Tanya says, but then he pushes a pawn as far down the board as possible. I'm looking at the A4 pawn. I think that is the winner long term. He's going to use his rook to remove the blockade in front of it. It's going to be a bit of a race here, but he can ignore the other side of the board. He's going to remove white's A pawn, and then it's just 1, 2, 3, queen. Magnus's pass pawns always promote. That's the saying. And yeah, he always finds a way. He always gets that space advantage on the flanks. And then it's just a matter of calculation.
Nervous fingers here for Javakir Sindarov, fiddling with the pieces. Magnus continues the reroute of the rook. Javakir will take a pawn. We'll look for that one to be traded back.
He could even just ignore that entire side.
Dive in.
And just go straight for the kill.
There's 3 big targets on that 3rd rank. If the black rook wants to jump now, you're going to win all 3 of those pawns most likely.
Got to be the best way to go about it. Magnus Carlsen, 77 is the heart rate there. He hasn't felt pressed at any moment during this game so far. I think very different from the first meeting of these two guys in the round robin, right? There was a much more attacking chess coming out of Javakir Sindarov. Got a bit more of an advantage early and kept the aggression up. Wasn't the case this time around.
Magnus was busted by move 10 in that round robin game with the black pieces. In this one, it was an inaccuracy on move 9, a slight inaccuracy on move 9, and that was all Magnus needed in that game, in this game. He's just outclassed Sindarov in game 1.
Yeah. And with the black pieces, he brings his rook in.
There it is.
Looking very good now. And yeah, most people, even these top grandmasters, the heart rate skyrockets past 120 when they're either winning or losing, or they understand something's about to happen. Magnus is so consistent, so calm. He's
yeah, but it's Sindarov's heart rate that's doing exactly what you said. It just jumped up above that 120 mark because he knows what's about to happen to him.
Exactly.
Also playing on seconds now. 5 seconds. 4.
He has to move. He defends 1 pawn with his king, but other pawns are about to drop. It is the black A pawn that's the closest to promotion. That's the one that Magnus is banking all of his hopes on. Maybe he'll trade off on the right side first if he doesn't want to give white too much of an advantage on the other side. But I think all races are in black's favor now.
Time to start hoovering them up with that rook.
This just feels like Magnus on Hulk mode. And when he gets on this gear, it's just bad news for everyone. Tournaments just end up being a race for second place. he's outplayed Sindarov. This endgame, just vintage Magnus start to finish in this one. And it all comes down to Fabi. You know, he's the one who had that best shot yesterday, so close to changing this entire storyline.
Why didn't you stop him, Fabi, before he picked up speed, before he turned green and went Hulk mode?
You said, I already beat this guy once. You're telling me I got to do it again? You could have done it for me.
It's crazy. Javakir is the one with the green jacket, but it's Magnus the Hulk.
Okay, big moment. Offering a rook trade. This is clever from Javakir. He's saying to Magnus, if you do trade rooks, maybe if the white king is quick enough to run all the way over to the other side, black cannot create a passed pawn, and you might be able to hold that endgame with a fortress. So Magnus unlikely to agree, unfortunately, to that rook exchange. He can gain a very important tempo against the undefended white bishop. Maybe taking the rooks is also winning, but some calculation would be needed there. To trade or not to trade. Again, it's the question. That's always where Magnus spends time, because he looks into the future. Strategic decisions he makes kind of with a lot of consideration.
And usually they are right.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10. They are the perfect decision, Magnus Carlsen. And that's why we talk about gear changes. Not many in the world can do this. Just kind of shut down the opponent's chances, shut down any counterplay, make it look like one-sided traffic. And yeah, Magnus, everyone can attack. Everyone knows how to make the opponent's king if they get a chance. Not many know how to control a game from start to finish like this.
Well, in the question of to trade or not to trade, with the, well, actually, Magnus goes against it, but trading was winning. There was a way for you to get those pawns down the board before the white king could come in aid of the defense with a b4 push immediately to follow. Either way, he goes for something that maybe is a bit more stable, a bit more certain. He's going to kick that light squared bishop up the board, and now he can go threaten that a3 pawn again.
And then strike with b4 eventually. You line your rook up with that a pawn. I don't see a plan or a way for Sindarov to stop this. Rook a1, b4, a3, a2 resigns is, I think, how this game might end. It again comes down to the nature of the position, right? Sindarov needed a complex battle, and he never got it in this one with the white pieces. He needed those muddy waters. He needed that chaos, and it never happened. Strategically, positionally, you can't fight against Magnus.
And it's so instructive how Magnus doesn't allow even a hint of any counterplay. Magnus has refused to take this pawn on g4 so far. It looks like the most natural move in the world. What does it even change, you might ask? But the white bishop there, therefore, would be able to go in and behind and start chasing some of the black pawns. So he doesn't even allow a single breath for Javokir. This is just pure suffering, unfortunately, for the youngster. Magnus still with 3 minutes 40 here, should have more than enough time to come up with the winning plan in the right order. And this is why having time in the bank is so important.
Also thinking if he wants to throw in a check, maybe trade on g4, but I think the winning idea must, David, revolve around pushing, getting that a pawn up the board.
Now I look at it, yeah, without rooks would have been much more clean. But yeah, it's still the same plan, still just as effective. Magnus gives a check first. Ooh, the bar rises slightly. If Magnus gets below 1 minute and can't calculate, because it is so concrete now, then we might start to see some trouble, but still winning for now. Trades off the pawns. And I think he's worked out white is just too slow.
So the bishop will recapture. And then Magnus, will he line up against that white a pawn, try to win it, and will he be in time?
I have a feeling he just wants to kind of move his bishop out the way and just collect. He just wants to take this pawn first and do it the kind of slow and steady way. But
and steady's good.
Yeah, but there are multiple ways to win this. What is Javokir thinking about? Bishop takes pawn, surely.
And the thing is, you play it, and then you think.
Right, think on your opponent's time, not on yours.
This is not the moment, especially when you're playing on seconds. Whoa, okay, he wanted to throw in this move.
This might help black in his plans. We said Magnus wanted to kind of go behind and then at some point push his pawns.
Yeah, now you're just inducing a move like that.
It's a spanner. Magnus does take a pause, and maybe it just also throws him off the idea of going after the c-pawn, as you were pointing out. The slow and steady, very Magnus-like maneuver of trying to win this game. So bishop d1 hits the rook.
That's one thing that more experienced, older players hate. They hate it when it becomes a calculation battle. They want to win without calculating. So Javoke is at least forcing him to kind of go for it at some point, whether it's pushing the pawn now or in the next few moves. Magnus will have to time it correctly.
You could also just disconnect the rook from defending the pawn with bishop to b3, but you have to just calculate that you're in time, stopping counterplay of the white rook sliding over to the d line, giving some checks.
Yeah, the white bishop coming behind as well. Maybe some form of counterplay here to at least scare Magnus. The game is still alive. Sindarov's doing a great job. He's a fantastic defender. That's one thing he showed at the World Cup, where he only lost one game out of 20 plus. That was his main success there at the World Cup, just holding difficult positions and converting his chances. Can he hold this one, though? That would be a miracle at this point.
And I think even if you want to go for the b4 plan of trying to blow open the path in front of your a pawn as black here to try to queen it, you want to throw in the bishop move, just stopping the white king from getting closer to that left flank, taking away the squares, and then trying to promote that pawn.
Mm-hmm. Very important. I think very natural move as well for Magnus. So he's just trying to will himself to make that decision. He's looking at that left side. I think he's trying to calculate whether this move wins on the spot, though, pushing the b pawn.
So tempting.
Just now dipping below 2 minutes is Magnus Carlsen. While this game is still alive, we've had 2 results across our other boards. It's a draw in our other semi-final between Levon Aronian and Vincent Keymer, with just a rook and some pawns apiece in the endgame, and a draw between Arjun Erigaisi and Hans Niemann in the lower bracket. Fabiano and Parham still playing, Magnus Carlsen and Javokir still locked in battle.
Very balanced game that one was between these two. I think Vincent, in just a slight bit of questions at the very start, but answered them to perfection. And then in the end, answered a draw. Hans there, looking pretty cool as well.
Yeah, ultimately the Hans game just very, very blocked. We left it, not much was happening, and that kind of continued to be the case. Levon Aronian, we did think that he was the one with a slight pressure, but Vincent, a fantastic defender himself. Big moment here. White is finally creating some activity. I think this is the first time, as long as I can remember, that a white piece has crossed into the black half of the board without being exchanged off immediately. Bishop.
He's going to push it. He's going to go b4 here.
Mm-hmm.
I think Magnus goes for the direct way. At some point, you just do that, right? You've done everything right. You sit, you calculate, through to the win. And I think he makes it happen.
Yeah. He maybe is thinking of giving a check first. There are small ways to kind of finesse this. But Magnus is under the 1 minute mark now.
And the point of giving a check is that White's king can't step over to the d line, because then you end up losing the bishop with rook to d1. So Magnus might force Sindarov's king to a less ideal place before he sacrifices a pawn to make a queen. But that's the winning plan that he's looking at right now.
Oh, I don't want to say it too loudly, but is he getting nervous, Magnus Carlsen? Down to 30 seconds, he does give a check.
Loud enough for us to hear, David.
King cannot cross towards the pawns, as Tanya mentions, because the rook would go behind with a skewer, getting that bishop at the end of the line. So the white king has to move further away.
Well, look at that. Magnus's heart rate, I think for the first time over 100.
Yeah, scratching those triple digits. We do have a pawn coming off the board, though, finally. And Javokir will look to trade that back with the bishop that's on the flanking position.
He's doing it very professionally, Magnus. He grabbed the pawn. He didn't even want to sacrifice a pawn, which would have actually accelerated his promotion, maybe by one move. He instead wants to do it very slowly. He knows that one of the pawns, especially the a pawn, will likely cost white a bishop or a rook. So he wants to remove the counterplay in the near future. Probably a pusher pawn, but then he'll go behind with his rook to stop white's last remaining hope.
He's giving no chances at all. You know, that line with the b pawn push, you still have to be very precise with the pawn race. He wants none of that. Picks it up. And once again, slows down now.
Want to push forward.
You know, usually, David, in these kind of instances, Magnus is super quick. He blitzes out his way to victory. But there's something that he's hesitating about in this position.
It's a sign of respect to Sindarov here. I think he knows how tricky the young Uzbek is, how resourceful. He wants to ensure there's zero chance of a mishap here. He moves his rook across.
That gives the b pawn up for the c pawn. There's going to be a trade.
Okay, so he's banking everything now on the a-pawn. And it's good that he has the e-pawn left, Magnus, because rook and bishop versus rook is a draw. He needs to keep one pawn alive.
If I remember correctly, in this very studio, someone called the a-pawn as the one that's going to decide Magnus's game.
Did.
That's right. Eyes on that a4 pawn, but 2 more pieces leave the board.
Okay, how to stop this pawn? The white rook's actually just on the wrong side. The white rook needs to be behind. If white could drag and drop here, pick up the white rook and put it anywhere behind the pawn, this would be an easy draw for Sindarov. But that's unfortunately just a passive piece in the middle. And he retreats his bishop.
Okay, you can't push just yet with the bishop. Will he go for it? Because there are tactics involved. You could potentially push a3, push a2, give a check on c1, and queen and b up in exchange.
That would be a judgment call, right? Does the black rook and pawn beat the white bishop and 2 pawns if the whole of the queenside disappears? Gives a check first. He doesn't need to rush that. He does have that up his sleeve for later, Magnus.
It's so easy to forget that right now there's material balance in the position simply because of that a-pawn. That's the big gem for Magnus. The MVP, the most valued pawn.
Which direction does the king go? Only 2 options.
Yeah, I would love to move towards that left side, but it will get checked. There we go. Checked back where it came from.
And you can't step up because then the rook loses connection to the bishop. Magnus would immediately start advancing the pawn, and he does.
Step up.
Well, as you said it, he can't do it because now the pawn has permission to move forward. So off we go towards the promotion square.
This is over. This has got to be busted now. You could also queen instantly. It would be a queen versus rook dynamics. How confident are you of that convert, Magnus Carlsen?
I think that's just a winning endgame. If he pushes his pawn now, gives up his rook, bishop trade is going to be queen versus rook and pawn come the endgame. That should be winning. I don't think white can hold that. He could also probably just move his rook away and keep the pawn promotion up his sleeve for later. Well, it looks like all roads lead to Rome, but Magnus, knowing him, he's looking for the maximum.
He's got to make a decision in under 30 seconds. Only 2 moves possible here. Either the rook slide defending the bishop or the a-pawn moving forward. A more direct path to having that material advantage. Magnus does push the a-pawn.
That's the equivalent to banking it, to saying, okay, I'm going to get a queen no matter what. And Javelkir doesn't even try to defend. He resigns.
Wow. The first loss handed to Javelkir Sindarov through the course of our South African Grand Slam. And it comes at the hands of the world #1, Magnus Carlsen.
And from Sindarov, the road is clear. He will start with the black pieces to force a tiebreak. Will have to win on demand. Not an easy task. And an image we've become used to seeing at the end of a game. Magnus Carlsen sitting back to put the starting position as best as he can remember as Sindarov gets ready for the next game. What a controlled performance this was by the world #1.
Magnus, he seems to do it time and time again with what he calls anti-young player chess. Take all the tactics out, trade off the queens, change the structure, take a long-term advantage, and grind them down, tire them out, and it worked in that game. Sindarov needs to just attack Magnus. It just wasn't his game, that one.
We said it at the top of the day, Magnus has already secured himself the Tour Championship and the year-long crown and title of Grand Slam champion. But he won't be happy unless he walks away with the South African title as well. And as we make a trip to our final board in play, you'll notice tragedy has struck once again for Parham Maghsoodloo. We left it with him in the confessional saying he felt like this is a game where at the very least he was guaranteed a draw, and somewhere along the way, things went awry.
They did. He was pushed onto the back foot. Fabiano started creating a kingside attack, and that has disappeared now. But the only way to stave off that attack was to sacrifice material for Parham Maghsoodloo. He's down a rook for a bishop. Not just that, though, but white's pawn is so strong. This might be the end now. This is a deadly check. If the king retreats, then it's going to get mated. The white rook would come to the top of the board. He has to give up another pawn, and this is heartbreaking for Parham. Head in hands now. It's going to be another tough start to the day.
That's not just any pawn. That is pretty much game over. It's the mating attack against Parham's king that's going to decide this. He does step up with his queen, walking into some huge discovered checks.
It almost feels like there has to be a forced mate in this position. Queen, knight, and rook lined up against the black king. If this is not mate, nothing is, and Fabi will find it.
There we go. It's a check, discover check. If the king drops back, then the rook comes to the top of the board. We have seen a handshake, and it is another heartbreaking loss for Maghsoodloo. But Fabiano converted it really nicely.
Yeah, a nice win there for Fabiano Caruana. A consolation, if anything, from the loss yesterday to Magnus Carlsen and falling down into the lower bracket. But yeah, a sad day for Parham Maghsoodloo as they discuss the position.
I think at this point, Parham just doesn't care. You know, if it happens, if he gets up on the scoreboard, great, but he just wants this to be over now. That is his 10th loss in a row for Fabi. You know, it's been an up and down tournament. He's looking at that 5th place finish. There's still a lot of money on the line to fight for.
Most definitely. Still a chance, though, to strike back here in our second game of the day, equalize things, and possibly force a tiebreaker here against Fabiano Caruana. But let's go back to the beginning of it all. Starting with the draw, it was position 44, our landscape, our battlefield for game number 1. Difficulty for a number of our players to navigate the early game. We saw a lot of them jockeying for position, a couple of those X's being formed across the board. But then as the pieces started to fly, some separation between the players began to show itself. 2 decisive victories. Magnus Carlsen overcoming Javakir Sindarov with the black pieces. He goes up 1-0. Fabiano, the other one, to get a decisive win with the white pieces and sits with a 1-point advantage. Levon, Aronian, and Vincent Keymer, they'll go into the second round of the day, tied at half a point apiece. Same is the case with Arjun Erigaisi and Hans Niemann.
Wow. So that means that for Sindarov and Parham, the task is cut in this final long time control game. They have to win on demand. The other two boards, the score is level. But I have to say, Magnus Carlsen, what a vintage win that was by Magnus. It was one of those games where it's hard to even understand where Sindarov went wrong. It was just this one tiny slight inaccuracy, just a piece placed on the wrong square. And that's all that Magnus needed to dominate with the black pieces. I think Vincent showing class once again with the white pieces in a difficult position that he got into out of the opening. Levon putting the pressure, managing to keep that balance, once again showing how and why he was the Weissenhaus champion.
Magnus sitting pretty right there in the upper bracket, very close to booking his trip to the finals once again. There on the bottom half, you can see Fabiano Caruana. He's done a great service to himself in challenging for that overall 5th place. Hans Niemann and Arjun Erigaisi all tied up as we go into the second game of the day. Still, anything can happen. We saw it happen just yesterday in the Magnus versus Fabiano game. So the person who takes the first loss is not necessarily doomed to defeat.
Exactly, and it's a bit of a godsend that it is freestyle chess. There's no ways for white to force a draw at any point. The games are guaranteed to be full-blooded fights, and despite having black Sindarov, he's got to have a bit of hope. He just needs his type of position. That is the key.
When you say his type of position, paint that picture for me. What does that look like?
Something where he can attack.
Yeah.
Where the center is a bit more fluid, where it's not just stuck, stable, where Magnus can slowly make these strategic decisions, improve his pieces, and get to an endgame. I think he just needs to keep queens on the board and some hint of an attack against Magnus's king.
I think if you ask that question to former world champion Mikhail Tal, he'll say his favorite thing, you know, it's that forest of complications where 2 + 2 is equal to 5, and the path out is wide enough for only 1. That's the kind of position that Sindarov needs to pull Magnus into, where there are opportunities for both players to go wrong. You have to be precise. It can be up and down. We'll see a lot of bar swings, but that's where it's your best shot against Magnus, and that's what Sindarov has to do. Positionally, strategically, Magnus is inevitable.
Okay, so the position perhaps being the most important factor. I'll have to call out the clock management again, though, as well for him. I'd like to see him play with a little bit more speed early on. Just don't put yourself in the position that you found very early on, working with 10, 15-minute deficit to a Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly. There was no one big blunder. It was a small knight inaccuracy he never really recovered from, but the clock kind of made that move look like it was a terminal mistake. So I agree. Javakir, he normally uses it as a weapon, but there it was a weapon used against him.
Yeah, and what have we said in the past? Magnus Carlsen, you only need to give him one chance for him to take advantage of it, right? And typically he'll never give you more than one chance for you to take advantage of it. So we'll see if Javakir is afforded that chance in the next round up against Magnus Carlsen. But let's talk about the other semifinal that ended up in an even standing. Vincent Keymer, Levon, Aronian. What's going on there? I mean, you said you would imagine Vincent's pretty happy with the result of this first game, but why should he be happier than Levon with a draw?
And that's a great question because he started with the white pieces, but I think the way the game progressed, especially in the first few moves, Levon got the ideal formation structure, the healthier pawn structure going into the middle game. We saw him in the confession. He was super happy with the position. He said he could push a little bit. But Vincent, once again, showing incredible understanding. He was able to keep it consolidated. I just think this was a very high-level game with very few mistakes. Nothing went out of control. Both players played to perfection, and that's the nature of the sport. That's the nature of chess. When you play with such high accuracy, draw is the most likely result.
You say it's a high-level game, and you mentioned the word accuracy. Any guesses as to what the accuracies were for these players in this game? Because you're exactly right. It was extremely high.
I would say definitely above 95%.
Mm-hmm. You want to go? How much higher you want to go? How much higher you want to go?
All right, let's go 90 and 97.5, 97 point. What, higher than that? Like to the stratosphere?
Okay, just about basically as close as you could get without being the engine. 98.1% on the side of Vincent Keymer, 98.3% on the side of Levon Aronian in freestyle chess, folks. Come on.
Crazy. I mean, look at this last position, David. I think that tells the whole story.
You can't get much more symmetrical than that with the pawns. And just a rook each. That was literally the definition of neutralizing each other. A lot of mutual respect. I think Levon trading off the queens earlier, maybe a bit too early. Maybe he just felt, okay, a draw is fine with black. Could have applied a bit more pressure, but ultimately nothing to separate them.
Yeah, but maybe, as you mentioned, the fact of playing with the black pieces, the fact that coming out of the analysis phase, almost everybody did feel like black's position was going to be the harder one to navigate. You say, yes, I'll take my half a point. Let's get a new position where I play white. Most likely I'll be advantaged from the get-go, and then all I need is to beat Vincent. One, done, and move on to the finals.
It was very professional. I just want to mention Levon, as soon as he ticked below Vincent on the clock, he was like, okay, let's force it towards a draw. I'm not going to take any risks.
And I do think that Levon fancies his chances better when it goes into tie breaks. He's happy. He's not going to fight it. He's not going to take extra risk to decide the match in this longer time format. And that's something that Vincent might have to do, but he starts with black next. So much depends on what position gets pulled out.
Right, you'll be kicking yourself if you drop the series to Vincent in the longer time controls, if you had opportunities to push it to the tiebreaker, right? And then, like you say, perhaps for Vincent here, we're going to see a bit more reaching, a bit more throwing of some wild punches and some curveballs thrown Levon's way here, hoping not to let it go to 5-2.
Exactly. Vincent won every game in Weissenhaus in the classical portion in the knockouts when he had the white pieces. He won every game. He won against Arjun when he had the white pieces yesterday. So I think Levon feels he's kind of survived the toughest challenge, and now he'll feel he's a favorite.
Well, still anyone's game here on day 3 of the South Africa Grand Slam, but Magnus Carlsen has set himself up for success with a point advantage over Sindarov. Levon Aronian and Vincent Keymer all tied up as we move into the back half of the day. We're heading to a break. On the other side, we'll get you into that position lottery, and soon we'll see the chess and the pieces flying across the board. We hope to see you there.
wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything you wanted, and I wanna see you, don't wanna leave you. I just wanna give you everything you dream, but hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. You got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me. Won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even be himself? If I told you that we could have a better life,
No sleep, you'll never find me dreaming these days. Lonely, I had to get another set of keys made. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took her off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life,
if I choke on the words in my mouth, will you help me get them out?
you know I'm always worried about. If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life. I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything
now. I never had it down until now. From the moment you came over, I'll be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride. 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 things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we're taking flight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, that feeling. Never stop dreaming. You take me to a better place. Never wanna leave. Affection in a million ways. When you're next to me, all of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we're taking flight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, 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 that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
It feels great. I've won the war and now I want to win the battle as well. First of all, I was happy just to get here because it seemed to me that I had very reasonable compensation for the pawn and every chance to play for a win. And this, bringing out the bishop, just seemed reasonable. Like it was a more active way than putting the bishop on f6 immediately, maybe then bringing the queen over. And it's a weird position because there are two dead bishops in the corner, but once my mine breaks out, then it's going to be the strongest piece on the board probably, and his could also be very strong if this blockade is removed. But even if but generally, even if the bishop gets out like b4 and so on, it's not going to be that great. So I did feel that my position had a lot of potential, and then I'd already seen this idea of sacking the knight with e3, and I thought that would give me very decent practical chances. And yeah, I was generally happy later on when he declined my sacrifice, like this, bishop g5, knight c4. I don't know if this is forced, but it all seems reasonable. And here knight a5 is super risky, but then again, letting my bishop out is even more risky. So here, there were some interesting lines here, both after knight f2, knight f2, f4, maybe rook e1. I was thinking of this, keeping an eye on this knight, and then if he goes b4, I wasn't sure, for instance, if g3, here I take this. I wasn't sure if he's actually getting mated here or not. If he's not, then I probably lose the game. But I can understand why it looked very dangerous for him, and I thought, well, I might as well go for it. I also don't have to play g3 necessarily, but the problem though for him was that after he moves his rook, and sorry, the knight is not here, it's here. After I get this pawn, I get the knight back. This, well, I guess he goes b4 eventually. Like this bind that he has here is quite fragile. Even when he has the pawn on b5, I can start breaking it up with a5 and a6, and I have a lot of other positional trumps as well as some potential play with either pushing the h pawn or the f pawn. So I thought practically I should be doing well, and it didn't seem that my position was particularly worse. And you know, from then, as will happen with these time controls with positions that are unfamiliar to us, adventures did happen, mistakes were made, and so on. But yeah, I felt overall I did all right, even though, you know, doesn't always feel 100% like I'm in control. Yeah, it was very tough, especially the way that I lost. I got kind of outplayed at some point. I had a very difficult position, but I managed to fight back. I thought I was better. I was up on time. And then I just had a complete and utter meltdown, like literally forgetting how the pieces move, because I thought I could take his queen while I was in check. Of course, having missed a couple of resources before that as well. So I wasn't very optimistic about the second game. Like, I didn't feel that I really had it. And luckily, I managed to sort of calm down and find a good plan in the opening, where I felt that I could get a complicated game without being like much worse. And from there on, I think I had some good sequences, some bad sequences, but yeah, eventually I managed to win.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to South Africa. The best players from around the world have come here to fight for the title of 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour champion. After an incredible journey, Weisenhouse, Paris, Las Vegas, it all comes down to this. With this as our backdrop, you can really feel the energy of this place. It's powerful, just like freestyle chess, full of emotions, creativity, and surprises. From here, we're heading south to one of the most beautiful places on Earth. A place where luxury meets nature and where the 2025 champion will be crowned.
Welcome to Grootbos Private Nature Reserve, the home of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Finals 2025.
It takes your breath away. The perfect place for the grand final.
Where strategy meets beauty and champions are made.
That between mountains, forest, and ocean, Grootbos is not just a location, it's a world of its own.
It's the perfect place to celebrate the beauty of nature and the brilliance of freestyle chess.
Who will win the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in South Africa? And who will be crowned the champion of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour?
Get ready!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Day 3 and our semifinals here for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in South Africa. We had decisive results in one of our two semifinals. Through the first game of the day, it was the #1 in the world, Magnus Carlsen, who took down Javakir Sindarov, handing him his first loss of the entire tournament. Now going into the second game of the day with a solid advantage. The other semifinal, though, Tanya, of course, sported Levon Aronian up against Vincent Keymer. The two of them would come away with a draw, so half a point apiece there, even footing going into the second half of the day.
Yeah, and I think that doesn't tell the full story because that one as well, a very fighting draw. It was a very high-level chess there. I think for Sindarov, he has to win on demand. You know, that situation itself is one of the most difficult to deal with in chess, and you have to do it against Magnus Carlsen. So double, triple that pressure. Sindarov has to find a way. He starts with black, and if I had to predict one of these two going into tiebreakers, I think it's the Levon-Vincent one. I don't think Magnus gives Sindarov a chance.
Hard to believe that Magnus will give Javakir a way back into it, but Magnus was in this very situation just yesterday against Fabiano Caruana, back against the wall, down a point. He sat by himself, he crafted a win, and was able to push himself to a semifinal. Javakir looking to repeat what the world's best has done before.
That is true. He needs to prolong the game, take a leaf out of Magnus's book, just keep pieces on the board. In the break, we heard Magnus breaking down that win against Fabi. It's just about keeping the tension, hoping the opponent gets a bit impatient, and hoping that at some point he gets a half chance. Of course, tough to imagine Magnus giving that to him, but he has to be ready if the time comes.
Now, of course, those aren't the only boards in play. If we pull up our tournament bracket, we can take a look and stock of the entire field, where they stand. Again, we've just put our focus, rightfully so, in the upper bracket, the 4 semifinalists who are vying for a grand final spot to take place just tomorrow here in South Africa. Sindarov behind in his matchup, looking to strike back. Vincent Keymer and Aronian all tied up. If we drop to the lower bracket, though, that's where you'll see Fabiano Caruana came out on top in his matchup against Parham Maghsoodloo. Maghsoodloo still trying to get a point on the board in this tournament. Hans Niemann, Arjun Erigaisi, they as well go half a point apiece in the first game of the day, so even footing for them in the back half. That's another one I could definitely see going to tiebreakers, as we talked about the possibility of some of them going that way.
That's really interesting because for me, I think Hans, Arjun, I would say that this is decided here and now in the longer time format. I think their style of play, I'm expecting if Arjun gets his chance to, again, create some chaos, he will do it. Hans won't shy away. Yes, the first game ended in a draw. I think both the lower bracket matches get decided without a tiebreak. For Parham, the heartbreak story continues. All of us hoping for a Parham comeback. I think we'll have to wait for the next tournament for that.
Ooh, that's quite the shout there. Unfortunate. I mean, even a draw, while it would result in, a series loss, would still be at least half a point on the board. Even still, it wouldn't spell the end of his tournament. Everyone will still play tomorrow. 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th up for grabs in our overall standings.
Exactly. Still a lot to play for. And Parham, it was nice to see him in the confessional earlier. Still holding hope. If he gets a position where he can play, I don't know, I have a feeling Fabiano does get a bit tense when he's in the lead. We saw that against Magnus yesterday. He kind of wants to force the issue, and if Parham can keep the tension, maybe a chance. I'm going to hold some hope at least.
No, I think in our hearts we all want that, right? And the other thing was I saw Parham at lunch right now. He still seems like he's in good spirits, enjoying company. I think the guy is just happy to be here. It's a platform, it's a stage like no other that he's had in his life. He did play the Grenke Slam, but that was an open tournament in freestyle. So playing against all these players in a setting like this, it's a huge experience for him. It's definitely not gone the way he wanted to or his fans wanted to, but still good to see a happy Parham.
Yeah, he's had the right attitude about the entire thing, taking it more as a learning experience at this time and looking towards maybe the 2026 season and surprising and delighting us there. So let's go again, right back through the matchups, because I don't want to get you both on record. We did predictions at the top of the day, but now it's more based on what we've seen on the board here today. Are you rethinking any of your initial picks to go forward into that grand final?
I'm sticking with mine. I said Magnus and Levon.
You said it's all about the old guard.
I think experience, business end of the competition. They've been here so many times. They know when to shift gears. They know how hard to push in certain games, when to take the foot off the pedal. I think they'll meet in the final.
Okay, so he's sticking to his guns over here, but you were not on the Magnus and Levon train at the top of the day. So where are you now halfway through our games?
The thing is, right, Magnus is a favorite in any match he plays, in any form that he's in any format that the tournament is, and he is the king of this format. He's won the entire Grand Slam Tour, 2 matches to spare. But yes, at the start of the day, I was rooting for Sindarov. I think it would have been an amazing story, just the chess that he's produced. What he's shown, his fearless attitude, going undefeated into the tournament story, would have been a fairy tale run. Wasn't the case. I think I am going to be the one who'll be biting my tongue. I think Magnus takes this.
Okay, all right. So then I guess all three of us now come into alignment, at least in one of our grand finals for Magnus Carlsen. I still give the edge to Vincent Keymer as long as it ends here.
I'm sticking with Levon.
That would be the thing. I think if it goes to the tiebreak, then I break your way, and I'm going with Levon. And speaking of Levon, we got a quick word from him at the conclusion of the first round of the day today, and before he dives into the back half. Let's go to him now.
Levon, you seem to get better out of that opening than it seemed you would when you were discussing it with Magnus today.
Yeah, somehow I thought the c6, f6 maybe is okay, but not to my liking so much.
How do you like the first game today?
Yeah, it was better, but then I think I took some careless decisions. Then just draw.
Good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
So some careless decisions he's calling out. He's going to look to eliminate any of those inaccuracies or blunders, because I think that's one important note for Vincent Keymer is it was at the kind of the charity of his previous opponent, Arjun Erigaisi, with a distinct blunder on the board that even allowed him to book his ticket to the semifinals. So we know Vincent is the kind of guy to capitalize if you give him too many chances.
Exactly. Careless decisions, like slight inaccuracies, the ones that drop you down from 99% accuracy to 98, those are fine. Those are acceptable. You can get away with 1 or 2, but you've got to avoid the big blunders. And interesting that we see 2 players who will be fighting against each other.
I love it.
Chatting away in good spirits.
Yeah, that's awesome to watch. And the other 2, Vincent and Fabi, were also at lunch together. So I think the players are just in good spirits. They're having a good time here. A lot of smiles, so much money on the line. When the games go on, you see a completely, different expression, demeanor by these guys. But off the board, they love the format. They love the beauty of it. And I think they love discussing it. Levon in high spirits. Huge matchup coming up.
Hard not to be in high spirits when you're surrounded by the natural beauty that we are here in South Africa. You can see the sun shining, gleaming through those windows just behind them. Players eagerly
I was about to say, thanks, James. That's very sweet of you.
The players eagerly awaiting the position that will be drawn for their next battle. Javokir Sindarov as well joining the group here.
He's asking for advice.
Yeah,
How do I beat
perhaps.
Magnus with black?
Well, let's pretend you're in that group. Oof. What are you saying to him?
Good luck.
Oh, poor guy.
Keep smiling and attack him. Keep timing the clock, attack.
Yeah.
Smile and attack. Smile and attack. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen, he just has become that unstoppable force that we know him to be. After taking maybe an early punch, an early slip up early on in the tournament, he's begun to look infallible. As you can see, the players repositioning towards their chairs, the final players making their way into the playing hall. Competitive integrity measures being put in place.
Tanya, hair check. How is Magnus doing?
I'm telling you, this is what he needs to do every day. The one time he had the slick back look was in the round robin. The very first day, the shakiest of them all. Went on to lose that first game. Ever since the crazy Magnus hair is back, he's just been Magnus Carlsen. He's been unstoppable.
So the real power move is for Sindarov to hand him a comb when they sit down at the board, right?
Some gel.
All right, we're missing one player by my count as Magnus Carlsen makes his way around. I don't see Hans Niemann, but either way, we're heading into the draw with or without him. Just moments away from our second semi-final bout here. Magnus Carlsen with the lead over Javokir Sindarov, looking to book his ticket to the grand final. Levon, Aronian, and Vincent Keymer all tied up. We're over to Fiona Style-Anthony on the stage for the draw.
Welcome back. The first game of the semifinals is in the book. We saw a draw between Vincent Keymer and Levon Aronian, and a win for Magnus Carlsen against Javokir Sindarov, who is now in a must-win situation to force a playoff. And in order to draw the next position, I'm delighted to be joined by Ella Carlsen. Ella, you've been to all the freestyle chess events. What sets this one apart for you?
We brought our son. And the place is beautiful, so I'm very happy.
Well, I'm happy you're having a good time, and you're going to be responsible, actually, for drawing the next position. So let's find out.
Yeah.
So it's going to be position number 413, 413. Thank you so much. You can give it. Oh, we're going to have to find that one back. Position 413. The players will get 10 minutes. Best of luck. And to the spectators, have fun.
Daniel hat das eben nicht gehört.
I don't know what I'm hoping for, so I will just...
SRC.
It's too hard. Again, we have the C4, C5.
Yes, C4, C5, F3 is
A-Gate. It is very similar for me. It doesn't feel too dangerous.
No, C4, B5, C5 doesn't feel right for it.
For white?
For white, you think it's good?
I mean, it's a bishop on G1. It should be very good. C4 if play F6.
Should I play C? Should I say C5 or will you kill me?
B6.
Yes, I don't mind B4. I would love to play this as well. I don't care.
Okay, you also need to find a way to win.
Okay, I want to play some interesting position, not too boring.
Yes, but
so C4 F6, you should be happy with C4.
Right.
C4.
Okay, what do you do?
C6 and D5, right?
D5, CD, or
nice.
So why you play C6?
Okay,
maybe
D5,
we should D5 immediately.
Okay, now let's go for it. Let's find for us.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think C4 is critical. Sorry.
But D4 d4. It's very weird. Or d4, b5.
E4?
Yeah, probably not b5. Okay, to ask a stupid question.
But why not, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't... What else?
No, there's probably nothing else. So we could also see it somewhere.
F6, C6, or?
It's not stupid at all. But it should be worse than the other one. Kind of the same, right?
No, d4, d5 is very solid, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see any problem. I mean, just...
I don't see any amazing move for white, to be honest. It's quite...
E4, C5.
E4, C5 is...
B4.
C4.
If it doesn't win a piece or a pawn, queen d3 shouldn't be played.
Rubbish.
How about d4?
Looks so dangerous, no? C5?
c5, okay. I'll play with c3. f3, let's see. Why is this dangerous?
You mean it's just the same position as we were discussing earlier, right?
Bishop f6. So you want to meet c3 with c4?
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about that. e4.
Takes
The king. No, it takes. Okay, wait. Bishop f6. How if I... How about if I play slow? No, slow. a4? Slow Massagi. The Massagi variation. This is okay, yeah?
I think so.
But this... Okay, and if I go c3 immediately, he still goes for c4. d4 takes... c3. This is so strange. Bishop f6.
Now we can have a match for
f6, yeah? d4 takes and... Takes and d5. Yeah, it's okay, Papa.
Should be able
e5.
Then we take it.
Takes and d5, e5. Queen f5.
But then bishop f7, e6. Aren't you wasting too much time? Jumping around?
Yeah.
Don't believe it. And f3 is already there.
f6, d4, d5, e4, e5. So then that's the... Okay, let me see.
Yeah, I don't like giving this tempo.
Okay, but let's just see this position.
But perhaps we can like, yeah, b6, d4, so yeah, d4, d4, c6.
No, Black's point of view, the structure looks good from Black. From Black's point of view, it also looks good from Black from the opposite side.
No, both
Maybe it's
positions have theirs.
some bias for
I'm
for
not
Black.
sure about this. It could be dangerous, but I think we can. I mean, you are for sure happy, but it has some.
It also looks
danger.
Our moves are very easy, right?
Okay, I'll just make this, I guess. But where does this knight from e8 go?
But you can also play
When the bishop on g1, where does it go?
If you play e5 and knight f6. And Black is probably better.
Yeah, here is like so.
Okay, so d4 f6 is not dangerous. d4, we said d5 is forced, right? So what else can... It's actually not a bad position to play for.
It's f3. That's just...
Well, the question is maybe now we play like h5, bishop h7.
Yeah, maybe.
Because h5, h4 is good.
e4.
Bishop.
e4. I don't know. You cannot play bishop h7. Take.
Oh wait, take and c5 maybe? Or I don't know, there's some... Maybe bishop h7 first?
Yeah, bishop h7 first. Hi.
Very good. Bishop h7, e5, c5. CD?
Yeah, should be good.
Your queen is gone.
No, what do you mean? c3 is next? Let's turn at c3.
You're written to e5. The horse.
Knight d6.
No, C3.
Nah.
Come on. Find something. So you're saying D4 is the move? D4, D5?
If Javakir Sindarov wants to keep his Grand Slam championship hopes alive, he'll have to do it with the black pieces on position 413. The players have had just about 8 minutes to talk about it, a few more minutes to discuss what they think will be the best way forward. As you can see, Levon being one of the more vocal parts of his analysis group, as always is expected, across the board here from Magnus, Carlsen, and Arjun Erigaisi.
And that's exactly what Vincent and Fabi reminded Sindarov of as they sat down to take a look at this position that they have, which, by the way, has so many similar concepts from the previous one that they just played in. And Sindarov and Fabi mentioning to Vincent that you have different requirements, you have different needs from the outcome you want. They wanted to go and have a more solid approach, David, while Sindarov was like, guys, I need to win. I need an imbalance here.
Yeah, Sindarov needs a win in order to keep things alive against Magnus Carlsen. Vincent Keymer, he, with a win, books his ticket to the grand final, but will still survive with a draw or better. Fabiano Caruana, in his matchup, has the advantage of a point, so a draw is all he needs to lock things up. So a bit of a different circumstance for all three of them to some degree. But yeah, it's really Sindarov who is vocal about, I need to make things a little bit messy. I'm looking for interesting positions, not necessarily stable positions.
Exactly. In his own words, not boring. That's the only thing he wants from the opening in this game. Interesting that he didn't take a leaf out of Magnus's book from yesterday and just take himself away from the group discussions and just try to get into that killer mindset where he can try and imbalance things. We see the players taking their seats. 4 pieces on the same squares they started in the previous game. The whole of the right side of the board, or at least the king, bishop, and rook here, just as we saw them in position 44, as is the knight on c1. And Tanya, they were discussing very similar concepts to start the game.
For both sides, right, where there was a central pawn moving forward. Like we saw in the last game, center space was a huge theme for white. So either the pawn in front of the knight or the bishop. And similarly, very interestingly for black, those 2 little moves, f6 and c6, to open up the bishop and the queen, as we saw in the previous game. I think we'll see these ideas come to play. Sindarov with the black pieces. Where will he find the imbalance? Must win for him.
As all of the players take their seats, and with 10 seconds to go till game start, it's do or die for the young Uzbek up against the world #1, Magnus Carlsen, looking to book his ticket to the grand final here in South Africa. Away we go.
The gong sounds, the players begin. Where is Magnus Carlsen? That is the question. Forfeiting a few seconds. Nothing new, of course.
I think Javakir is in no hurry to find out. He said, Magnus, take your time, let the clocks run as much as you can. You know, get low on the clock, use every little bit. And you mentioned about something Magnus did yesterday in a must-win against Fabi, where he decided to take a break from the group discussion, go sit on his own. Not a path chosen by Sindarov, as Magnus does arrive with his little cup of tea, places it. He will make his first decision. And I think that story of that comeback thriller that we saw from Magnus yesterday really started at that point. It started even before the action on the board began. You could see the mind shift on the world #1.
And in this moment, we'll zoom out, take stock of the field. Magnus Carlsen just about poised to make his first move. But as you can see, across the 3 other boards in play, 2 of our players with the white pieces have initiated gameplay, while Arjun Erigaisi will just now reach for that e-pawn and bring it forward.
And so far, 3 different moves on the boards where we have seen the white players make that decision. E4 from Erigaisi, it was D4 from Maghsoodloo, and C4 from Levon Aronian. Will Magnus complete the set? Will he play something other than those 3? Maybe F3 would be the other main candidate move, something the players with the white pieces, the team, were discussing. And C3, we have 4 different first moves on 4 different boards.
Unique moves across this one. Very, very intriguing.
So basically, no one agreed with anyone there. They were like, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Going their own path here.
Trust issues with the teammates
You know,
there.
when you spend so much time with people, it eventually happens, David.
Yeah, perhaps trust issues, but again, also perhaps what we were just discussing, the fact that everybody is playing for a little bit of something different in this one.
Exactly. Maghsoodloo needs to win, so he goes his own way. And Magnus, happy with the draw, he goes his own way. And the other two, they're unsure. Arjun and Levon, they would just like to get a proper fight, a real game. They decided to play maybe more normal-looking moves, I would say, e4 and c4. Interesting that Hans Niemann is the one who hasn't made his decision after being late a bit earlier to the opening discussions.
Almost by 9 minutes. The players are required to be in the playing hall about 20 minutes prior to the start. So Hans Niemann missed that. Magnus also decided not to sit amongst players. He was at the back watching Ella pull out a position there, which got straight thrown back into the mix. So 4-1-3, a reminder to the organizers, needs to be pulled out of that draw. The most interesting draw out of the opening here, I will say, is the Parham board so far. Bottom left of our screen right there, we see an early Howell the H-pawn move up the board, H4. And this was the first time that I saw Parham not take part in the group discussions. He kind of decided to go his own way.
And you know what? When he needs something a little different, he needs his first victory here in South Africa. And I have to believe with a whole majority of the chess world behind him, hoping for some brilliance on display up against Fabiano Caruana, he's going to take a couple stabs at it here early on in the game.
Oof.
Wow. Not just the H-pawn, the A-pawn as well. We're going for the pincer attack.
Yeah, you push them forward and eventually hope that you can stab towards the center a bit later. Just a very quick action replay. He did start with the D4 pawn push, something that Magnus Carlsen might be transposing towards a bit later in his game. Fabi says, okay, symmetry, that's fine by me. I just need a draw. Parham brings out a knight. We see the C6 move, at least a diagonal opened up for the black queen, maybe the bishop as well, coming out. And this is where Parham says, I don't know what I'm going to do next. I'm going to wait for you to decide first. In the meantime, I'll gain space on the flanks. Big question, though, is where the white king is going to castle. He's pushed pawns on both sides, meaning that maybe the king isn't going to castle at all.
To me, this is not brave. It's a player on tilt, right? He's not taking that much time. He's pushed all his pawns forward. Very committal decision there, because that stuff you can't take back. You've let go of some squares. Your king potentially weak for the rest of the game. And Fabi's done everything very healthy. He hasn't taken any time. You know, he's played fast. He's simply continued to improve the position of his pieces.
And centralization for Fabi. He's improved his bishop onto a nice diagonal with its queen. The knight comes towards the center, just as White has done. Knights behind pawns is the motto, and Fabi's keeping flexible. He hasn't played f6 yet, a move we discussed earlier, to open up his bishop, because he might go the other way with his bishop, which might be a very nice diagonal down towards the white queen, staring at it. And yeah, it's very unclear why the pawns have been pushed. There's no big targets on either flank. It's not as if black has declared where his king is going either. So it very much seems like Parham has passed the kind of first move advantage that white normally has. Kind of to Fabi here, he said, I've played some kind of generic moves rather than concrete moves. And what is this? He's shuffling his queen. Very mysterious play here. I think he's just trying to confuse Fabiano at this point.
Yeah, bringing it on to a diagonal that I guess eventually it could threaten a king that remains on the right-hand side of the board.
You know, if you ask Levy, if you ask Gotham Chess, this position, freestyle chess, guess the elo of the player playing with white. I don't think Parham wants to hear the answer to that.
Yeah, early days, but it probably wouldn't be high. Like, the queen is literally nowhere to go if it comes out to this square, gets hit by a pawn. If it comes out one square short, then it's going, well, now it would just drop off. And Fabiano is already setting up some nasty traps. That knight is hard to remove. And that's the downside behind pushing your corner pawns here. Your H-pawn, for example. White cannot push this pawn now, for example, just because of a check. A fork, game over. This is going to be a thorn in his side now for a long, long time.
Even Fabi doesn't understand what's going on. He just takes a look to the left, to the right, takes a sip, gets up and leaves. He's just done everything that's so natural for black in this position. And I'd already say, from a human perspective, looks very good for black.
It's a moment where I'd rather like for Fabiano to be diving into the confessional, just because I want to hear what he's thinking from the opposite side of the board when you see this coming your way.
Do it, Fabi.
We can hope. He hasn't been in there so far, unless I recall wrongly. Fabiano is one of the few.
Not to my recollection either.
And it's understandable. I think in round robin, it's impossible to expect the players to do that. And then he had Magnus in the next round.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Use all your time when you're up against
Stay on
Magnus
the board.
Carlsen.
And do your thing. You know, he almost did his thing yesterday. So maybe today, now is the moment that he'll find that space to take a pause. So Fabi looking good in this one. Should we move over to some of the other boards, James?
Yeah, let's go to our other lower bracket bout first before we jump up to the upper bracket. So checking in with Arjun Erigaisi and Hans Niemann. Not too many moves made here on this board, and that, if anything, is maybe the most surprising thing for me as we arrive between both of these players, known at times to weaponize their clock, move quick, and look to create early advantages.
Yeah, sometimes when a plus and a plus meet, it's a minus, and they kind of cancel each other out. And yeah, both players trying to get the energy going. Huge kind of recollections here, similarities between the previous game, where again, it was the f6, c6, the 2 pawns we're highlighting here, opening up diagonals for the pieces. And maybe the big X that we were talking about. Very likely that white at some point pushes a pawn forward. Very likely that black challenges the center. And I think the players are just weighing up when to go for those types of moves. For now, though, it looks like decision time for Hans Niemann, whether to push forward in the center or whether he first needs to, for example, move his bishop out and castle his king.
Longest diagonal currently occupied by one pawn or the rook. So half of that X has been achieved. And a lot of patterns emerging from the first one. I think white will do exactly as you mentioned, an idea for Hans. Push that f-pawn, get the bishop out of the way, get your king to safety, and then you're basically looking at a standard chess position. And it all explodes, it all opens up once you have a trade in the center of the board, once that liquidates.
Yeah, the only other expectation I might have would be one of those knights jumping forward. No, he's going to go for the bishop instead. I was thinking maybe knight to e7, supporting that very same pawn push, just another way to develop and grab control of the center. Sorry.
No, James, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was just wondering, you know, Arjun, the kind of player he is, what he wants out of the openings, how could he try to make this, well, not the same as what we saw in game one? And one idea that does strike to me is to maybe try to trade off that light squared bishop, which has just moved forward, so that potentially there could be some weaknesses you could target. Is bishop b3 an idea that, David, you might have on your radar playing this position? If you take, I'm super happy because I recaptured towards the center of the board. My rook file opens up. I'm a happy camper with that. And if you don't, maybe I'm getting rid of a key piece in your position.
Yeah, I like it. And I like the fact that you're suggesting it now, Tanya, after the black bishop is moved. So if there is a trade, then black would have had to lose a tempo in the process. He's moved it once, then might have to just trade off and move it again. So definitely on the radar. I think over the next few moves, it's going to be something that Arjun considers. Why not? It develops, and it probably trades off one of the best pieces of the opponents. So whether it's now, whether it's in 3 moves' time, definitely on the radar.
I like it as well, but perhaps you can explain to me what's then stopping, let's say, black from just evading that trade and pulling my bishop one more square out into the right. Onto that g6 square. Now I'm on a long diagonal that eventually hits that queen. The engine doesn't love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's pros and cons. It gains time, keeps pieces on the board. So those are the plus sides. I think the one downside is that it's difficult for black to castle on this flank now, as the square the black king wants to end up on would be covered. But definitely an idea, and definitely something that might be considered. Arjun doesn't go for it yet. Not yet, but maybe next move. He pushes his pawn forward, unleashing the other bishop, and Hans castles.
All right, the castle comes through here. I have a feeling that that question mark was, more, okay, it disappears because that was with the assumption that only the king moved.
Yes.
And it wasn't actually a castle.
No, the board just catching up.
Yep.
And no, a very healthy move, the most natural move from Hans Niemann, can't be wrong. Neither side have made a big commitment, neither side has made a big mistake. So I think very balanced for now.
So early days here, up to our upper bracket. Levon, Aronian, Vincent, Keymer. Let's take a look at this one. Both half a point apiece. So for either of them, a decisive victory in this game does mean a one-way ticket to the grand finals.
Huge stakes, huge game. And both of them, of course, they've got experience winning these Grand Slams. They know how to get it done, but this position looking very tense. Tanya, it reminds me of some kind of pawn structures from traditional chess, some English openings, but also reminds me a bit of Swiss cheese with all the holes in it.
Feels like the upside-down version of the stone wall right now. The Swiss cheese that you're pointing out here, the light squares left behind by the pawns that have moved forward on those dark squares. A really committal decision by Vincent Keymer, and not something that we see so often by him. You know, we talk about how well he understands this position, but he's left behind some long-term weaknesses in that. You know, you're pointing out a direct path for the pieces to land there, David. The d6 pawn, a potential backward weakness long-term. Vincent yet to make a single move by one of his pieces. What is that bishop on d8 doing? One more move. If Vincent plays b6, he'd have all his pawns beautifully placed. Get b6 in, get 8-6 in. And I don't know who's clapping for who in that position.
I'll just put those moves on the board, Tanya. Your wish is my command. And he's playing checkers, not chess.
It's the wrong sport.
Yeah, and this would not end well for many reasons, including the fact that the rook in the corner would be trapped. But
your own dark squared bishop is never going to play the game.
Ever.
Exactly. It needs to breathe, those pieces, at least for now. Whoa.
What?
Whoa, Levon sacrificed a pawn?
It's the Lev gambit.
If I had given you 10 minutes to guess what move he was going to make, would you have ever guessed that one?
No, and especially if we just do a quick action replay, especially because of one specific reason. We saw a pawn push, f6, logical, attacking a pawn. He defended it. C pawn, F pawn moves. This is the key. He's moved it one square already. And then 2 moves later, what happens next? He plays it again. F3, 2 moves later, F4. That's a loss of a tempo.
I love it.
Losing some time.
But you know, there are some themes of traditional chess openings at play here. Very often, white does employ these ideas of a pawn sacrifice to simply gain time bringing out the pieces. David, if the bait was accepted, I think what Lev's looking at is then continuing with development, bringing the knight out, hitting that pawn, and telling Vincent that, Vincent, you've made 5 pawn moves. Are you willing to make a 5th one on the dark square to actually defend that pawn, the only way to do it? And look at the weaknesses around the black king. I think f4 poses some serious questions to Vincent Keymer, and he knows it. Super dangerous to accept it.
And just to show, if black keeps trying to be greedy and maintain that pawn advantage, I mean, firstly, white has 3 pieces out in the open, but secondly, white is about to castle in one move. And for example, something like this, suddenly the king is just staring down the barrel of a very strong gun here. And this is just, I mean, ugly. I think beyond, yeah, you just can't consider this at all. Vincent Keymer is not a greedy player, and therefore he doesn't take the pawn. He barely paused for thought. He brought his knight out.
But the genius of it, you know, the fact that, what you mentioned, one move ago, f3, next move, f4. Seizing that opportunity, realizing that your opponent has only done a zigzag with his own pawns, and it's the moment you want to break it through. And Levon finds it, and he does it.
Creative. That's Levon. He plays unexpected moves. Even the top grandmasters struggle to predict and guess what Levon's about to do next. Of course, he has pushed this pawn forward. It looks likely that he will take in the center, just as I say that, he does. And he does force Vincent to take towards this direction and open up a file. The F file now is fully open. Kings stare at each other, but Levon says, I'm going to castle with check. Be careful.
How often do you see that, though, where the 2 kings are staring at each other on the F file, of all
Nearly
things?
Never.
Completely naked and exposed. But yes, Levon would be the first to get the castling in, even if Vincent does decide to match him with the bishop move here on this next turn.
And that's tricky, because also notice how Lev has set up the queen and the bishop on the other side of the board. So while white can castle, the moment black gets that move on the board, the h-pawn will be soft. Let's just show that. Bishop f7, short castle, and what you'd love to do if you're Vincent here is castle, play copycat chess, and claim that your development's over. But you can't do it, because suddenly bishop takes pawn from the other flank and game over.
I think instead, what? You have to block with your knight, maybe?
Yeah.
In that case. And then, are you considering a long castles? It's a long way away, but are you considering an eventual long castles?
Yeah, maybe moving this bishop out the way somewhere. And then you need the queen to get out the way and then to castle. Levon, in the meantime, would be hoping to maybe eliminate this knight, win a pawn in the process. Black might need to flick in this move sooner rather than later. Firstly, to keep that pawn protected, as Tanya showed, but to stop this threat. And yeah, maybe given 2 or 3 moves, the Black King can run the other way and Vincent will be smiling.
You know, the trajectory of this game, if the Black King was to find itself there, we saw Levon go f3, f4. Why not see b3, b4 happen on the board to open up that flank as well?
Yeah, boom, explosion.
Yeah, Levon's not afraid of a fight. We know that much.
In the meantime, some big questions. I don't know if Vincent foresaw this or whether he's just now kind of trusting himself to find a defense, but this is a Levon type of position, I would say, at least for now. With the dynamism, the hint of the attack, the Black King, clear target.
Rightfully so. We've put a lot of focus on the kings, the most important piece on the board. But just referencing again kind of the commitment of some of these pawns here from Vincent Keymer, that D-pawn is forever going to be a weakness, a backwards D-pawn that eventually Levon might look to expose.
And this is interesting. This pawn formation comes from other openings. It comes from especially English openings in traditional chess, and it's known as the Botvinnik pawn structure, named after a former world champion. And the whole idea is to stop pawn breaks. You don't allow the opponent to open the center. So although you're giving big kind of squares to your opponent, weaknesses, you hope to cover those with pieces. The pawns stop the opponent's pawns coming forward, and it's a neutralization tactic, just to prolong the game as kind of far as possible. So I think strategically it makes a bit of sense, but you have to survive this stage of the game. That's the first order of business here.
You know, you don't get to see Vincent in trouble in the opening very often in this format. He might take his time, and he might be low on the clock, but he seems to find the best moves and kind of get out of the opening stage without too much trouble. I think this is a different narrative, and I think he still needs to be a little precise, maybe even a little bit more than a little precise over the next few moves to get out of that, simply because of how committal his first 4 moves were.
So the accuracy going to need to be there for Vincent Keymer up against Levon. A little surprised that we don't see the immediate castle with check, because it feels like that's what all of this was building up to. But while Levon thinks about where he's going to go next, let's check in with our other marquee matchup. We haven't been there just yet. Javakir Sindarov, Magnus Carlsen locked in battle. Magnus Carlsen, a draw or better, will take him straight to the grand finals. For Javakir, he needs to get it done here and now against the world #1 just to force the tiebreak. And look at this clock situation, very similar to what we saw in the first round of the day. Already a near 7-minute deficit for the young Uzbek.
That's not a good sign, Tanya.
But I love the position that Javakir has gotten. Now, you're in a must-win, right? And David, you're going to do an action replay, because right now on the board, Javakir has an extra pawn. He's about to lose it, but guess what? He can throw in a spanner with a check. We'll do an action replay, and I just want to say one thing before you get there, David, that this is what you want, right? In a must-win. Yes, you have less time on the clock, but you know this is going to be a fight, because Magnus is about to be forced to lose his right to castle, to get his king to safety for the rest of the game.
Yeah, this is Magnus. Very provocative mood right now. The action replay you mentioned, Tanya, he started with c3. We saw after Black pushed the d-pawn, Magnus copy, and it was very much Magnus who initiated the chaos. It's totally symmetrical. He could have just brought his knight out like Fabiano was doing, kind of with colors reversed. He could have moved his bishop like we saw Levon Aronian doing. Stable position, white's a tempo up. But Magnus here, push forward in the center, defended by his queen. We know how much he loves to activate his queen. Javakir said, no, I'm not going to clarify the center yet. And I'm really shocked that Magnus made this decision. There's so many other tempting, healthy moves. Moving the bishop again. Any knight move other than the one he played would be just a very stable position. That's all he needs. But Magnus, I think, believes that he's got a big advantage here in what transpires. He's brought his knight forward. There's a huge threat, game-winning, game-ending threat on the board with a fork, royal fork. And he does expect to react to this check by blocking with his bishop. And the line you mentioned, Tanya, the bishop's coming out, the king coming out into the open. Magnus thinks, okay, I'm going to take this pawn back. I'm landing a check. I'm coming into this square. He's doing very well. And actually, visually, I love white's position as well. But if black can survive the short-term storm, then the white king might become an issue. So Javakir here would probably just need to castle, get out of that. Oh, wait, it does still lose material. Oh, yeah. Wait. Oh, wait. Magnus does have tricks up his sleeve.
Javakir has got to make a move, though.
Yeah, he does.
You just simply cannot be burning this much clock against Magnus Carlsen.
Again.
Again. Exactly right. You got to take the lessons from the first round.
But he really wants to give that check, and he's trying to see what the follow-up is. Can he survive that one-move storm that happens right after the trade? Because I just realized the other thing, right? Here, if you try to defend it with your queen, getting it to d6, which was my initial thought, b7's weak as well.
Yeah, this pawn would hang, and White would have a huge advantage. And James, it looks like a huge decision, but here he needs to find the energy to start sacrificing.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's pretty wild that the top engine line invites the fork by that knight after the castles that we talked about just a little bit ago. So first, yes, following through with this bishop check line, we, invalidate Magnus's ability to castle going forward, but you let go of your rook in this case, and you bring your queen all the way out to f4.
Yeah. And the problem is not reaching this position. The problem is evaluating this position from what you have right now. Javokir, 15 minutes. The more he thinks, the more it feels that this is where his head's at right now. But how often does it happen? You go down that path, but you can't convince yourself of it at the very last moment, and you make a panic move. What are the odds that he actually does it? And why is this still slightly better for Black?
Yeah, if you showed me this position, I would take White here every time. And then the eval bar says, Black is better. This is crazy. I think the compensation, rook for knight, you're down, but you have one pawn in return, so just a minimal disadvantage. You have the opponent's king out here in the open, can never castle. White's bishop is a bit stuck. I think just very quick activity. The knight is coming out to the center, the bishop's coming out, and the black rook is sliding into the center. So difficult, though, for Javokir. I mean, maybe he gets that process of elimination because there's nothing else. Anything else, he's just clearly worse. The knight fork is landing anyway, so he might be forced to find this, but it takes courage.
Guts, so much of it right now. And the thing is, if somebody puts this position up for Sindarov as a practice exercise and says find the best way forward for Black, that's the line that you're looking at, and you sit and you calculate, you evaluate. But he's got none of that. I mean, you could just be thinking that's lost. You see knight d7, you see you're losing in exchange, and you stop even looking at it.
Right.
You know, you stop your calculation.
Now you're looking for your next best option.
I can guarantee that both players think that White has got a big advantage here. I think Javokir might play that because he feels it's desperate. It's like a last resort. There's nothing else. It turns out that that's actually very decent for Black, very healthy. But Magnus, in his mind, he's kind of cracked this opening. He's found the most beautiful line for White. He's winning material, and he's going to win the match. That's Magnus's mindset right now.
Yeah. You look at him, you almost feel it, that he thinks this is over.
He's he's relaxed already, Magnus. That would be such a cold shower if Javokir now plays it. He needs to play it now, though, 13 minutes.
Because it's not the end of the game, even if he plays it and finds it. He'll still have to be thinking way across, way over the moves. Look at Magnus. He's so chill and relaxed. He just feels that Sindarov has gone completely wrong in the opening. But that's not the case, Magnus. Javokir needs to find bishop c4. He has to sacrifice that exchange. David, how bad is it if he takes a cautious approach? One human move that comes to my mind to stop that check is develop your knight to b6, not allowing any fork, not allowing a check on e6.
Put it on the board. This is not Javokir's move yet. We'll see the evaluation bar rise a little bit at least. Magnus's most natural move would be to recapture the pawn that he sacrificed. And now any check would always be met by a bishop block, and White's queen can drop back to defend. And the problem is Black's position is just full of holes. So here, it's basically the same thing, but yeah, you just do not get any compensation, do not get any attack for the weaknesses you've left behind. So I think he needs to find this.
Did you see that? The shake of Javokir's head. It's not only Magnus who thinks Sindarov has gone wrong, but Sindarov thinks Sindarov has gone wrong. What are the chances that he actually goes for it, process of elimination? Does he find it?
I don't know. Now with this much time sunk, I feel like he's going to bail out into maybe the knight move that you talked about, which is still the third best move in the position and gives him fighting chances. But not what you want to see when a win is what you require.
I think it's maybe 25% chance at this point that he plays the move. And if he does, it's not with confidence, it's out of pure desperation. 11 minutes. This is borderline acceptable now.
He's getting ready now. He's getting ready to make his move. The thing is, even if it's played out of desperation, if you come to that last position, you suddenly realize if he gets to that end of sacrificing the exchange, that there's a lot to play for here. But do you have the courage to go for it? And
he bails out for the knight move. It's hard to fault him for it. A tricky line to find. But it's not going to be his best option against Magnus Carlsen. And look how quickly the response comes out. Nearly instant. And right back goes the time pressure the way of Javokir Sindarov.
Oh, so many holes now in the black camp. The white bishop is coming out, something you mentioned in another game, Tanya. Trade off the defender of the light squares, and white's knight has full access into the opponent's camp. Now it's just pure suffering. I think it just needed to gamble no matter what. And yeah, at some point you've got to be practical. Whatever move you were going to play, you could have played it 10 minutes ago. And yeah, I think Magnus now is even more of a favorite than he already was. It's just unlucky for Javokir that the key moment came on move 5 so early in the game.
You know, and that's the thing, right? If you have to play knight b6, you play it within the first 2 minutes of this move. Because that is... And then you're not complaining so much about it. It's not the best move in the position, but you keep the clock under control. He burned all his time looking at the check, and then eventually down to 10 minutes decided to go with the less desirable option. That's the problem.
Didn't find the ideal move. So now he's fighting a bit of an uphill battle for the remainder of this game. Magnus Carlsen with plenty of time and plenty of control on the board. We expect him to cruise the way he normally does to a victory, but there's still opportunities here for Javokir. Not too many pieces have left the board. We've seen crazier things happen in freestyle chess.
Yeah, this is where Magnus will pause for a few minutes over his next few moves. He'll just decide where to put his pieces. I'm looking especially at the minor pieces still on the back rank, the knight and the 2 bishops. Once Magnus finds good homes for those, we'll see him speed up and try to secure a long-term advantage with minimal risk.
So with the expectation that Magnus slows things down on his side just a little bit, let's check in with our other semifinal bout, where we will see shoes on the other foot when it comes to the sides of the board. Vincent Keymer here, yeah, exclamation point for his most recent move. You can see the eval bar has slipped a little bit in the opposite direction, and the player with the black pieces has a small advantage.
Someone dropped a bomb on this board. Something's happened.
Yeah, let's walk it back. Let's see when and where that bomb was dropped.
Now we'll go back to the last moment we were here. Vincent played this move h6, mainly to stop the white bishop coming forward. Levon gave a check, very natural move. Very rare to see a check castle with a check. The holy grail in chess is to castle and deliver mate at the same time. I've never managed to achieve that yet, but one day, knight f6 played to block.
Play me enough times, you'll get it.
The bishop drops back. Very interesting from Levon. He wants to kind of double down his attack on this knight, and this is where the big mistake, at least according to the computer, did arise. After the black bishop came forward, attacking white's pawn, Levon had the chance to just defend it. He could have brought his knight forward, for example, very healthy move, but he said, no, your king and its safety is more important than my central pawn. This is debatable, though, because after the bishop came forward, judgment call, Vincent said, I'm going to take your pawn happily. And after a trade, rook check, turns out the black king is surprisingly safe with the knight around to defend it. No checks in the air. White's rook has to lose some time here, and I'm expecting him to drop back the whole way. I think the big problem, Tanya, is the 2 white knights. They just can't get into the game. They're still on their original squares. And Vincent now has the bishop pair, extra central pawn. If the rooks, queens, everything disappears, then black has a long-term advantage.
100%. And it's the unchallenged dark squared bishop, right? The bishop pair that you're talking about. And such a strong bishop it is that I don't even know how desirable it is to win that exchange. Do you really want to give that up with your king in the open? Even if that's not the possibility you want to go for, it looks tempting, but you just keep it. You give a check, you improve your other bishop, you take the rook out, and suddenly you're seeing the white queen stuck in the corner, no good squares. The knights, they can get to d3, but where beyond that? Not a single square to actually get to once the rook goes to f8 as well. A free flow of development. And I see the bar seems to like bishop e3. I thought bishop c3 would be the best move there, David. Is there an immediate problem with that? Because that's the big question.
I mean, I would play this against anyone in the world other than Levon Aronian, maybe, because he's known to love his exchange sacrifices. There's no problem with this, Tanya. Black is better. Full stop.
This is crazy. I mean, starting from the opening that it did and to end up in this position, and that bishop is the sole dominator that you've got here. With black, it's the only piece that you really need right now. Landing itself on these dark squares cannot be traded for the rest of the game. You get that other bishop out, get the rook on f8, and you're a very happy Vincent Keymer.
And now with kind of this tricky position on the board, Vincent is building himself a bank of time over the likes of Levon Aronian. And that's typically what we'll point to in these longer time controls that Vincent needs, but will usually pilot to great success, right? A strong position and plenty of time in freestyle chess. And he's one of the guys who feels nearly unbeatable.
Yes. True, he really does. And right now, this is the kind of position he shines in. My question is, Why is Levon thinking so much? You've got two pieces attacked currently, the rook and the knight. There's only one way to defend both of them. There can't be an alternative to rook f1, is there?
Technically, rook f3 is the next suggestion.
But you lose the knight.
You absolutely do.
Oh, there's a check, though. No, there's no check.
Check.
There's no check.
This can't be what he's got in his mind.
It's weird, because you follow it with now knight d3.
Wow. So even inviting the bishop to trap this rook in the corner.
Again.
But now the check, maybe?
Knight d3, bishop h4.
Oh, bishop.
Wait, it wanted bishop.
Bishop h4, just to keep the king safe.
Yep.
And this is just
oh,
a piece.
interesting. All right, so it's deciding, actually, there's not enough value in snapping up that rook. It just wants to come back after picking up the knight.
It's saying that the bishop's been a great attacker, now it needs to be a great defender. But this is insane. Nobody's sacrificing and giving up that knight for free on e1.
I have played Levon a few times, though, and occasionally he goes a bit crazy. The last time I played him in classical long chess, he sacrificed a piece on around move 10, and it was... Wow. I think 80% bluff, and it just occasionally he has these moments where the artist in him takes over, and it feels like now he's looking for something a bit artistic, and it just doesn't exist, unfortunately. And you can kind of see in Levon the energy isn't there. He was kind of stuck, frozen for a while. He knows that it is a bit of a bluff. He's going to be down material. It's going to be later that he needs to work that creative magic. But for now, he needs to just kind of lick his wounds and retreat.
Yeah, it's head and hands for Lev. And this is a decisive match. You know, the score is level. Anyone wins, takes it through, is through to the finals. And Vincent Keymer, he's feeling it. That Levon's in big trouble here.
Yeah, both of these guys have made their trips to respective grand finals in the past, and both have come away with the top honors. Our first Grand Slam victor and our most recent Grand Slam victor.
They don't know how to be in the final and not win the whole thing.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Very likely looking at a Magnus Carlsen matchup for either of them. Someone that neither of them had to go through in the finals, I will say, for their Grand Slams. Of course, Levon did dispatch Magnus in Vegas.
Yeah, Vincent got past him in the semis.
Exactly.
In Weissenhaus. Okay, Levon needs to move now. It's the clock situation is one thing, but also if you know you're losing material, you have to act confident. At least pretend to your opponent that, okay, I'm going to get some compensation. I'm going to get something in return. You can see Vincent's eyes. He's like, wait, you chose to go into this. Why are you thinking?
Right.
You have to bluff somehow. You have to at least keep some time in the bank. You at least need to act like you're going to get an attack, scare someone. But
this is akin to the differential we saw on the other semifinal board when it comes to time. And we saw how that worked out for Jawakhir Sindarov in the last round.
I'm still expecting Levon to fall back with the rook, defend the knight, and not have a material deficit on move number 12 in this position. But the thing is, if he takes that decision, he needs to take it fast. And I will be very surprised if Vincent gets a shot change by going for that other rook. I think he's going to keep all the pressure, give a check if that line happens, Levon getting ready to make his decision. Will he go all out desperate, all out crazy in this and sacrifice material? Will we see that? Or will it just be a strategic domination by Vincent?
The more he thinks, the more tempted Levon might be to go really desperate here and to sacrifice the knight. But no, he finally decides, okay, safest move, also the best. And it is a bit of a crossroads for Vincent. I think most humans would be very tempted to just go grab this rook in the corner. Ultimately, if it comes down to an endgame, material advantage. But yeah, the bishop is so strong that he doesn't need to part with it yet.
And I think Vincent really realizes that his best shot against Levon is the long time format. So he wants to make the most of the advantage that he has, even if it means playing for the strategic one rather than the material advantage. Giving up this dark squared bishop, you know, Vincent's not a greedy player. He's about to take his decision, and he does go for it. Do you think Levon's going to be slightly relieved with this?
Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, it's, you know, we've got the engine. So, of course, for us, we're a little relieved on behalf of Levon. But from a human perspective, I'm looking at just dropping a rook to a bishop. And that does not feel good, particularly when I spent that much time just to still come down in exchange.
He's only human, Vincent Keymer, and I think Levon was spending most of his time panicking because he might have missed the fact that his rook was trapped from afar when he went into this whole variation. So I'm pretty sure both players have spent the lion's share of their time thinking of this one move. And Levon's body language shows that he's not feeling confident. Yes, there were alternatives, but I don't blame Vincent at all for going for this.
Absolutely. And I think this was the second best move in the position. You want to get that exchange. My only concern for black here would be why I think that Vincent might have taken a little time is king safety. Once you do give up that bishop, it's not over. Yes, you have an advantage. You're up in exchange. But there are a lot of weaknesses. White still has a light squared bishop. White still has a nice post on that d5 square. The knight's ready to jump in via d3, f3, hopefully land on that e4 point as well. He's looking at another route. He wants e2, g3, h5 check.
Checkmate.
Checkmate.
If the knight gets there, you have 3 moves, though, to defend as black. But, yeah, it's an understandable move. Apparently not a good one. We saw the bar drop, we see the question mark appear, but can Vincent find the punishment? Probably it's just a bit too slow. And the 3 moves that it takes the white knight to activate, black will be trading off some pieces, getting rooks to the open files. Feels like Levon is just miscalculated here, unfortunately.
That's crazy. David, can you just pick that knight up and give that check? Because at first I thought it was just, you know what, black will find an escape route, there's got to be a square. But that king has no squares at all. This is game over if this happens.
Yeah, unfortunately for Levon, I think it's a pretty easy defense. You bring that light squared bishop up to the h file. Or yeah, you could bring it in and defend that square immediately, or you could reroute it from the h file as well.
Yeah, trades are good for black here, simply. And Levon, this is what he tends to do when he's in a bit of trouble, when he knows it. He gets up, he stretches, flexes. I think this is where the kind of psychology is he's trying to make it come into play. And this is where Vincent probably spends a chunk of time before trying to figure out when to take this rook, first of all. It's not running away, but the bishop will get hit soon by the knight en route towards that h5 square we showed.
How do you typically approach a trapped piece like this? Because as you say, could go ahead and snap it up right now, but it's not going anywhere. Is it, how many times out of 100, what percentage of times are you waiting until the last possible moment to pick up a trapped piece?
I think normally you do want to wait quite a long time. It's hard to say out of 100, probably it's a majority. Okay. I would say not a guarantee. You want to snap it up before it runs away or before there's a block, before your opponent is able to whip up any counterplay. But normally you don't want to show your opponent's hand or give your opponent extra options. You kind of leave them tied up as long as possible.
Well, I'll tell you guys what. Magnus has given his opponent extra options in that game.
Oh, really?
It's crazy what's going on, and I think we need to go there right here, right now. It looked like Sindarov in big trouble after the opening. Magnus got everything. He got the knight going, he got the queen going, but check in with what has just happened. Sindarov right now in a must-win against Magnus, playing with the black pieces. It's a nightmare for white currently. Huge threats, forking threats on the board. Big space advantage on the left side. 2 stunning knights at the center of the board. Sindarov putting pressure.
This is turned around. Maybe just a quick action replay to show how we got here, because I think Magnus took his foot off the pedal a bit too soon. We left it 6 moves ago, and Magnus here playing a very natural move. But apparently a wrong one, trying to trade off the light squared bishops. That was just blocked very nicely from Javoki, and he's getting excited. He just leaned back there, looking to the skies, and this is where the knight dances began. The knight hit the queen stepped back, the white knight kicked back now, and not just that, but the bishop is kicked back. And yeah, this bishop, I think it just chose the wrong diagonal, chose the wrong avenue, and watch out, Magnus. He tried to do this to Javoki earlier, so the shoe is on the other foot, the royal fork.
It's quite interesting, a bit of symmetry to their first game, where on move 9, it was a small inaccuracy from Sindarov that gave the opening to Magnus Carlsen. That queen move that we just saw get the question mark, move number 9.
Ooh.
Whoa.
So let's see, though, because we've said it in the past, Magnus Carlsen, he'll never give you more than 1 shot in a game. So let's consider that your shot. Javakir, so far, you found the exclam. Can you keep pressing forward?
Again, the midfielders, right? You've got 2 knights there. You're pointing out 1 threat on the board with knight d2 check. There's another one with the other knight. That a pawn doesn't need to stop there. a3 is coming in, attacking the base of that pawn chain that Magnus has. Once that gets destroyed, look at that c pawn. That's going to fall. Then the d pawn comes under pressure. This is
looking incredibly tricky. For example, David, if you make a move like queen, stepping back to protect, to defend yourself from the forking idea that you mentioned, just push that pawn, blow open.
Check this out. The queen is actually almost trapped in this scenario. Maybe she is just trapped, just dropping off the board, because you can't come back. There's this fork. If you go all the way up to the edge, then the bishop catches you, and the queen is destined to be lost.
Oof.
So, Tanya, you're right. It's maybe this one was the one Magnus wanted to guard against, but the other one is the bigger issue long term.
We still do have to defend, though, against that knight fork. There's 3 ways to do it. Our rook can defend that square, our king can step out of the way, or the queen can drop back. Actually, 4 ways. The bishop can also slide up.
And that's not obvious. It's rare to kind of move the bishop around like that so much, offer the bishop up for a knight trade. I think the move he wanted to play as well, the issue is that, as Tanya said, a3 lands. The knights are going to come forward, hit that rook in the process.
Yes.
That's the move he wants to play, but probably just doesn't appeal to him anymore.
I think that's the most natural move in this position, and it's one of the bad ones. Just like that queen fall back, getting the rook to the center of the game with that other knight jumping into play. Javokir is sensing his chances right now.
Look at Magnus, his eyes widening. He knows it. I think he's panicking suddenly.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the head.
He's like, how did I get myself into this?
Wearing his emotions on his face in this one. You
Can't believe
see
it.
a bit of that nervous energy coursing through Javokir's body as he senses, perhaps I have a way back into this.
And he's only looking at his own first few rows, Magnus. He's like, wait, that's a weakness that I just can't cover. What have I done?
He's mad at himself right now. And the thing is, 4 moves into this game, Magnus Carlsen in driver's seat. He was the one who was pushing. Queens out, knights out, threatening a miniature. And it all comes...
12-plus minute time advantage as well, as Sindarov had completely tanked. And now it's down within 4 minutes. I mean, this is, quite the recovery
You
from
say
Javokir.
4 minutes? I think it's going to vanish pretty much out of thin air right now, all the way down. Magnus Carlsen in big trouble. Sindarov, it feels like it's mission impossible when you're playing Magnus in such a match situation.
But anyone who's watched those films, Mission Impossible, knows the mission is always accomplished come the end. He moves his king out of the way of the danger there of the fork, the check. So the knight move would just be replied to with a queen retreat. But how can Javokir continue here? He's got the pressure. He's got the beautiful midfielders, the knights controlling the middle of the board. But what next?
It's also a good move because now a3 kind of falls a little short. You can simply kick out the knight on c4 with b3, and knight takes pawn doesn't come with a threat on either of the 2 pieces. So not choosing the queen, not choosing the rook to defend that d2 square, king g1, that's a good resource.
Yeah. I think it was that one or the bishop move that Magnus needed to play just to at least deter black from any immediate action and delay any immediate losses. Javokir, what next? If the pawn push doesn't work, then it's probably just about improving some pieces. Pieces that could be improved are maybe this bishop, get out the way for the black king to castle. Maybe the other bishop could consider trading off for its counterpart. Maybe the most natural move is to bring this bishop out. Firstly, to try and trap the white queen, but also to castle.
Magnus has many superhuman skills when it comes to chess, and one of them is just how quickly he resets and how quickly he adapts. You saw him on camera. It was like he was cursing himself. He's like, how did I get myself into this? This doesn't work. This doesn't work. What do I do? You could see those seconds where it was all over the screen. You didn't have to look at the board. You look at Magnus and things have gone wrong. But then he just immediately resets. He finds the best defensive resource very quickly, and he's right back at it. You need to punch this guy down, not once, not twice, but every move of the way to get the win.
Well, Magnus will have found the best response with the king g1, but Javokir continues plotting the best course forward, following the top line, bringing that bishop out, threatening the trap that you mentioned there, David, and just improving one of his minor pieces.
Yeah, and Levon Aronian is threatening checkmate in 1 move on his board. I wonder if we do jump.
Yeah, let's go over there. But on our way, let's check back in with the heart rates and the accuracies. Just one more time, take a stock of the entire field as it flies up. Here comes the heart rates. Taking a look at that, maybe Javokir Sindarov highest heart rate alongside Levon Aronian because they feel like perhaps they have ways to get this done here and now against their respective opponents. But how about the accuracies? How's everyone doing when it comes not as clean as the first round? You can see there, Keymer and Levon definitely locked in a bit of a messier battle. makes me glad that's the game we're going to in just a moment's time to take a look at how that one's playing out.
Yeah, Keymer lower than Levon Aronian now because he has just made a big mistake, and it feels like they're both trying to pull each other down into the mud. Levon's trying to create that deep dark forest that Tanya referenced earlier, and Keymer slipping into it, losing his way a bit. Very quick action replay, just the last two moves. We left it with Levon pushing the pawn. Turns out taking the rook in the corner here and now was the first way to start, because delaying it by one move has allowed Levon to gain a bit of time. This is a big mistake. He now hits the black bishop, which is forced to capture the rook in the corner, and not a retake of that bishop now, not taking it back immediately, but the threat of the mate. If Levon is allowed to deliver, this would be the end of the road for the king. Beautiful kind of cut off. The king has no access to any safe square. This is incredible. I have rarely seen that pattern before, but how to stop it, Tanya, is the question now.
What are you talking about? This is exactly the pattern that we were showing when E3 happened. You were like, pick up that knight, David, put it on H5, and you showed us that that's not just a check, it's game over. Now, the worst way that could have happened, I think it's that move B5, that B pawn moving forward. That looks like, wait, what does that create as damage? The problem is that White also has the idea of planting his own bishop to the center of the board, David, hitting that rook, which is trapped in the corner. And this is self-inflicted. How does he stop the checkmate? Well, you said it, right? Bishop F7, a defensive resource we've been talking about for a while in this game. But I wonder if the problem is not just the king's safety, but also the rook at the other flank.
Well, but considering the threat that you just mentioned about that rook maybe getting tracked, I like bringing my queen over. E8, defending that same square, but also giving my rook a way out, maybe?
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
That is very clever. I think that's the move he might end up playing Vincent Keymer. And Levon at the right moment will take back this bishop in the corner and say, yes, I'm down the exchange. I'm down a rook for knight, but the rest of my pieces still on the board have great attacking potential, and the black king now very open. Suddenly it's a Levon Aronian type of position.
Yeah. King safety. And that's what, right? You keep this bishop on the board, the dark squared bishop, which is about to be lost. And strategically, positionally, Vincent would have been so much in control. I think Levon now senses that he's definitely got counter offense for the material he's about to lose. I like the idea of the queen transfer, James, here, simply because that rook on E8 does need more breathing space. Whoa. Something toppled over in the playing hall. Glasses are breaking.
That's the nerves.
You
can tell nerves are permeating throughout the playing hall there. Players fumbling with glasses. I know, I might have convinced you of my queen move. Funnily enough, the engine still wants to go with your bishop move over my queen move. Both solid moves in the position, but the bishop preferred, funnily enough.
Yeah. That makes zero sense.
Interesting. I guess black does have one move later to try and save the rook, because white does first need to take the bishop in the corner. So starting with the bishop makes some sense. I guess the black rook in the other corner needs to get into the game at some point. But yeah, it's a tough call. It feels like a coin toss in human terms for Vincent Keymer. He's got to peer far into the future to make any sense of this decision at all. But the time is ticking. When the clocks tick down, it's the side with the safer king who will be finding those easier moves, who will be the favorite. And Levon, despite being 2.5 minutes down, I think he's getting a bit excited now. He thrives in the chaos that we're about to see.
And I know this is hot action, but I'm just wondering, David, was there a reason that when that B pawn was pushed, that Levon immediately could not have gone for the rook at the corner of the board? Yeah. Wouldn't that have solved a lot of his problems?
He was going for the king instead.
Fair enough.
Just to backtrack very briefly, bishop to e4, also very possible. Also very decent. This was, according to the computer, roughly the same in terms of evaluation, going for that rook. And very interesting, because Vincent just trapped his opponent's rook in the corner, then he's like, oh, you're welcome to trap mine too.
Yeah, it's like a return favor.
Don't try it at home, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, to catch up with the live position, here we are. Checkmate is in the air.
Would you call it a big threat?
Semi-decent threat. Could be worth a lot of money.
That is very true.
$200,000 on the line in the finals.
In the finals, but just booking your ticket to the grand finals means you're guaranteed a $120,000 finish with second place.
Pretty decent threat. And Vincent, 2 moves to defend it, can't decide between one or the other. Under 10 minutes now. Levon with less time on the clock.
Yeah, and when we have seen Vincent struggle in the group stages in general, yes, it's because of the clock, but it's also because it's hard to keep control of positions. He needs control. He's just that type of player. As soon as things explode, he tends to panic a little bit, feels a bit more uneasy, and that's where kind of great positional feel just doesn't help you. Great strategic instincts doesn't help at all. And there's just no map here to navigate yourself with. I would be panicking, and the clock usage shows that he is really not enjoying the last few moves, Vincent Keymer.
How are you going to enjoy it when a player like Levon is literally threatening checkmate in one? The knight, queen, bishop, rook, all staring at your lone open king with no pawn shelter in front of it. The G pawn not there, the F pawn gone. Starts to look very dangerous. You forget about that extra rook that you've just pocketed.
Yeah. Just to show one final danger variation, if the black queen does slide across to protect the checkmate, white's queen takes this bishop. If black continues getting greedy, I mean, the reason he pushed the b pawn is to take here, then suddenly the other white knight jumps out, and if you continue taking pawns, whoops, suddenly, just to show another checkmate, it's not just the knights that can deliver the killer blow, it's the queen as well. So the cornered queen, cornered rook, ending up with a direct attack. This is just with natural moves as well. This is the type of thing Vincent's seeing in his mind and causing the panic.
He made a move. Looked like it was a queen move.
It was.
Yeah. Be careful.
Alrighty.
I think Lev is going to just bullet out queen takes bishop.
Surely.
Absolutely should.
Because it's not, the next decision isn't easy. Vincent's next move is not obvious. So you kind of just throw the ball at him. Unless he's trying to get creative here and now.
Creative, his middle name. He might well be.
But,
I mean, just, it's a bishop. It's a bishop. Take the bishop.
very strong bishop as well. And, you know, just suddenly out of nowhere, e5 becomes soft.
Wow, apparently there are other moves. No.
No.
Yeah.
Don't even say it. I don't even know what it is, but I don't even want to know.
Good luck.
Why is Levon thinking, whatever that move is, it's on his radar. That's why he hasn't played it.
I'll afford him the time to think if he finds what the engines tell him.
I'm going to ask chat to see if they find it.
Yeah, see if anybody can throw it out.
Okay, chat.
He's a full rook down.
He is.
And he doesn't even want the bishop.
And he's paused. So whatever that absolutely insane move is that the two of you see.
Oh, he goes for the bishop, which is a perfectly reasonable move to make in this situation. It's given the question mark, but I disagree. I disagree. Can't fault that in the slightest.
All right,
Pick
guys.
that material back up.
What was it?
Instead, it was knight to e4.
Knight to e4, attacking this pawn, and incredibly, apparently the best move for black is to go back where he came from with the queen. Back to b8. He just came from this square. I think Vincent would never have played this. I think Levon would have gone on to win this game. The key idea, just for everyone at home wondering, is firstly that this pawn is hit, and if, for example, the rook defends it, then the white knight jumps forward again, hitting the queen and trying to desperately get to this checkmating square on h5. This would have been a killer attack, potentially. But, okay, Levon... that wasn't a winning move. That was just a maybe slightly better one. And he takes the bishop instead. And the reason I think this is a good practical decision, Vincent only has one move to survive.
True.
Whoa, everything else is busted?
Everything else is +2 or greater.
Okay, I just want to say one thing, by the way. Our chat did mention knight to e4.
Oh,
So,
yeah, we got a
on top
couple
of
super
things-
GMs out there.
Super GMs, but there was another move that they spoke about, and the more I look at it, the more I wonder if that's the one that was on Levon's radar. Another move thrown out by our chat was queen sliding over to d1, and that comes with ideas of its own, right? You're eyeing d6, but also you g4 check and reinforcing knight jumping onto h5 with a checkmate. I don't think knight e4, but very possible that Levon was looking at queen d1.
I agree. He might have been looking. He would have realized that the only way for black to stop both threats is to push the pawn, covering a checking square from the queen, and making sure that the h5 square is covered twice. And now probably white would need to go over and capture the bishop again. And this is just a helpful move for black. So yeah, it's a judgment call. That was definitely not bad at all, queen d1. Cool idea, nearly worked. But moment of truth, Vincent needs to trade bishops here. Only way to survive, and it is logical. You're trying to release the pressure. The white bishop cutting across this diagonal is the reason. Lots of those lines are checkmate, and your material up. So why not simplify the equation? So I think he will find it. But
I want to understand, what if that move is missed? What is the knockout? Why is black minus losing by 2 points? Or why is white +2? if not bishop h7.
Well, so what move would you prefer to, what other move would you make instead of bishop h7?
All right, so pawn into pawn, you mentioned, David, that the knight comes out and e5 becomes a huge target, and you've got all these ideas. Let's say I want to go h-pawn forward. I want to start kicking that white knight out. I've also created some squares for my king to run away. The bar hates it.
I want to do my...
You want to do your thing?
My thing with a sacrifice. Want to blow open this diagonal at any cost.
So I push the h-pawn, you won't stop.
I will not stop. Nothing can make me stop. This diagonal is the key. And Vincent's made a move. It is bishop to h7.
Finds it. Game on. Game on.
Of course he would find it, but it did cost him a lot of time. Vincent, it's just not his type of position, so he's desperately trying to simplify here. Can he survive the next few moves? If he does, he's still the exchange up, still rook for knight. This is such a crazy game.
An absolutely wild game, but we have another crazy game going on between Magnus Carlsen and Javokir Sindarov, and you want to talk about time being an enemy. Right now it's an enemy of Javokir. Only 4 minutes to his name, still almost 10 minutes in Magnus Carlsen's camp. Yes, a slight advantage here by Sindarov, but has Magnus kind of wrestled his way back to some level of equivalence?
It's good news and bad news. Sindarov's a pawn up.
Yep.
He's won a pawn in the last few moves. Very quick action replay. We left it with the black bishop coming out to try and hit the white queen. Magnus said, okay, I'm just under too much pressure. The knight on the back rank needs to breathe, so he tried to trade off knights, but this comes at the cost of a pawn suddenly no longer defended, the b2 square. Javokir does a bit of a smash and grab. He takes it, and after the white knight steps forward, he hits the white queen. He now trades off the knights, and very important now that he stops the white pawns from stepping forward and kicking his bishop away. He would lose some serious ground here, so he cements this bishop. Peter Lecker would be proud there. That bishop cannot be kicked. Magnus, in return, does have some active pieces, and yeah, he wants to slide this rook across, put more pressure on this right flank. But any endgame is now winning for Sindarov. So Magnus needs to somehow attack, and big questions over survival here for Sindarov's king, who does castle into the firing line. Very brave, but probably a good decision.
All right, but another quick response out of Magnus, right? He's going to but it gets a double question mark in this moment. A blunder on the board here from Magnus Carlsen. A rarity that you have 2 chances, but now you have to pounce.
What? He's just trapped his own rook, Magnus. Is this a willing decision? I mean, Sindarov has to push the pawn. There's too much pressure. White is threatening all sorts along the g-file, but f5 traps the black rook. That is elementary stuff. I think this is a willing sacrifice from Magnus.
And Magnus goes wide-eyed. He can't believe he's done it himself. And that's it. That rook's about to drop off the board. Bishop takes rook. You don't even need to rush with that decision. Sindarov does it. You know, all he needs to do now is keep control over his nerves. Do not let that get better of him.
This is wild. 3 minutes on the clock, but with a totally winning position.
Totally winning.
As long as he doesn't get checkmated, as long as he doesn't allow any infiltration on the dark squares. Magnus has dark square control as compensation. But yeah, Javokir should be winning this. He also has pawn breaks. He can break out on the other side a bit later. That's when the rooks come into play.
He first puts pressure on that pawn, h5 right now. If Magnus was to push it, the black queen will step over to g6, take control of the g line. So Magnus keeping things under lock and key as much as possible, falls back with the bishop, completely winning position for Sindarov. What were the chances that we gave him for his comeback in this?
Low.
Yeah, low. Almost, yeah, non-existent, if you will. But now it's just about consolidating his position, right? With this advantage, so maybe getting that rook over there on the A file more involved into the game, and he's going to look to do just that. Slides it up onto the eighth, or the 7th rank rather, and now can move all the way over to the right-hand side.
Laterally defend that G7 pawn as well. Magnus is going to play on Sindarov's clock. That is his best hope right now. Control of the dark squares, just play on that. And the fact that Sindarov is under 3 minutes, Sindarov has to find a way to break open the position, right? Your rooks are only as good as the open files.
He's 3 points up in material. He's got the extra rook for bishop, and he has an extra pawn. Normally, if you sacrifice the exchange and give up a rook for a minor piece, you need a pawn yourself in return, minimum, as compensation. So Magnus, he's far, far away from holding this. That being said, he does control the dark squares for now. Sindarov just repositioning his rook there.
And Magnus makes these huge comebacks and huge turnarounds from worse positions. We've seen that happen so many times.
And Sindarov's aware of it. He looks up. He knows that this is his best shot. It's just been gifted by Magnus. That last move, getting that rook to that square, losing the piece. Sindarov can't blow this chance.
I think the clock, though, I don't know if it's easy to play perfectly from here to the end of the game without allowing Magnus back in.
If it was anybody else, we'd say this is going into tie breaks. That's the Magnus bias talking right there. You know, because it's Magnus playing with the white pieces, and because everything that we've seen happen on the board, when that's the case, it's still too soon to call the result on this one. Can you believe it?
It might feel unfair to a player of Sindarov's caliber, but that, again, just speaks to the mountain that is Magnus Carlsen, towering over the rest.
It's funny because this pawn structure, this exact material balance, kind of give or take a pawn. Normally Magnus would have an extra pawn on the queen side, but this arises from a well-known opening in traditional chess, a branch of the Queen's Gambit. And I think Magnus is kind of using pattern recognition to go into something he knows, because he's like, that has a good reputation. Yes, I'm a pawn down compared to that, but long term, I have the dark squares. White's bishop will control so many squares. All of black's pawns need to advance at some point, but it's going to be difficult to do so. So actually, I do believe Magnus thinks he's got some grip and some hope of saving this. He's definitely not going to just kind of roll over and allow Sindarov to just convert the material advantage. And big question now, does he step forward with his pawn, put them all on light squares, but give away all the dark squares? Or does he allow Magnus to open up the black king?
I would be so tempted to offer a queen trade right now. Get that queen on g6, get the queens off the board. Like you said, up material exchange and a pawn. Happy with the trades. I don't believe Magnus will concede. I think he'll just run away with his queen, and the game will go on. Queen g6 could be on the radar, and Sindarov about to make his decision. Not an easy one. The clock keeps ticking. Can Magnus pull a Houdini once again?
Tick-tock.
Minute 45 here for Sindarov.
Goes the clock.
Predictions now. We said it was minimal chances. Is it? I think it's over 50% chance for Sindarov to win this game.
Yeah.
But how much over that?
60, maybe, which is wild considering a 2-point advantage in the evaluation.
Exactly.
You know, you had 2 wishes at the start of the day today, David.
Close match.
Close match and Parham getting on the scoreboard. Parham got so close in that last game to making that a reality. Didn't happen, but this one, I think, has a big shot of going into tiebreak, going down the wire. He does bring his rook up. He wants that g6 square for his rook.
Big threat. g2 is a huge Achilles heel for Magnus Carlsen. The black bishop is just, I mean, it's the pinnacle of power here. It's just rock solid, defends everything, but also provides some attacking impetus for Javokir to try and turn this around. I think that was a good decision. Yes, he could have planted his queen on the square, but why not go for the rook first? The queen can come later.
I love it. A queen would only offer a trade. This would win the game if you get your rook on g6 at the right moment. So Magnus with a decision now. How is he going to take care of that threat? The problem is you could move your queen away, but Javokir can almost pre-move rook g6 right now. The slide of the rook.
This is a wild position. According to the computer, Magnus has only maybe a few ways to keep the balance, or at least limit the damage here. And that includes moving the bishop forward, hoping to pin the black rook if it slides across. Apparently moving the white king is another option, but this is already unnatural territory. Magnus has to find some very creative ways to survive. And in the meantime, wow, crazy stuff happening on the other board. Levon Aronian is a whole rook down, but the game might be about to end.
Could be dead level and heading its way towards a draw. So we're going to go back over to Levon Aronian and Vincent Keymer, because at half a point apiece, if they do go the way of a draw, we are guaranteed a tiebreak between these two, and we'll go into much faster 5-2 time controls.
Wow, this is a wild position. Rook down. That black rook in the corner is the ace up his sleeve. If Vincent can survive the onslaught right now, yes, the bishop could be captured as well. Maybe Levon, if he wants to play for a win, would take that back. He has 2 pawns and a knight for the rook. He does take it. He could have given some nasty checks and maybe repeated the position. That is Levon Aronian playing for a win. That means he doesn't just want a draw. And now Vincent needs to calculate a way to survival. The black king's still very open here.
That check on the last move would have forced a draw. That would be the end of the game, and you take it to tiebreakers, where anyway it feels like you're a favorite. But Levon, he's ambitious about his chances.
the king. Are you brave enough to step forward? If you do that, you might end in checkmate. And the only way to do it would be, well, if you go back, you might even end up losing your queen. But it might be the only way to play on. King g6, I think, loses on the spot, David, there.
Oh, king g6 loses. Is it a knight jump? This is very dangerous, though, for the black king. The queen would be hit. There's going to be some nasty checks from the white king. Queen coming forward, all sorts of nonsense there. But Levon didn't want the draw. He didn't want the repetition. He took the bishop instead. And Vincent there, that was a panicky pushback of the chair.
Yep.
I think he was hoping. He was hoping for the repetition. Hoping and praying. And what a turnaround that is. I mean, he was up a rook about 5-10 moves ago. How did out of nowhere just smoke and fire here, and suddenly it's Levon Aronian going for the black king?
Is it a bit of the bluff? Is it a bit of his bluff and bluster, you know, as a player, where he just plays certain moves with confidence that you go, oh, there must be something here I'm not seeing?
Yeah, it's somewhere in the middle. I think Levon knows that he's not taking too much risk because it's actually level material now. But he's also probably aware that Vincent should be able to at least defend this position with some accuracy. Just process of elimination. The black queen can't really move. She has to defend her knight. The black knight could possibly move. I think that's a key candidate when you're considering the options. Just to kind of slide in front of the king to defend, gain time with the black queen. The other alternative to threaten checkmate, bring the black rook in. That rook's doing nothing.
I think one of the reasons that Levon's gone for this line is also because he knows that knight f6 check is always there. It's a threat, and it's a resource he's going to have. Also, the idea of the queen sliding back with a check on e4, it's just harder to be black in this position than it is to be white because of king's safety. And Vincent down to a minute and a half, he's the one who needs to be careful right now. And that's the thing, right? Levon's play, even if not accurate and engines can fight against it, this is a player with a heartbeat. It's a human. Good luck defending your king. He finds the best move in the position. Vincent does.
Be careful, Levon. Checkmate is threatened. Checkmate in 2 moves with a rook check. He needs to give his king some breathing space or just deliver some checks himself before it's too late. Oh, look at the heart rates as well, rising.
There he goes. Creates a space for his king to slide to safety if that rook were to come flying down the board. To think, the only reason we're really in a situation where Levon has fighting chances in this game could be because of that B pawn that decided to come forward and yet has stood there for the remainder of the game, staring at one of his counterparts on the other side of the board. Just that one tempo.
And that was a strange moment as well, because the house was on fire on the right side, right? Your king is out in the open. And then suddenly Vincent makes this move that has absolutely no play at all at what seems to be the most important issue. I think he just thought he had all the time. And this idea of the knight jumping forward, the queen coming in, and there it is. We've got knight to g6. White's queen attacked. Do you give a check? Patsa sees a check. Patsa gives a check.
Yeah, that's the most natural move. But the black queen might just come forward and block. And queen exchanges, if he can get them on the board, Vincent Keymer, they might just help him. The black rook is the one coming in behind. With queens off the board, I think the rook is the dominant force. This is tricky.
You know, it was very brave of Levon to actually just capture that bishop as he did, instead of just bailing out and taking it into tie breaks.
He might want to take that decision back. I think
Already?
Levon should have bailed out. He is the favorite in those tie breaks after all.
Yeah, he should be wanting to go to the tie breaks 100%. It should be Vincent who's trying to avoid him, finds the best move in the position, bringing his queen all the way back to A1, just cornering it, leaving it on that same diagonal so that she can jump back into the center of the board whenever she pleases. And yes, always a threat to the king on the opposite corner.
A great attacker, also a great defender of the back rank, but not an easy move to spot, you know, retreats. Piece retreats are the hardest ones.
I'm impressed. I was thinking
All the
like
way
queen
back.
e4, keep the knight now pinned to the king or something like that instead, and keep the queen in the center of the board, but wasn't the case. Yeah. I see your eyes darting to the other side of my screen because Javakir, Sindarov, Magnus, Carlsen. Magnus might be working some magic in this position, as he usually does. If we can head back that direction, you'll see what was, again, an advantage already slipping, yes, for Sindarov. The computer now says dead level.
Crazy. It's because of the clock. He just didn't leave himself enough time. He panicked. Magnus still has 7 full minutes. And it's almost back to level material. Sindarov is still 2 pawns up, but the black king is so open at this point that that is probably not the most important factor anymore. If anything, it's Magnus who's asking the questions. Sindarov needs to keep lines closed towards his king. Maybe just a very quick action replay of how he lost the material. His just found himself trapped here. The queen just unable to find safety, and the threat of checkmate forced Sindarov here to give up a rook for the bishop. And there we saw the question mark appear, and if we catch up, this is turning, fully turned, I think, already, maybe.
How does he do it?
Yeah, just every time.
How does he do it?
How do you beat this guy? It's just a question everyone struggles to answer.
You have a 3-point advantage on the board. Your king is safe. You've got everything under control. And it's still almost impossible.
And he still finds a way. He still finds a way. It's magic, Carlsen.
25 seconds to work with here for Sindarov. He's going to jump the queen in.
And you know, the weirdest part is that he's playing against the world's best. And even they're struggling with a completely winning position to win against him.
Yeah, perhaps the player playing the best chess at the end of 2025, other than Magnus Carlsen, is this guy right here, Javakir Sindarov. And with the kind of advantage he had built, even he is struggling against the world #1. Wants to keep the queen on the board, so he does get it out of threat from that rook. But you're running out of pieces, and you're running out of time.
Yeah, running out of defensive cover here for the Black King. At the right moment, Magnus is going to try to deliver a check. For now, it's not the most important check that the White Queen can deliver. The Black Rook will slide and block. But if Magnus can somehow sneak around the back with a rook, with a queen, he has so much counterplay.
And that's exactly what's going on in Magnus' mind. How does he maneuver his queen towards the Black King? What are the entry roads that he has? He's still down 2 pawns, so he needs to keep the pressure going. The Black Rook playing a key defense situation here. I do see one maneuver that White could have in mind is slide the queen to f3 to target the other pawn right now, making sure that at least Sindarov doesn't have time to capture a3 in a healthy way. If White's queen finds a way to give a good check, we might be looking at Magnus setting up some big checkmating ideas.
Yeah, this could be Magnus on the front foot. The rook could also go for that pawn. Big moment. Sindarov, he knows he needs the queens off. Black is 2 pawns up. Queen's off, his king is safe. But just no way to do that. Magnus is getting excited, almost hitting the 100 heart rate here, because he knows he's getting close to that final.
I think Sindarov set that up. Not only the a3 pawn, he's also threatening the d1 check and sliding over to g4 to offer that queen trade if he gets that moment to do it. And Magnus isn't going to give it to him.
Okay, sip of the water, last-minute calculations. Sindarov, he's well known to be a table shaker, chair shaker. He's got the nerves, the energy coursing through him right now. But can he find the energy to win this position? It's looking like the best chances have passed. He just needs one more chance.
And a rare over 100 heart rate from Magnus Carlsen there. Still less than his opponent. Fully locked in.
Okay, the moves we're expecting from Magnus are to slide the queen or to move his rook on over. There we go, he goes for the pawn with his rook. Sindarov blocks any checks with his own rook, but what's to stop Magnus now getting greedy to take with a rook to start delivering some nasty checks from the side? That looks super strong.
It does. That's what Magnus has set up. But he does take a pause.
Okay.
Well, and this is his luxury, right? With 4.5 minutes to his name, even still with the time that he committed to the last think, he has plenty of time to think in this critical moment as well. What is his way forward here? Only needs a draw.
There are potential ideas of trying to get the queen into the game via the dark squares, the h4 square. Although one move you don't want to make is the h2 square getting into c7, because that would be a checkmate in one. Watch out for back rank checks.
I like that move, Tanya. Bring the queen up and try to get in behind. The Black King is lacking protection from the side here. The rook could also just take the pawn. I think he's just double checking everything just in case, Magnus.
Wait, has Sindarov set up a potential threat of giving a check on the back rank if you were to take the pawn and then sliding up the rook, getting to the h line?
Yeah, he wants to move his rook up.
Give a check, win the queen on the h file.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Sneaky Sindarov.
Okay, it's very possible. Magnus could just block that by pushing his f-pawn forward. We'll see if that's on his radar. But very professional that Magnus, just as he did in the previous game, he knows he's done a lot of the hard work, now using his time bank to secure things, to calculate.
No, that's a very important defensive resource, the f-pawn moving forward.
All right, and I know we're going to want to see this one conclude, but we have got to go back once again to Vincent Keymer versus Levon Aronian, because it looks like we might be on our way to deciding one of our grand finalists in that matchup. Take a look at this. For all the fight that Levon showed throughout the game as we get here, it is Vincent Keymer with a solid, decisive advantage by the evaluation. Still some fight left in the tank here for Levon. But there's a rook on one side to only the knight on the other when it comes to the material balance. Sure, you have an extra pawn in your favor for that, but things aren't looking good here for the Armenian.
Ooh, and it's putting pressure on the pinned piece here. The white knight is totally immobilized. The black rook has just slid on over. And this just looks terminal. Unfortunately, there's no more attack for white. That's what he needed to justify the material deficit. Earlier, he had a knight and 2 pawns and some attack. Now it's just a knight and 1 pawn, and he's the one being attacked. Vincent has done a fantastic job of just controlling everything.
And it comes down to that moment, right, that you're thinking about. You had the draw in your hands. Probably a dream from the start of the match to take it into the blitz, into the tiebreaker, which was always the match strategy, or at least a huge part of it for Levon, was just within reach. He had the repetition, and he got ambitious. A double-edged sword, ambition is.
Yeah, definitely had an opportunity to bail out of this one, extend to the tiebreak. But such is Levon as a person, Levon as a player, looking for the fight, looking to make things interesting. This time it might come back to bite him.
But it's only in hindsight that you can look at these things and say that it was the wrong decision. Had it worked out, we'd be saying Levon the brave.
Exactly. And it's our privileged position, you know, from behind the desk to be able to sit here and say all of this while they're the ones toiling away under the spotlight.
Exactly, and his call that he made not to repeat the position, maybe 60% of the time it would work out. He would draw or win that. Maybe this is just one of the exceptions where Vincent's just defended so well, so calmly. Not his usual type of position, where it's very, very tactical. But he's found a path, and now moving the knight out the way looks to be the #1 priority. You can choose a bunch of different squares. He moves his king out of the way first, but it's coming. The black knight is going to retreat, and he's going to amplify the pressure on the pinned white knight. That is not running away. White might be forced to trade off queens at some point. Then the rook can maraud around the board.
Yeah.
Very low time for both players, though. Sorry, Tanya.
I think that's been the biggest story, right? Has been the clock. Once the queens are off the board, you're only delaying the inevitable. You're only extending your suffering. That's as good as a handshake, as good as resign. If you are forced to play that move of putting the queen back, blocking the diagonal of the pin, he does give a check, which can be blocked. Offer the queen trade yourself. You could fall back with your queen. You could even step up with your king. I like that, keeping pressure on that knight.
Okay, and okay, that was a board slip. The queen came back to the center, and now both queens are doing the pinning. Who's doing the winning, though? And okay, they repeat the position once.
No,
Vincent
this has got to be just to get some time back. There you go.
Yeah,
blocks with the rook.
Yeah.
Great block.
This is where ambition pays off. Vincent cannot repeat this. He's up in exchange. He's about to win the game.
Levon knows it. You can see Levon is hunting for some last-minute tricks. He needs to somehow defend his knight. It's all about the pin on this diagonal, almost unbreakable. It's just torture here for Levon. He needs to bring his queen back to a really passive square now, whether it's the center first or whether it has to go the whole way back to defend his knight. But this is such a flimsy defensive construction. It surely will not hang together for much longer.
And now you're trying to achieve what you should have done maybe a few turns ago. Make your way to equality and a draw. Gonna be too little too late, though, here. Vincent Keymer, the kind of player who can play this one to a victory.
Okay. No, that ship has sailed. I don't think Levon gets a second chance.
Yeah, ever so slightly, there's an edge going over to Sindarov once again. It's not quite there, and it looks like there's still a bit of game to be played.
Unbelievable.
While this one, now, Levon going to slide his king down into the bottom right-hand corner for safety, but that means goodbye to that knight that David's highlighting right there.
Yeah, traps and tricks, David.
Big trap. If the queen is taking this knight now, if it gets greedy, Vincent looking forward now, then the knight would jump out the way with a check and we'd see a turnaround. Suddenly the black queen would drop off the board. This would be a huge blunder, but Vincent dodges that trap. He's going for the white king.
Sindarov is completely winning.
How do we make a decision?
We need a two-board view. Can we get a two-board view up?
I'm going to do my best to see what we can find. For now, we're here. We do have a 4 board. That might serve for now. And if you want to see both boards play at the same time, we can at least go there. We're going to see, take a look, keep your eyes at the top of the screen. Those are the 2 boards that matter when it comes to the fight for our grand final.
Oof. That's the top left board, David. Absolute chaos there going on as Javakir Sindarov's king is in a check. A last move inaccuracy by Magnus.
Bizarre mistake as well, like giving a check, improving the opponent's king. Magnus is down to 20 seconds. He's panicking. The queens are going to come off this board, and Magnus Carlsen is going to be down at least a pawn or 2. I think we have to jump to that one.
Yeah,
that
we're
is
diving in to see the remainder of the action on this board. There's Magnus Carlsen with the lead coming into this one, only needed the draw, but Sindarov works his magic after just a couple of openings are provided to him from Magnus Carlsen down the stretch.
And completely in control now. He's got more than a minute on the clock. The black rook, the black king doing a fantastic job of locking in Magnus's D pawn, but who's gonna stop that A pawn from moving up the board? Sindarov knows it. Magnus Carlsen now with less time on his clock than Javakir.
It's just simple counting here. 2 extra pawns for black, and that is decisive. Remember, Magnus Carlsen won the previous game due to a protected passed A pawn. That pawn marching down the board is going to decide the game again. It decided it for Magnus last time. It's going to decide the game for Sindarov this time. Symmetry.
Mistake on move 9 by both players in game 1. The A pawn deciding the game in both players.
How poetic.
Oh my goodness. Gives a check.
Ooh.
King will slide over, but Magnus, is he coming back? He picks up the B5 pawn with a check.
Now the king has to choose the right square. If it steps forward, then Magnus delivers a double attack and saves the game. He will save it if the black king steps onto the 4th rank. He has to go back right now.
And he does.
He does.
He does. He hits that rook. This is Magnus's opportunity to land the rook behind that A passer, so not easy to start rolling that up the board. Sindarov still has to find a way to break through. He's up 2 pawns, but will it be enough against the greatest endgame player of all times?
Black rook is going to slide behind. He has to save his pawn. That is his pride and joy. There we go. Sindarov keeps his A pawn alive. That is the winner. Now how to get past the white rook? Does the black king slide across? Do you push your pawn first? He's still up material, but it's getting difficult now.
He's going to try to push that king away, try to push that rook away even, Sindarov will, and then bring his king up if he's given the opportunity. Magnus Carlsen now with 2 minutes on the clock. Where is his counterplay?
He barely has moves, Magnus. The rook has to keep the black king cut off. The pawns can't advance further. Maybe Magnus has to start shuffling with his king towards the center, but no, he pushes forward and things get worse.
But he stops that idea. He stops that king moving and hitting his own rook. But Magnus, he's frustrated right now.
I think there's multiple winning plans here. The black rook can just snake its way down, just step 1 square further, get the pawn closer to promotion. Magnus's fortress is not going to stand. Then the white king will be forced back. The white rook will be frozen. Eventually, the black king will be allowed to step forward. It's just too many pawns. He'll be 3 pawns up in the near future, and that's too many.
And we're going all crazy in our studio. Look at Sindarov's heart rate monitor. He's over 140, and that tells you all you need to know about the nerves that he's feeling so close to that comeback victory. He plays now on the other side of the board. Simply Magnus running out of moves here.
He's beaten Magnus once here in South Africa. He's on the verge of beating him twice, and yet he'll need to beat him a 3rd time if he wants to go to the grand finals.
Wow, at least a 3rd time, maybe even more.
Woo.
This he doesn't mess up, I feel, because Sindarov here, Magnus has no counterplay, no tricks to play for. This is technique, and Sindarov's built enough time on the clock. Guys, this is going to tie breaks.
Yeah, he's going to find it. He's playing the best chess of his life.
Just needs to bring his rook down, push his pawn, and the white king will be frozen, the white rook will be frozen, the black king will at some point be able to sneak its way round. Okay, it starts its journey, it steps into the center. Same thing, Magnus is just reduced to waiting. The king has to sidestep, E3, F3, Magnus is frozen.
Yeah. Sindarov has all the moves in the world to improve his position, but at some point he has to make that breakthrough move. Will it be the rook moving forward, the pawn going 1 step ahead? You can't really continue with the king journey, giving Magnus the counterplay with his C-pawn. It's the one thing you want to avoid, is counterplay.
I think that wins too. Everything wins at this point. It's just what is the safest, what is the calmest, what reduces the risk.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Levon Aronian back in the game against Vincent Keymer.
Somehow we're back to zeros on the other game, but we're going to stay here until this one concludes.
He'll be going to tiebreaks in both semi-finals.
The world #1 versus the World Cup winner here. And this one about to go down to the wire. Magnus has nothing to do except shuffle his king. Finally, Sindarov making progress. Is he about to push the a-pawn? Magnus forced to come back with his king.
Magnus has to go now towards this safe square where there will be no checks from behind. Once the black pawn lands on the second rank, you cannot allow a check by the black rook. That is why the white king should be running away now, should be retreating. He's got seconds. Oh, he's still got a couple of minutes, Magnus. He's gained some time. But he's so stuck. There we go. He's moving his king back towards the corner there.
He does it. Coming to that safe spot of G2.
And the other game is about to end. I wonder whether we try and catch the last few seconds of Levon Aronian versus Vincent Keymer. Still a bit of life left in this game. Sindarov needing to find the right plan.
All right, we can try to take a look, catch the handshake perhaps, as somehow this one has found its way back to half a point apiece.
It's done.
Vincent Keymer and Levon Aronian, you can kind of see it in both their body language. What an up and down journey that was of a game.
Yeah, it's a perpetual check in the final position. We see it there. The queen attacking the king, attacking the knight. If the king slides back, then the queen would also slide back with the double attack, and we would see a dance between queen and king. That is why the game was a draw after so many twists and turns.
So those were the final moments following the conclusion of this round, and before the tie breaks, maybe we'll go back and walk through more of this game and how we eventually got to that perpetual check. But of course, right back goes our focus to Magnus Carlsen and Javikir Sindarov.
Whoa, what? There's been a complete transformation, but still winning. He's got these two controlled central pawns, connected passes. Sindarov does. He's given up the A-pawn for the F-pawn. Good enough to win the game.
More than enough. Two connected pass pawns are gold dust in rook and pawn endgames. And Magnus, you can see the body language. He's playing the last few moves. He's going to try and seek counterplay with his own pawn, but it's so slow. That pawn is totally irrelevant right now. Even without it, Javikir is winning.
Yeah, but with this guy, it's not over till you don't sign off the score sheet, till you don't play that last move. Magnus is still going to make Javikir sweat for that equalizer right now. But with the king stuck in the corner, David, you don't even have to care about that H-pawn. You just keep rolling up the board.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to give away his H-pawn. He's going to start rolling those two connected pawns down the board.
Now he's going to bring his king in to defend his pawns. Very logical. And the problem is that corner pawns, these flank pawns, run so slowly, especially in rook endgames. White's king is also cut off on the worst possible square. Can't contribute to the fight.
Yeah, he tries to stop that E-pawn from moving forward just yet by putting pressure on the F-pawn, but the king will play assist, will move forward, hit the rook, come closer to his own rook eventually, and then there's no stopping the E-pawn. Magnus knows it's close to the end, and it's time to get ready for the next game.
Touching distance now. This is the closest he's ever been to victory. Javikir, he's done everything right in this endgame. As soon as the queens came off, he's converted it flawlessly. And now multiple moves. I think bring the king in would be the safest. There we go. Now the black rook can even step back. Keep the white pawn under lock and key, and it's the black e-pawn that's going to run clear pathway here for it.
Clinical by Javikir. This one is one of the hardest things in chess, to beat Magnus, to beat him in the endgame. Even harder, and he does it. Javikir Sindarov is back, forces the tie breaks.
Can you believe it? The world #1 being forced into a tie break scenario in the semifinals against our youngest player in the field. The 2025 World Cup champion is now looking to become the 2025 Grand Slam champion. He gets his tie break.
Gets his tie break. He picks white to start those tie breaks. And fancy tie there. I love the arbiter's tie. But in the meantime, how are we going to break the tie between these two players? They're both so impressive.
Javikir has defeated Magnus twice in this tournament.
And to think, I've beat him twice and I still have to keep playing him?
Few players can say that about their entire chess career.
Yeah, your reward is to just play him again.
At least twice more.
At least twice more. That's right. Yeah, it's going to be that switch up that we saw just yesterday from 30-15 down to 5-2. While our two semifinal matchups have been decided, our two lower bracket bouts are still in play. Let's check in with Fabiano versus Parham to see if Parham can come away with either half a point or a full point even. It is a rook and pawn endgame. Caruana is the one with the extra pawn.
But it's not lasting long. The white rook can take that extra pawn if it wants here and now. This should be a draw, but it is Parham on the front foot. I don't think Parham can lose, which is great news for him, although he will want to win and tie up this match, prolong it, and take it to tie breaks. The problem is here that the white pawn is so close to touchdown, but the white king might be forced in front of it to hide from checks. The black rook is going to keep checking, and that will slow white down just enough for black's rook to come round the side and start checking again. This is, I think, still going to go on for a while. It's still not easy, but it's very much Fabiano in survival mode.
So it looks like both of David's wishes are going to be granted today. Should have asked for a lot more there in the pre-show, David Howell.
Third wish.
Could have asked for world peace.
That's my third wish.
Out there. Yeah.
One day. In the meantime, the checks.
We don't need to go there, but just to keep people apprised of what's happening on the other board. It's a near identical scenario where it's a rook apiece and only the player with the white pieces has that extra pawn. That would be Arjun Erigaisi, so he's the only one playing for a victory, if at all, but very likely going to a draw there. And that would be a tiebreak because they were tied coming into the games. It would only be this one where a draw says Fabiano has an early day and he's playing for 5th place tomorrow.
Yep. The other game is a theoretical draw, one that Hans Niemann has probably studied before, so he knows.
And as we see there, he's trying to push for the win here. Parham is. Let's see how this one goes, but I cannot believe that Sindarov strikes back in his game. He's dragged the world #1 into tiebreakers. Not something I saw coming at the start of that game too.
I can't believe it. I wonder if he can even believe it, right? Maybe living in a bit of a dream world right now.
What happened here? Head in hands. That's not a good sign for Parham. Still everything under control.
I think the head in hands, to me, I read it more as I'm not seeing my victory. I'm only seeing my draw, and therefore I'm not extending the series, even if I do get my half a point on the board.
I get the scoreboard going, but I lose the match.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah, shake of the head. He knows that, yes, at least it will not be an 11th loss in a row, but he will probably not win this game either. Fabiano can draw this in multiple ways. He can even give up his pawn, this c4 pawn, but at some point he's going to start seeking counterplay by pushing his h-pawn forward. Ultimately, the black rook might even give itself up for white's pawn, as long as the black pawn and the black king are far enough down the board. So some calculation still needed, but that's Fabiano's strong point, 1.5 minutes. Even without the 2 black pawns, we should mention, if black gets 2 more moves and kind of shuffles his king across, gets the rook from the side delivering some checks, that is even still a draw. So there's some leeway here for Fabiano.
All right, well, he's going to start marching that h-pawn, down the board.
And he's doing it. I'm honestly just glad that with this draw, Parham will stop the bleeding. And he goes into tomorrow hoping to at least get 1 match victory here in South Africa. For Fabi, of course, his eyes are set on that 5th place finish, the highest that you can go in the lower bracket. A lot of money on the line as well. But this one, just glad that Parham doesn't lose right now.
Yeah, he's going through the motions. He's desperately trying to find a solution. Rook takes pawn is probably the most natural move here for anyone at home wondering. But then the black king will get time to sneak forward. The race will begin. And maybe it's just the fact that black gains some time in the process that will help Fabiano to draw. If the white king steps out, pokes his head out, then the black rook will just deliver some checks. That is actually what will happen. Fabiano now is almost guaranteed to give a check from behind.
I'm just ridiculously stoked that both our matches in the upper bracket go into tiebreakers. Levon, Vincent, not decided yet. Sindarov making his comeback. Both final spots on the line. What a day in South Africa.
More chess.
At this point, it's only just beginning.
And Fabiano now with a bit of a choice. He can step his king across. He can bring it forward. He can step it just 1 square across. I'm wondering whether he wants to go for a draw he knows, but it is slightly more difficult maybe. That is a theoretical draw, even without the black pawns, just to step the black king across and start checking from the side. That is the key, to go the long way around to start checking the white king. Or whether he wants to kind of gamble slightly, but calculate a race where the black king starts marching forward to support the h-pawn's push and to just give up his rook for the white pawn.
Is there a right and wrong? Is there only one path to draw here?
Everything draws, apparently. But
you don't know that when you're playing on the board.
Exactly.
You feel you need to be precise.
He knows it's a draw, Fabiano. He just wants to find the most secure way, the least risky. Parham going through the motions, the pain on his face, the determination. Still impressive to see how much he cares.
So many winning positions just slipping out of his hand in those last final few moments throughout the last 3 days that we've seen here.
Going for the pawn
I think you
push.
said it, David, during the group stage. He had 3 winning positions. Imagine those turn into 3 wins. And he's one of the challengers alongside Fabiano. That's the same scoreline Fabiano put up in the group stage.
Yesterday, first game, Sindarov winning position again.
Wow, imagine that.
Yeah, imagine. It could have been a Maghsoodloo fighting Magnus for a spot in the final.
Oof. Yeah, it was the story of the first round in round robin, right, against Fabiano. Just winning position, lost. It's the same thing that happened to Vidit against Magnus back in Paris. That pretty much determined and decided the disastrous tournament that he ended up having eventually.
And sometimes one of those initial games, right, it can color the rest of your tournament.
Yeah.
I just want to mention a cool, curious point that all of the matches we see today, they also mirror the first round of the group stage that we had a couple of days ago.
All 4 of them.
All 4 of them.
My goodness.
Figuring that out
in this moment,
today.
yeah.
Yeah, Magnus played Sindarov to start off their time in South Africa. It was also
Fabi.
Parham Fabi. It was Levon against other Grand Slam winner Vincent Keymer and the 2003 kids. So some nice symmetry here. Yeah.
Written in the stars.
Exactly.
Being the most dramatic day of chess, the round robin, and here we are in the semifinals as well.
There's been a lot of poetry out there on the stage here in South Africa.
And now the problem for Parham, rook takes pawn, the black king can join the party, and white is just 1 move too slow. We'll see. Ooh.
And, yeah, everyone's watching over.
A raise of the eyebrows there from Magnus.
The thing is, they're all waiting for the tiebreakers, right? They know that this one ends, that's when their game starts.
Exactly.
Wow, a big risk from Parham. He wants to just allow black to make a new queen here, and then he wants to move his rook across, move his king out the way, and make a new queen himself. If white queens the pawn, promotes, it comes with a check. This is wild stuff. That raised an eyebrow from Magnus. Can Fabi react under 20 seconds?
He does. He goes for it. Parham going for that plan that he started with the idea of sliding the king over. The thing is, if you give a check, you win the game.
Yeah, I think this might lose, by the way, pushing the black pawn forward.
Wow.
White king steps out the way, and white makes a queen with check, game over. White gives the first check, but Fabiano is doing the right thing. He's going to give up his rook for the pawn.
And then use the c-pawn to distract the white rook away from the center and bring up his own king, eventually drawing the game. So precise defense by Fabi here.
Yeah, rook's coming to a8 from here.
Yeah, you can bring a rook up to a8. You can give a check probably as well. Everyone watching.
It's quite a crowd there. You can start feeling the pressure, you know, when you've got these guys looking over your shoulders. You better be precise. Don't mess this up, Parham and Fabi.
Ooh, he's tried everything, Parham. The check
first.
Oh, is it going to be a repetition right here, right now?
Could keep checking. Oh, he even gives up his rook for the pawn. That's how confident he is. And he has countered correctly. He's going to be in time, Fabiano Caruana, to use his pawns. One of them as a decoy, and then his king will come to support the other.
Give one of them up.
Does it matter what you recapture with here, your rook or your king?
I'd want to go with the king, just stopping the black king from getting up the board. That would be my choice.
Yeah, agree. And he agrees too, Parham Maghsoodloo, but the black pawns are marching. And white is just a little bit too slow. The pawns will now push. Don't think it really matters the order. Just anything to drag the white rook back to the first rank to break the cutoff that we see of the black king. The king will then advance, and he's going to be just in time to support his pawns.
No matter which pawn gets pushed, the rook has to come all the way down to e1, which we see play out on the board, protecting that promotion square.
Now it's time for the black king to start advancing. The c-pawn is totally irrelevant here. It is all about the black king supporting its h-pawn. The pawn is nearer to, and the white rook will be forced to give itself up for that pawn.
As this plays out, I can reveal that the other board, the other lower bracket battle, Hans Niemann, Arjun Erigaisi, did end in a draw as expected based on the rook and pawn endgame, so they will be going to a tiebreaker. 3 of our 4 tables will be playing again.
Yeah.
Oof, what a roller coaster. Yeah, not this one. But Parham getting that draw in, getting some score going there. Fabi will take the match victory here.
He's trying to look for one last trick, Parham, but Fabiano's moves are so straightforward at this point. He's just going to bring his king forward. and going to promote his pawn.
And we very well could have had 4 tiebreakers because Parham was so close to a draw in the first one. We had him in the confessional, everything under control till it wasn't. Just a blunder and the match out of his hands.
Yep. Very, very unfortunate.
Now everything, I think, draws for Fabiano. The kind of most instructive move would be to step across. There we go, to stop the white king coming back towards the h-pawn. Magnus smiling, Vincent looking like he knows what's about to happen. The black king's just coming forward. That will cost white, sorry, his rook. Draw.
Right, at the very least, the white king can step forward, up to d4, threaten that c-pawn. That's a small consolation prize, though.
What do you guys think? Magnus, Vincent, they're looking at this board. They know it's about to end in a draw. Do you think they're actually thinking about the action that's coming up, or what's going on in their mind? Where's their mind at right now?
Chess players, they love keeping their minds busy. Yeah. Even if they should be resting, rehydrating.
I don't think Magnus is thinking of the next game. Maybe there's a bit of it eating away at Vincent's brain, but that might be maybe one of the benefits of playing freestyle chess. Until you know the position, there's not too much thinking that can be done.
Completely agree. I think in standard chess, that's exactly what's going on in their head. What's going to be their opening approach? But right now, you can't have one.
We're about to see a draw. Parham is actually having to scramble for the draw here just before the black king is able to come forward. But, okay, Fabiano forces it. We're going to see king versus king to end this game. It's going to be a handshake. Maghsoodloo gets on the scoreboard, but not enough to save this match.
Yeah, a small consolation prize for him as he falls down to Fabiano Caruana in this lower bracket battle. Fabi, he'll be in that 5th place matchup tomorrow. Parham Maghsoodloo will be playing for 7th.
As the players sit down to analyze, we've still got so much chess coming on. This one ends match victory to Fabio with 3 big tiebreakers, including for the 2 spots into the finals.
Yeah, massive, massive tiebreakers. Grand final spots still very much on the line.
$200,000 to boot, 5+2. We speak about momentum. Magnus had it on his side yesterday when he won the comeback game. Will Sindarov have it? What a day of chess this has been.
With the position draw, the players took their seats, and the pressure and all eyes were on Javokir Sindarov, up against the world #1 and down a full point after given just a couple of openings within the game. He did take what was a sizable advantage, but akin to what Magnus seems always capable to do, he would bring it back to nearly within even until the young Uzbek had something to say about it down the stretch.
All eyes were on him, but little hope was on him. I think it's one of the big achievements in chess if you can make this comeback victory. And it looked like within reach, then not, and then he did it finally. That goes into tiebreakers in this one. Vincent Keymer, Levon Aronian, an absolute roller coaster of a game, David.
Yeah, crazy tactical melee on one board. From Sindarov, it was just taking the material, clinging on and converting. And ultimately, the results are the same on both semifinals.
That's the thing. 4 results across 4 boards, but really only one thing is learned. And that is, of course, that Fabiano and Parham will move into tomorrow playing for 5th and 7th, respectively. Because you can see here in the upper bracket, we are all tied up across our semifinals. We'll be diving into a new best of 2 between each of these players with 5-2 time controls shortly. Let's go ahead, though, to flip to that lower bracket because there's still one more board alive down there as well. Hans Niemann and Arjun Erigaisi. They want to figure out who will go on to face Caruana in that 5th place matchup tomorrow and who will drop down to go up against Parham Maghsoodloo.
Yeah, we didn't see that that match too much, but it was Arjun with the pressure, trying to edge his way past Hans Niemann, but great defense from the American. And yeah, we go again. They go again.
Everyone goes again. I absolutely love it. And I have to ask you guys, I mean, we spoke about momentum. It's something that we talk so much in chess commentary and something that we see play out all the time. Magnus finding it against Fabi, 2-0 in the end. Sindarov with that win. Do you think it's advantage Sindarov going into this tiebreaker now?
Advantage, no. You're never going to hear me say advantage against Magnus Carlsen, but I think his odds get significantly better. I actually think 5-2 can work in his favor along with momentum. So what maybe would have been a 70-30 or something, you know, coming into the day and just with what I know of Magnus Carlsen now might have shrunk to a 60-40 or a 55-45 type matchup.
Yeah, one thing I noticed about Magnus, though, is that over the last year or 2, he has been struggling to keep leads. Like, he's great at striking back. We saw that yesterday against Fabiano, but the World Blitz Championship last year, he was 2 points up against Nepomniachtchi with 2 games to go. he lost 2 games on the bounce, Magnus, so he couldn't cling on to that. That's why we saw the infamous kind of co-champions. It's happened a few times for Magnus. So I think that last game was Magnus a bit nervous, bad opening. And yeah, I think the reset is all important. I still think he's a big favorite.
Yeah, I want numbers here because Magnus, again, David, always a favorite, impossible to bet against, right? We had lost all hope on Sindarov, that this match is over, Magnus is going to be our first finalist. And here he's back. I'll go first on this one. I would say it's a 60-40.
Wait, I already threw out my numbers. What do you mean you went first? I said all of my numbers. Did you just ignore them?
I heard it.
Yeah, we've got video evidence, I'll tell you that much. Good thing all the cameras are rolling.
When in doubt.
I said what would have previously been a 70-30 in favor of Magnus. With the 5-2, I bring it to a 60-40. So actually, you and I are in perfect alignment.
David, would you agree or do you disagree?
Hot take, it's 60-40.
Whoa! Whoa, that's the first time I've heard that today.
Me too. I just came out with it. What can I say?
What a great number to throw out. All right, fair, guys. Sorry about that. But let's also talk about the Vincent Levon matchup.
This one.
Like 2 draws, but absolutely insane stuff on the board. You know, not all draws are made equal, and these are the kind that we love to watch.
Yeah, but I'm going to give an edge to Levon here.
Yeah, I'm going to go 70-30.
I heard that.
Whoa!
I think that was Vincent's big chance. Like, he had a winning position, and it was so winning at some point that I think he's going to be kicking himself for not converting. And also, we've seen his struggles in the lower time formats.
The delta between Levon and Vincent is greater than the delta between Magnus and Javokir?
I think maybe I'm being too optimistic on Levon's part, but I don't know, I've just seen it so many times. Levon, he knocked out Magnus, he knocked out Hikaru in the Blitz in Vegas. He's got a great track record in the tiebreaks, beat Hans yesterday. Vincent's always struggled in the quicker time formats.
Help me out, that's not 70-30, is it?
You know, I'm going to throw a number that's never been heard before. You know which one that is. I think it's a 60-40 for Levon taking this. But you know what? When I look at the way this whole Grand Slam's played out, Magnus has 2 titles. He's won the tour. Vincent Keymer, Weissenhaus champion. Levon Aronian, Vegas champion. There's one guy in the mix who hasn't won anything but has been so impressive. So I'd love to see Sindarov have that deep run and go all the way.
Yeah, I honestly was only going to give it a 55-45 in favor of Levon. Again, you know, that's it's still a solid vote of confidence, but I wasn't going as far as 70-30.
All this stats talk, guys, is hurting my brain.
My goodness. Well, as you can see, we're very much enjoying our time here in South Africa and watching these players duke it out over the board, but we're not the only one. We have a public viewing party taking place back in Cape Town, and so we've got a little bit of a highlight of what it's been like to be watching the games underneath the glorious sun here in South Africa. Take a look.
Away! Welcome to the V&A Waterfront, where myself, Katua, Adrian, and V Dates are hosting some of the action.
It's the live stream happening right here. It's beautiful. People are in here to see all the action happening.
I'm here to give my chess tips to all the people who are here. The chess enthusiasm of the people in Cape Town is amazing. I didn't expect that.
And now we're going back to the commentary, right?
Yeah, enough about us. Let's go
let's go back.
Away?
Away.
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 Over there in Cape Town, Vidit holding it down for the people out there in the hot South African sun. What a treat commentary is from him time and time again.
He's the man. He's so funny. He understands so much about what the players are going through. He's been there on the tour, playing in the Grand Slams himself, and yeah, he's keeping everyone entertained. I have no doubt about that.
I wonder who he would give edges and what percentages he would be giving.
I think I got overexcited with the 70. I retract. 60-40.
Stick to your guns, man. Don't let us bully you into submission.
Yeah, but that is a hot take. I mean, Vincent versus Levon, 70-30. Very interesting stuff, but who knows, you know? We'll find out. But I completely agree with it. Chess fever is on in South Africa across. I mean, here as well, it's been just so amazing to watch the players, how inspired they've been, the inspired action they've been bringing on.
Yeah, and honestly, I love the call out to the time that we spent in South Africa because it began before we we arrived here at Grootbos, right? We had a number of opportunities for our top players to go meet with some of the young prospects here in South Africa. Multiple simul games being played between a number of our top GMs at both universities and with local schools. Love to see the younger generations inspired to someday meet the greatness or match the greatness of these very players that you see on your screens. Now, we've talked about perhaps the higher stakes matchups at the top of the table, but of course we still have Arjun Erigaisi and Hans Niemann about to go at it as well in their tiebreak. So what do you feel there? Because this is where I would say perhaps these guys are more evenly matched in a faster time control than we've been giving credit to the other two matchups.
No, that's absolutely a street fight between these two players. I mean, both Arjun and Hans, extremely strong, extremely quick when they've got little time to start with. Very good blitz players as well. Slightly biased towards Arjun, you can't blame me for that. But I will say Hans in this match so far hasn't really given him any big opportunities. So it's anyone's match, that one is.
Yeah, that one's not a 70-30. That's the only thing I can say.
It's an 80-20.
It's a 90-10. I just don't know whose favour. No, I think that is literally 50-50 at this point.
I agree.
It's just so hard to separate them. And I think it might just be decided on the time scrambles in one of the two Blitz games.
Yeah, either way, the gloves have got to come off at this point, I think, for all of our players. And this is all still pending what the position draw will be and what the evaluations of those positions will be by the players. Because as we know, freestyle chess does not mean that you get to start on an equal playing field per se.
That's true. And we saw it yesterday. The tie breaks, they were just so close. I mean, especially Levon against Hans, it just felt so random. Like, yes, the starting positions had a bit to say about it, but ultimately it's the nerves now and the fact that there is a lot on the line and you have to keep your head.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I just want to add, Javakir with the short time format was an absolute beast. When we had 10+5 in the round robin, he was undefeated. He finished the round robin with 5.5 out of 7. So that makes me think, going into the 5+2, the odds have to shake up in his favor.
In his favor part is, I think, the tricky. Again, I think by far and away he's got better chances now than he did coming into the day, given the switch up in time control. And actually, yeah, sure, if we take with what he's proven by getting one back against Magnus Carlsen in that game that was just played, I would imagine he should feel confident going into this next one.
And we're only missing Magnus from the players still remaining who will be in action in a few minutes' time. We saw Fabiano there, kind of just relieved, I think. They doesn't have to play more chess today, but the rest are getting ready, getting back into the zone.
Oof. Sindarov already with his leg shake there, something that we got used to seeing when he's playing chess. Wonder if he's feeling the nerves. The thing is that when you lose the first game, you have a feeling that that's it, I'm going to fight in the lower bracket. And here he's been given a second life. He knows he's done something that's almost near impossible. He's made that comeback, and it's a reset.
Yeah, he's made that comeback, and now maybe Magnus a bit upset at himself for giving that opportunity to the young man in Javakir Sindarov, forcing himself to have to play yet another matchup. He's made his way back into the playing hall. A number of our players have all found their seats, and they eagerly await what will be the battlefield for their next game, the first of our two tie-break scenarios. Once again, we go back to Fiona Stahl-Anthony on the stage for the draw.
Welcome back. Both our semi-finals are heading into playoff after Sindarov struck back in Game 2, as well as Erigaisi against Niemann. They will play 2 games of 5+2. We're about to draw the position. I'm delighted to be joined by Women International Master and Senior Lead Instructor Ansel Laubscher. Ansel, you and I had a quick chat earlier about the educational value of freestyle. Do you want to say a few words about that?
Oh, thanks, Fiona. Yeah, well, from my side, I'm still trying to learn normal chess, so freestyle is a whole different variation for me. But I do think that there's definitely a place for freestyle in educational chess because it makes the players understand the value of the pieces and to find that happy place for every piece, where they can function optimally.
And it's a joy watching our players do that here. Let's find out now which position they will play next. So it's gonna be position number 182. 182. The players only have 5 minutes to prepare this time round. So players, best of luck, and for everyone watching at home, have fun.
Die kommen nicht raus, ich glaube, denen ist zu warm.
Maybe G3.
But to G3, I think they will play something like C5 or E5. But I actually like D4. Why you don't?
Yeah, D4.
Let me try to push.
G6.
I mean G6, C3.
D5.
Ah, D5 is like bishop 5 is coming.
So we have to go to G4.
Yeah, maybe. You don't like? And knight B6, and like, it'll be risky.
Knight B6, bishop F4.
Huh? Knight B6, bishop F4. But
knight B6, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe after G6 we could go knight B3.
Yeah, knight B3, yeah. Idea to play G3, E4 fast.
D5?
G3.
G3.
Knight B6, I think.
This is good. Bishop C4, yeah? No, bishop C4, knight C6. And so knight C3, bishop F5, or E4?
Well, why we cannot play E4? I mean, take with the 2 bishop G2. I think it's very good position.
So okay, D4. G6, knight B3. That's what
Yeah.
Okay. A5?
A5? Wow. It's crazy. Yeah, knight C3. Like, yeah, maybe B5 is it?
Yes, B4.
No, they're pushing.
Maybe here. Because C3, I don't know.
Maybe
A4.
Knight C5?
B5. And then D6. Too many tempi, no?
Did you see? I mean, yes, there is too many tempi, but wait, look. I mean, too many tempi, but actually knight was on D3, I think it's very good.
Bishop 7. Yeah,
in G3, D6, and knight D3.
Yeah, okay. Wait.
So, gentlemen, we will start in 2 minutes.
I mean, this D4 looks wrong, no?
You can just copy this. This doesn't look like there's some immediate issue.
Yeah. Maybe we also have this one. To play C4. Maybe why not?
It's just risky and very strange position.
So it's 1 minute to the start of the game.
1 minute away from tie breaks getting underway. It's position 182. You can see Levon getting his last couple glimpses at it outside underneath the sun before he dives back into the playing hall and gets himself situated for his matchup against Vincent Keymer. Of course, we'll also have a heavy focus on Javokir Sindarov, who extended his run against Magnus Carlsen with a necessary win in his most recent game. 5-2 is the time controls, though, here. So a quick switch up in pace. Who will be the quickest out the gate? That's the question.
Blink 182. It's
and you'll miss it.
Exactly. Interesting position here to start off with. The players didn't have so much time to analyze. I think we're going to see some crazy openings. It feels always with queens in the corner, knights in the corner, as if things get imbalanced quickly.
Wow. They need to readjust themselves to this faster time control, 5+2, and I think that is a big challenge. I'd almost say you got to forget all the small things and then just focus on the job at hand.
I'm giving you an applause for that one. Wonderfully done, beautifully crafted. Away we go. We've got both of our semifinal boards up on your screen, so we don't miss too much of the action early on between these top dogs.
And Levon Aronian, or as early as move 2, has made a small mistake apparently, but nothing to write home about. Vincent Keymer, it looks like he wants to fianchetto some pieces. Magnus arrives late, as per usual, forfeiting some time on the clock. 30 seconds gone.
Yeah, late in this scenario. That could come back to bite you.
I mean, he did that in game 2 of the longer time format, and it didn't work too well for him. And right now, with just 5 minutes to start, 30 seconds less, he does go with that central break, always trying to get his queen out into the game as quickly as possible. Magnus Carlsen does.
Big moment for Sindarov, especially on the left board in front of you. Does he capture, allow Magnus's queen out, or does he bypass the pawn? Does he say, I'm going to lock the center, gain some space, push forward? I think that would show a lot of ambition. That's the most ambitious move from Sindarov. So we'll learn about his mindset here and now. The other board, I think, might become a bit more symmetrical, at least for a few more moves. But Levon Aronian will be trying to crack open the center in the near future.
But would you believe it? For the 30 seconds that Magnus Carlsen sacrificed by coming to the board late, Javakir's already given that back to him with this think, rapidly approaching the 4-minute mark early on here in this tiebreak scenario, only 2 moves in.
I would believe it because, you know, the thing is that 3 moves, the third move is going to decide and dictate the nature of the position for the rest of it. Do you keep things closed? Do you open up? He says, I'll go with the former. He gains more space in the center, but giving a free hand to Magnus on that right flank. Will he push the F-pawn eventually up the board as well?
Magnus is trying to turn it into a King's Indian type of pawn structure, the structure that normally arises from that opening in traditional chess where he can rely on pattern recognition. Sindarov might just agree. And yeah, I'm very pleased to see that he's pushed his pawn forward with white, because we might see the connect 4, but also because it shows his mindset. He wants to beat Magnus here and now. He wants to do it with the white pieces. And okay, first of all, he pushes this pawn forward. He's not worrying about his central pawn, because after the white g-pawn steps forward, or white knight comes, the white queen can get into the center. This is going to be a very locked position for a while.
I love the aggression that Sindarov's showing right now. He's not shying away from the fight. And usually in these games, the board gets divided into half. You know, Sindarov focusing on the left flank, Magnus on the right side of the board. You're pointing out the knight jump coming in with an attack on the 2 pawns. There's ideas of c5 break at the right time, suddenly opening up the bishop spot to give a check. That b5 square now under control by Magnus on a6. It's going to be a race on the 2 flanks.
Magnus not wanting that knight to be able to jump further into the position, so he's going to steal that square away from his opponent. So Javakir says, you grab space on one side of the board, I'll grab space on the other side of the board, launching his h-pawn down and maybe giving his queen away into the game.
Very interesting, but that also shows his intentions. He's not going to castle anymore on the right flank here, Sindarov. He's most likely going to plant his king on the other flank. So at least that's an indicator to Magnus about how he should be planning for the future. Brings his bishop forward there. Magnus, will he trade dark squared bishops? That tends to be a problem piece for black. Maybe that's on the agenda for soon, at least in the next few moves. He's slowing down.
Yes, he's got his hand on that bishop. He wants to develop pieces right now. Just feels like more space. I like the pace that Sindarov's keeping on the clock as well. Magnus also hinting towards the flexibility of the black king. Might go either way.
Yeah, the king could go to the left. There's also a very typical idea in these types of structures. Black is a bit cramped, so trading off is the key. The more trades we see, the more he can breathe a sigh of relief, Magnus Carlsen. Very tense position here. But Sindarov, just as he's been all day, behind on the clock again.
It's fascinating to me how willing all of these players are to leave so many pieces on the board in a 5-minute game of chess. I feel like they'd be willingly trading things off, say, let's make this simple for ourselves, and yet the complexity only continues to build.
You have to keep the tension when you're at this level. Whoever blinks first is the one on the back foot usually, and both these players doing just that. Sindarov now, but he has to make a move faster because the big decisions lie ahead in the game. This is not the critical moment.
And we
Get
know
the bishop out. Push that h-pawn. But make a move, Sindarov.
He's got to make a move. He's got to make a move, and quickly here already, more than a minute off of his clock as compared to his opponent. As we know, in this position, you blink 182 and you miss it, and we've missed quite a bit of the other board. So how about we hop over there real quick just to check in on that semifinal. Levon, Aronian, Vincent, Keymer. How's that one developed? I see a question mark given the most recent move, but equivalence on the bar, still every piece on the board.
Yeah. Big moments. Levon Aronian has pushed forward. With space comes responsibility. He backs up his pawn there. Maybe an opportunity to try and bring the knight forward. There's a big hole in black's camp on the dark squares. Again, it's a bit like Swiss cheese. You put your pawns on light squares, the dark squares become weak. I think this is a great start to the game for Levon if he can keep the momentum. But Vincent's trying to save things by getting the queens off the board. And there we go, breaks in the center.
He's trying to fight for that space right back. He wants that knight to occupy that spot if the trades are accepted. I like this active approach by Vincent. He also keeps it level on the clock. We've spoken about his time management on your player cards as one of his weakest points. Levon trying to find ways he can make use of that, but so far Vincent doing a great job.
Unfortunately, did have to concede control of the H-file with that queen trade. So that could be a resource for Levon later on in the game.
And in the meantime, Levon has to decide what to do, whether to keep the tension or whether to trade off. Probably safer to trade off this pawn. The downside is his knight cannot sneak forward anymore because the black bishop has suddenly come to life. That was such a good moment for Vincent to strike in the center. Levon playing on the flanks, you play down the center of the park. So this game looking much more stable and more balanced than the other board, at least for now.
All right, with stability here, back we go. Over to Magnus Carlsen, Javokir. We'll likely follow this one to its conclusion as it is such a marquee matchup. Javokir looking to do the unthinkable over Magnus Carlsen and get a win here in game one of the tiebreak and set himself up for success. He jumps in with his knight, looking for the trade.
The clock. 1 minute versus 3. This is brinksmanship at its best. And Magnus has traded off pieces. Magnus is about to get the dark squared bishops off the board as well. First, you've got to stop the white queen from swooping in on the diagonal. You've got to block that line, probably with a pawn. But Magnus has got a fantastic position now, suddenly.
I love that last move by Sindarov, hinting at that queen a7 jump, hitting the black rook at the other flank right now. Magnus needs to take a pause, play that pawn move if he finds it. He doesn't. He does go immediately for the bishop trade on the other side, giving white the opportunity to come flying away with that queen. Will he do it? He falls back with the knight first.
Magnus would have castled his king to protect his rooks, connect his rooks, if the white queen had jumped in. So not yet, but now Magnus has a very good bishop against a very bad bishop. No space issues, and he is the one who holds the key to the center. He can break or close it, depending on what he wants. Magnus is in charge.
And he might increase the tension eventually by pushing the G pawn as well, with the rook nicely lined up against the white queen. Watch out for those pawn breaks if you're Javokir Sindarov. But right now, first of all, foremost, watch your clock.
Needs to speed up. I love your idea there, Tanya. Connect 4 across the board. Magnus is going to hold that one up his sleeve for a bit later. But first, there's a bit of a dance. Who's going to go which side here with their king? The white king's probably going to the left once the black bishop's being kicked away. I think Magnus is trying to prepare for that inevitability. Slowing down now.
Very complicated stuff here. With all the pawns still on the board, no open lines. It's already a game for all 2 results. This one is.
Yeah, you mentioned the pace slowing down, but it's Magnus who's choosing to slow down the pace, right? And it's so indicative of him feeling like these are the critical moments in the game for him to come away with a victory.
Exactly. He thinks when he wants. He kind of speeds things up when he wants. At the moment, it's Javokir pretty much just reacting. And this is very interesting. I thought he would wait a few more moves, but he feels he's ready to open up those lines before white can fully coordinate the pieces and get them off the back rank.
But even if you have to react, you need more time on the clock. He's now under the 40-second mark, and big questions. There's so much tension in the center. A trade-off between the F and the E pawn, between the G and the H pawn as well. And Javokir with the first inaccuracy on the board.
Will it be the first or will it be the last inaccuracy? Javokir struggling with 30 seconds on his clock. He takes with the knight. He has one strong piece, but suddenly the black queen is so strong on the diagonal. Suddenly Magnus is also up 1 pawn, and this is what he wanted. The white queen swoops all the way in behind enemy lines. Is that effective, or is that just a shot in the dark attacking the rook?
It's a big threat. You move that rook, you lose the pawn in front of it. Magnus will have to find a way. I don't think you want to go castling on the other side after all the trades that have happened. Magnus is going to do vintage Magnus stuff. He just places his king in the center, steps it one step forward, connects the two rooks, up a pawn, G2 attack. Happy Magnus.
Very happy Magnus. He kind of, there's some things he enjoys. He enjoys walking into discovered checks. He enjoys queen sacrifices, all the counterintuitive things in chess. And one of those is not castling your king. So Magnus, without a doubt, is going to play this move, surely.
But now both players under that 1 minute mark, and that's when mistakes start happening. It's never the first. It's always the one who makes that last mistake that counts. I'm expecting a lot of bar swings in this one.
Guaranteed to see some mistakes. Nobody can play perfect under these time controls and these conditions and in the format of freestyle chess, but that's what makes it exciting. Magnus Carlsen evaluating the position, spending a fair amount of his bank, reminding everybody at home you only get 2 seconds per move, and now he's the one in a deficit to Sindarov.
Wow, he moved his rook across and the white queen actually swoops back. He would have done this either way. He would have done it if the black king had moved as well. Magnus just wanted to curl up into a ball. He's done the hard work. Queen takes pawn now, will be met by the black rook jumping down and grabbing a very important white pawn. That is unthinkable. You cannot allow that, Javokir. Or can you?
Just did it.
Oh, he's allowing a check as well. This is so scary for the white king.
Brave and gutsy, and this is forcing the bishop to retreat. That's the only move. Did he miss this check coming in?
He reacted on the camera, Javokir. You saw him wince. He was grimacing there. He now knows that rook takes pawn, threatens checkmate.
Oof.
Queen takes bishop is the threat.
This is over in one move. Javokir just simply missed Magnus's queen coming in with the power play against the white king.
And there's no counterplay. The white knight could have given a check. The black king would have just moved. And here we go. He blocks instead. Magnus is a pawn up, though, and with an attack. He can force a draw if he wants.
3 seconds, though. Well, he's played that move with 2 seconds, with 1 second on the clock even.
Okay, queen's off the board. Oh, it's an endgame, though. Magnus is up a pawn. He's a huge favorite now.
Yeah, with seconds on the clock, anything can happen. This is still not over. Javokir on the defense. That knight on e4, centrally blocking everything, keeping things under check so far. Trade denied.
Yeah, the knight is more important than the bishop here, so the knight has to keep itself on the board. Javokir blocks black's extra pawn. The king is coming, though. Magnus is so good at using kings actively. He breaks the blockade. The white rook has to run away. Now the pawn advances.
The fortress cracks here. Javokir looking for play on the other side. He's not going to find it. Magnus even sacrificing a pawn. Can you accept it? You can't. That would open up the line. Now blocked.
This is dominance, though. White's bishop is so bad. All of its own pawns are on light squares. Therefore, the white bishop is just a terrible piece. And Magnus is jumping in. He's winning another pawn.
He's coming in with all his pieces. Look at the speed with which the two are playing.
Oh, so speedy, but unfortunately for Sindarov, it's just not going to be enough. The black pawn is too strong on the edge of the board. It's going to paralyze his whole army.
Basically playing on increment, on the bonus time of 2 seconds, these two players are.
Magnus moves his bishop in, the knight goes back. Oh, Sindarov just runs out of time, though.
Wow, down to a bullet chess scenario and echoes of the initial rounds between these two players. Magnus Carlsen will get the first game in the tiebreaker, put himself back up a point above Javokir Sindarov, heading into round number 2. Over to our other semifinal, where they're also locked in a bullet game at this point. The bar has been swinging wildly in this one.
Vincent Keymer, he was winning, but he's just blundered. He's blundered his extra piece. He had an extra bishop. He was totally winning. He's lost it. Look at the reaction. He's down now 2 pawns. Levon is winning.
In one move, from winning to lost. And that's how it went. And you could see it on him. And now he's down 2 pawns. Levon about to queen. He knows it. Look at him. He's locked in. About to lose a 3rd pawn.
Panic. The panic. He was so winning. Extra bishop. Lost in 1 move. No compensation.
Vincent is so mad at himself. He's just using this time to calm himself down right now.
There's nothing he can do. The black king is offside. The white king is advancing. The e-pawn will start moving forward now.
He almost touched 160 on that heart rate monitor, Vincent Keymer did.
That's how it goes when you blunder. When you know that you're losing, he barely made that move with 1 second left. Gives a check. The white king is moving on over.
You're going to lose all the pawns in the position, but one is enough. It's that A-pawn that will decide the game for Levon Aronian.
There we go. Is Annie the A-pawn going to win this game? It's going to cost black his rook. And handshake. Levon strikes. Wow, what a turnaround.
Honestly, I feel like he's taking it well. You can see the smile on his face as he looks to the heavens, grabs his jacket. He'll have to have to get on control of his wits, get his wits about him, if you will, going into our second round of the tiebreak. 2 decisive victories, and it's both of the old guard, it's both of the veterans, Levon, Aronian, and Magnus, Carlsen, who get the wins.
In this clash of generations, it is going to be Vincent, Keymer, and Sindarov one more time. He's done it in the longer time format. Can he make a comeback in this tiebreaker? One thing's for sure, we saw the bar swings, we saw the evaluations go crazy, we saw the blunders happen. There are always opportunities in this format.
Yeah, it feels like there's one wild semi-final, this one, where the eval bar is swinging up and down and left and right, and the other one, it's all been about the black pieces. Magnus winning twice with black, Sindarov winning black again. Can he do it one last time?
Yeah, reliving this tiebreak, this initial tiebreak, if you will. It was Vincent, Keymer, and Magnus Carlsen who sat together to analyze. One of them would come away with the victory, the other one would not, as it was a flurry of pieces and a wild evaluation bar on this semifinal in particular between Levon, Aronian and Vincent, Keymer.
And that one, this one, could have been a completely different story. Vincent Keymer with an extra piece in an endgame, completely winning, and all it took was a one-move blunder to mess up everything that he had created over the last 50 moves, and that was it. And Magnus Carlsen with his win, forcing Sindarov now back against the wall. Can Sindarov do it 2 times in a row today?
All right, so let's take a look at how our bracket has panned out so far. It's a 2-1 lead here for Magnus Carlsen over Sindarov, and a 2-1 lead for Aronian over Vincent, Keymer. We didn't get a look at it, but Arjun Erigaisi would undo Hans Niemann in their matchup to get a lead as well, 2-1 fashion. One more game to go to see if we're going to go to Armageddon in any of these 3. But since we didn't get to see all of the Vincent Keymer game, I think we should go back, because while we got to it rather just before a blunder would occur from Keymer's side, that's not to forget some earlier blunders by Levon that even put him in that winning position to begin with.
Exactly. I want to start by jumping into what I'm going to call a queenless middle game, where Levon Aronian with the white pieces was totally winning. And here, he had so many good moves that I think he just struggled to pick, and he forgot about the counterplay. In this position, it is level material, but white's rooks are so dominant on the 7th rank, on the 6th rank. White's minor pieces centralized as well. And if Levon had found a move such as this knight jump, jumping forward, cutting the coordination between the rook and the bishop, he would have gone on to win. Knight takes knight, for example, he would have taken this bishop. Too much trouble here. Pieces attacked. The black king in the danger zone. Levon had a winning advantage. But check this out. He played a very natural move. He attacked the black rook, and this was a big blunder, turning things around totally because of a genius move from Vincent Keymer, pushing his f-pawn forward. That looks innocuous, but the goal is to, of course, promote, make a new queen, and suddenly there's a check opened up on the diagonal, hitting the white king, hitting the rook. This turned things around totally, and Vincent Keymer soon got a material advantage. Knight takes rook, we saw a check, and here, Vincent, due to the pawn pushing, due to the knight being under fire, won a piece. But if we fast forward another 15 moves into this position, this is where the final heartbreak arose. Vincent now, still with an extra piece, 2 bishops versus 1, could have won the game on the spot by retreating his bishop.
What pressure can do even to the best in the world.
And we've said it many times, but for good reason, right? It's not about who makes the most mistakes or the most blunders, it's who makes the final one, unfortunately. And in that case, for Vincent Keymer, it was him who would make the final blunder. That means Levon Aronian is just 1 game away, 1 draw away from a second finals berth in a row, from Vegas to here. Same goes for Magnus Carlsen, though. A draw or better in his matchup against Sindarov, and he as well goes to the grand finals for the 3rd time.
Yeah, I don't see a reality where Magnus has let Sindarov back in once today. He allows that to happen twice the same day.
Magnus loses with white like once in a blue moon. To think of it happening twice? I mean, he lost to Fabi yesterday with white, he lost today, maybe, but it is, I mean, we talked about the odds, 60-40, all that stuff. Surely now Magnus is closer than ever.
Yeah. This has to be a 90-10 now. I mean, for Sindarov, it will be a miracle if he gets it done. The thing is, every time Magnus loses, again, it's like a transformer mode. It's the Hulk mode that gets activated. It just becomes that much more difficult to overcome him.
Well, once again, the players are beginning to congregate, and as you can see, we're getting set up on stage to have that position lottery. Very curious to know what the landscape will look like of our 64 squares here for our second tiebreaker. I'm going to remind everybody, there's still the potential for more chess. If there are any decisive victories in the opposite way of what we just saw, we're going to Armageddon between any of these 6 players.
And we haven't had that yet. I'd love to see that happen.
We haven't had it yet.
We haven't. You know what? Hard to imagine it happening between the Magnus game. I think Magnus takes it, but David, Levon, Vincent, anything can happen. I think that's still a big chance.
Very possible. Bring it on, Armageddon.
Anything can happen, and with 3 boards in play, there's a fairly high likelihood we go to Armageddon. But first, we need to see what the position will be. So once again, back into the playing hall with Fiona Style, Anthony on the stage.
Well, what a round that was. 3 decisive games, wins for Carlsen, Aronian and Erigaisi. Their opponents are now in a must-win situation to potentially take it to Armageddon. It would be our first. But first, we're going to find out the next position. I'm delighted to be joined by Ruben Salimou, the president of Western Cape Chess. And Ruben, let me ask you, what's the importance of having the very best players in the world playing here in South Africa?
Thank you so much for coming through. The most important thing is, I know it's hard for you guys in the time you give to give these socials, but the impact that you have when you visit to our kids and the interest that picks up in chess, it enables us to carry out programs that we would not otherwise be able to do. And in a country like this can be life-changing. It also gives me an opportunity to meet people I've never met that have helped so much to give to South Africa, like David Berman, who I saw around here. He changed chess in South Africa. So it's such an opportunity for us to do other social work, and we really appreciate the time and the troubles that you have to go through to see this through. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ruben, and your job is not over yet. You're about to draw the next position. So let's find out. So the next position, whenever you're ready, Ruben, it's gonna be number 036, position 36. Once again, the players have 5 minutes. Good luck, and everyone watching, enjoy.
It's nice, the bishops.
It's watching complicated.
So before, huh? Before E5, D5, yeah.
Before E5, D5?
This guy is done.
Yes. But I don't have any. So are you sure about D5? D5 is...
Knight B6, huh?
Knight B6, E4, F5, yeah. I mean, 93 or I don't know. So.
C6. 93 takes.
Ah, wait,
Should be
E4,
okay.
C6, yeah, it should be okay, yeah.
And E5 is okay.
I mean, take should be very nice. Can you explain?
it shouldn't be blocked.
Yeah, it's 0 problem. Yeah.
Can I set up that many options for black?
No.
Okay, so this.
Yeah, before.
This is it.
Knight b6. Once we cover f5, it's dead, yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I think it has to be something like that.
Doesn't look too scary. So f4, many people will not play it. h4, should go h5, c4. c4, e5?
No, c4, e5 is fine.
This should be okay.
Yeah, it should
Knight
be
is
okay.
coming
Knight
to
is
c6.
yeah. Bishop move. I don't know. I think
So,
knight is
so what is the most dangerous?
I
d4?
think, yeah, 4 is most dangerous now, like to play to d5 before, yeah.
d5, f5 you want to play, or
No,
what?
e4 I want.
Ah. So f5 is really interesting.
Yeah, 5 is like most logical.
Then c6, f6, knight f7, like this.
Gentlemen, we will start in
yeah,
2 minutes.
f6, c6.
Hmm?
Yeah, this, yeah, takes. Yeah, let's say c5, knight b3, yeah?
Heading into our second tie-break of the semi-final round here, Vincent Keymer, Magnus Carlsen sitting down to analyze together. For Magnus Carlsen, he's the one who has the advantage in his matchup. Vincent Keymer looking to equalize against Levon Aronian. We also got a picture of Javokir, Arjun Erigaisi, and Levon all talking together. Obviously, Javokir finds himself in a different situation than the other two, being disadvantaged in his matchup.
Yeah, completely different because for Levon and Arjun, they won their first game. They need only a draw to wrap up the match. Javokir needs to do the absolute opposite of that. And interestingly, they came to the conclusion that for white, f4 would be the very scary option in this position. Magnus, meanwhile, and Vincent, who are playing with the white pieces, are not checking that move out yet. They're not looking at the option that the other guys are scared about.
Interesting. So the last 5 minutes might have been useless for the players with black. Maybe apart from Arjun Erigaisi, who will be facing Hans Niemann. Where is Hans? That is the big question.
That is a big question.
Han Solo.
Likely, yeah, playing Han Solo over at his board and awaiting his opponent. I would have good news for Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer with the white pieces, that if they weren't looking at f4, it's not a move the engine wants them to look at. So at least they seem to be a bit more on the right track with their looks at, let's say, d4, e4, more traditional opening moves on the chessboard. 10 seconds away from the beginning of our second tiebreak round, though. Can Javokir Sindarov do it yet again against the world #1? That's the question at the top of everyone's mind.
We hear the gong, we see the handshake, and we are off. Magnus will open with the d-pawn. That is the one that he and Vincent were discussing the most. And a pause.
And notice how there's not an immediate reaction because it wasn't the move that was being expected by Levon and Sindarov. They were looking at f-pawn moving forward. They strike in the center while Sindarov does already, as Levon takes a bit more of a longer think. e5, pulling a Magnus on Magnus, trying to get the queens out as early as possible.
Yeah, and this is something that Magnus was looking at. We saw on his board with Vincent, the queen was coming out very early with black. Interesting that Levon played the same move. Vincent immediately blocked it up. He said, nope, your queen is not coming out. I'm not going to take your pawn. Magnus spending 30 seconds on this move and counting.
And that right side of our screen, right? Usually when you have this kind of a pawn formation with white on d5, black with that e5, pawn play gets decided and divided into the two halves. For Levon, he will look at a flank side attack on that right side of the board. For Vincent, he will try to do a pawn storm on the other end, pushing his C, B, and A at the right moment.
Interesting that Vincent pauses, now occupies the center. Some question mark moves on the other board, but it's going to be almost a mirror image of their game with colors reversed, where Sindarov is saying, come at me, push pawns forward. Magnus is taking space. We saw what happened in the last game, though. When Sindarov took space, it backfired. Very interesting. I think good news for Sindarov that all the pieces are on the board. Probably the same for Vincent as well, but he needs to move. He needs to hurry up.
Yeah, that's the one big takeaway from the first game, right? Sindarov has to use the clock as a weapon. He can't fall back on time the way he did. Keep the pieces on the board, keep the tension as long as possible. When there's a proper time scramble, when you get into that hyperbullet territory, mistakes will happen. You will get your opportunities.
He slowed down again, Sindarov.
That's not a good sign, David.
He's about level on the clock right now. But he needs to just apply that pressure, scare Magnus somehow. I think he's got a great opening. But any more than that, we see a pawn sacrifice from Vincent Keymer in the meantime. It's the same pawn sacrifice that Hans Niemann made against Arjun Erigaisi. But that has allowed White to step forward, gain some space. So Levon Aronian's a pawn up, but a bit cramped.
Once again, things get locked up in the center of the board here, though, for Magnus Carlsen Sindarov. As I say that, Magnus is going to threaten trading off some pawns here by launching the pawn in front of his king forward. Computer didn't like it. And Sindarov says, sure, I'll take it.
Magnus is playing for a draw as if he needs a win. He's given up pawns, opened up his own king, taken massive risks, massive committal decisions. I think he's learnt from past mistakes where he did play a bit passive against Sindarov and was punished quite quickly in a previous game, but now bringing out his queen as he loves to do.
He is attacking that pawn in front of it. Sindarov can defend it. You know, it's the G pawn, you get the H pawn up the board, an idea that we've seen happen so many times in freestyle chess. But whatever Sindarov decides, he needs to make that decision quickly. H5 is what I'm expecting, but every time he goes into this pause, that's a moment of concern.
Yeah, big moment of concern. And yeah, it would make sense to just defend that pawn, push pawns forward. It would make sense to try and develop some pieces. There's no right or wrong here. Sindarov just needs to move.
That's the thing. It's not a critical moment, this one.
No, but that's the kind of paralysis that, you know, Magnus Carlsen can strike in his opponents, right? Just by virtue of playing against him. You want to double check and recheck everything.
You invoke the name and you induce paralysis almost. And in the meantime, the other board looking very stable. Vincent Keymer with space as compensation for the pawn he's sacrificed. That's the right board. The left board is where the action's at. He's at least slowed Magnus down by offering a pawn of his own on the edge of the board.
It can be picked up, but that would give Sindarov some time on the other flank to go for an offense. Magnus deciding which one. He goes for neither of them. He blocks the connection between the black bishop and that G pawn. Another aggressive approach, but that pawn, it's defended by two pieces, so you can't pick it up just yet.
Sindarov should continue his plan. He wants to put his dark squared bishop on the same diagonal as the white king, and he just needs to continue being consistent. There we go. He plays it. That was what he set up, but it did cost him a few seconds. And I don't know. That's time you don't get back. Magnus, though, facing some big questions about his own king.
This is getting tactical and tricky. I suggest we do a deep dive into this position. Should we bring up our board?
All right, then diving into Sindarov versus Magnus Carlsen, just so we can get some arrows on the board.
Huge threat.
Whoa, huge threat. Given a question mark, though, because White's king is on an open diagonal. Magnus, I said it before, he loves walking into discovered checks. He takes pride in it. He enjoys a secret thrill. Maybe not so secret, but as you say, Tanya, big threat of checkmate. A nasty pin there on the G7 pawn. This would be game over, lights out if the knight lands.
If it's Magnus's move, that's it. A checkmate in one coming in. But Sindarov can throw in a check. He could pick up that C4 pawn and then defend this. Magnus setting up the trick, but it's not very precise by him.
No.
I'm still looking at that H pawn moving 2 steps ahead right now, kicking that knight out, defending that 8-6 square.
Both winning moves or advantage moves, both give him a 2-point advantage in this situation. So he just needs to find either of them, and he finds the knight move with the discovered check first to pick up a pawn, and then follows it up with the H5 push, gets the exclam. Beautiful play out of Javakir Sindarov.
I think he's striking back, you know. Magnus has just been so fast and loose. He didn't calculate at all, Magnus. He saw a checkmate threat, he played it. He didn't look at the consequences. And yeah, the good thing for Sindarov there is that the good moves were the obvious ones. That helps so much at this time format. And it was not hidden at all. Magnus was relying on this check, but maybe Black just gives up the rook, gains a bit of time. White's king is open. Black already has some pawns on the other side.
He goes for it. And
have to take it. Oh, that was a beautiful checkmate, by the way. If the Black king had moved, White would have traded off queens and on the diagonal delivered a nasty mate. That would have been nasty, but
too pretty to not show.
Do you have half a second to show that?
Let's show it very quickly.
Really quickly.
The rook had to give itself up for this knight, because if the king had moved, the white queen would have stepped forward with a check.
Oof.
Trade, and look at this, the white bishop, the dormant bishop delivers a killer blow. Black can throw some pieces in the way, the game goes on, but this is ultimately settled. Sindarov saw it, dodged it, and the game goes on.
Yeah, but we've been here before, right? From a 2-point advantage, now all of a sudden that's precipitously dropped off to less than a single point here. So Magnus Carlsen already clawing his way back into it due to an inaccuracy here of his opponent, and he's finding the right moves, getting his knight more involved in the game.
And he needs only a draw. That's the big thing. For Sindarov, he has to go all out, has to go for the win. He's sacrificed in exchange. Now he needs to prove that material deficit. He needs to prove his compensation.
I still think he's got good chances, Sindarov. If the bishop now takes back the knight, the black queen can dodge an exchange, take a pawn in the center. That looks nice and pretty. Magnus is wondering whether to take the queens off. He loves endgames, but when the dust settles, black is going to get so many central pawns. There's going to be one that recaptures, another one in the center, and that's like an iceberg just in the middle of the board, cutting the board in half.
And one thing about the younger generation is they're quick to take lessons. Look at the clock management. It's Magnus Carlsen now who's below on the clock. Sindarov keeping that time advantage, keeps the tension on the board. The imbalances, all there to play for.
Okay, another flurry of trades. We've seen a knight go off the board. Both queens have left the board, so now we're just playing with rooks and minor pieces.
Here we go. Black should just take this pawn. He does eventually, and look at those 3 pawns. So strong.
You look at Sindarov, it's almost like he's willing himself to play faster every time. You know, he hesitates, and then he immediately goes back for the move.
There we go. Magnus opens up his bishop, which was pretty much dead on the back rank. Now it does have some life on the diagonal. Sindarov needs to be accurate. This is a key moment. He needs to find a good way to defend his pawns. He doesn't even want to move them because they control so many squares.
Do you simply grab that last remaining f-pawn on that file, develop the bishop, win a pawn, free pawn?
And then go back if you need to. The black bishop wants to use this square. There we go. It had to take a pawn first, but now it can step back and control everything. Sindarov, he's got a big advantage. He's shaking in his chair again. That's normally a sign of his confidence.
And nerves setting in as well. But he's locked in. He knows that this is his opportunity for his second comeback in a row on the same day.
Magnus just prefers playing with black. He just can't handle the white pieces. He keeps getting in trouble with white so quickly.
All right, under a minute now for Magnus, and a very difficult endgame to handle. Magnus playing this with the black side, we'd be like, he's winning this. He's taking this home.
Yeah, and maybe in an effort to kind of keep the clock pressure on Sindarov as he had in the previous games, played a little fast and loose out the gate, and he's put himself in now a tough position that he has to fight back from.
Definitely not his usual style, Magnus Carlsen, and that's why he struggled. Going on the attack when there was no attack to be had.
And Sindarov will be forced to trade off the rooks, which are going to come off the board. Magnus will get his other rook into the game with potentially a check.
There we go. He does trade off rooks. He can grab a pawn on the edge of the board if he wants it, but that would also lose some time, help the black knight come out with gain of tempo. Current material count. Black has 7 pawns. White only has 4. Yes, he's down a rook for knight right now, but that actually means that black is ahead in material. So many pawns in this position.
You do the maths, that's 6 points for black, 5 to boot for white. So almost a pawn advantage there for Javokir Sindarov, and a beautiful center. The knight comes out with a tempo. Magnus immediately retreats the bishop. Javokir has to find a way to keep pushing those pawns.
Yeah, for now, they are pinned. There is awkward tension between the light-squared bishops. The bishop behind is undefended, so the most logical would be to defend it with the king, and he does that. Now he's threatening to push forward, and it's a race. Magnus's pawns against Javokir's pawns. This feels like a 3-result position. Despite the computer preferring black, Magnus still has chances if he's able to get a bit more time.
A bit more time is what he needs, because he's down to 12 seconds on the clock. Sindarov about 40, and he's the one who's on the push. The knight jumps forward, attacking that e2 pawn. Do you really want to give up your bishop pair? Magnus Carlsen is what he's asking.
Yeah, strong centralized knight, though, as well. And he will give up the bishop pair for that knight, but this means it's replaced by a strong bishop, too. Going to try and make a run down the left-hand side of the board here with his 2 pawns, though. Bringing the rook over in support. Computer doesn't love it.
Magnus isn't threatening anything. Look how the black king and bishops are so powerful here. They're all lined up, centralized. And black can start pushing on the other side of the board. He sneaks over to attack the white rook, which moves.
And that's the thing, it's a beautiful position for Sindarov, but is it enough to get a full point? Can he find a way to break through? He has to combine the pawn majority on that right side, the 2 versus 1, the central play, the active bishops, and find a way to put all of it together to keep putting pressure on the world number 1 till he cracks.
He stops the white rook coming in and behind. That's important. Magnus made that move with 2 seconds left. Almost dropped the piece, apologized, but this is looking difficult now. The black bishop moves in. That's a nice skewer. Keeping an eye on both pawns. Magnus is panicking, though. 2 seconds every time he makes a move.
He literally made that move with just 2 seconds on the clock. No bonus time. Now even Sindarov under the 10-second mark. Anything can happen. Expect wild blunders.
Oh, it's dominance, though. Sindarov, look at all those pawns marching forward. On the right half of the board and the center, black has 5 pawns against just 1.
He's going for it. Sindarov is about to get this done.
He's totally winning, totally crushing. He just needs to bring his pawns forward. Bring his bishop in to defend.
He's trapping Magnus's rook, almost e3 pawn falling with a check. He does it, he takes it.
Wow, those 3 pawns are just winning the game. No chance. Magnus tries to deflect. Oh, Sindarov though just takes it. So many pawns marching.
No, but Magnus has counterplay. It's the A pawn now. Once again, the A pawn for Magnus Carlsen that gives him counterplay.
It's a race, but it's not enough. Look at this, the bishop's moving in. The rook trying to hold the tide, but the rook is trapped. The rook has nowhere to go. If the rook moves, black delivers a killer check. On the diagonal, it's game over.
Oh my gosh, and then the d-pawn will move forward. Magnus Carlsen trying to look for a move. He can't find it.
Can't find it. He allows his rook to fall. He pushes his pawn. He's about to make a new queen, but Javelki is going to make a queen as well.
Stunning
with a check.
and precise. Not only a check, it will be a checkmate by Javokir Sindarov.
Oh, wow. Can he find some checks now, Magnus Carlsen? New queens on the board. They've been reborn.
He gives 1 check, but I don't think he's going to have too many, David. The king marching up. Oof.
Oh, let's go with the king.
Anything can happen. There's just seconds on the clock. Javokir made that move with just 1 second.
It's going to be decided by the clock. He's going to keep checking here. The white queen's going behind. Javokir is struggling to get his king out.
Oh.
Walked the wrong way.
Oh, no.
No.
It's a check. It's a draw.
Magnus doesn't find it.
He misses it.
He could have moved his queen across. He's still got chances here. The black king has to run, but it's a fork. He's lost his bishop.
You can't pick up the bishop because that's checkmate, so you have to be very careful with Magnus.
Okay, where's the king going, though? He's walking a tightrope. Will it fall off?
No. You can't repeat. He has to now lose the bishop with a check. Magnus Carlsen is back.
He's lost the bishop with that check. Now the other bishop is falling as well. Magnus has saved it. Miracles do exist. He's run out of material here. Javokir has only got 3 pawns left. The bishop's going to hold the gate. The black king cannot enter. The door is shut.
Javokir knows it as he slows down for the first time, completely winning, and then...
Oh, and would you believe it? He could do it once, he could do it twice, but he couldn't do it a 3rd time against the GOAT of chess. Magnus Carlsen holds off Sindarov and books his ticket to the grand final.
Wow, the smile on his face. Sindarov hitting his own head because he knew he had it in the palm of his hand. He was totally winning. But Magnus, such a slippery, tricky customer, saving it. What a fight that was.
I can't believe my eyes.
So incredibly close, but close is not good enough against Magnus Carlsen, just saving that game. You know, miracles, they seem to happen a lot when this guy is around. It's not luck. You make your own luck on the chessboard. He kept fighting. He kept looking for those chances, and the chances did come.
Eventually he got there, but what a fight by Sindarov. That is such a glimpse into his potential, into his current strength. He was hanging neck and neck with the world number 1. Could have gone the other way easily.
He fought tooth and nail. He has pushed Magnus Carlsen farther and harder than anybody else in this tournament has managed to do so far. And yes, he will fall short just at the end, but he'll do so with a smile on his face and respect gained from the world's best player.
And did you see that handshake at the end of it? It was 2 players with so much immense respect for each other right after a gladiator fight that they just had.
Wow. Drink it in, Javokir Sindarov. I know it might feel a little bitter in the moment, but what a show you put on for all of us.
And there we see the handshake.
That one. Look at that.
Oh, the hit of the chair. Javokir smiling, though. He was enjoying that fight. And ultimately, we do have our finalists.
That's right. It was beautiful chess today, but it was the veterans. It was the old guard who would hold strong. Magnus Carlsen takes down Javakir Sindarov, the front runner coming out of the round robin. And Levon Aronian, he is going back-to-back grand final tables. But this time, he's going up against Magnus Carlsen for all the marbles. From here, let's take a look at the lower bracket, because we had one other board to settle, and that would be Arjun Erigaisi up against Hans Niemann. Erigaisi gets it done with a second victory in the tiebreak. That means he's playing for 5th place tomorrow up against Fabiano Caruana, Parham Maghsoodloo, and Hans Niemann playing for 7th.
Yeah, wow, we've got to catch our breaths. There's so much to break down. Arjun Erigaisi delivering checkmate on the board to beat Hans Niemann. Levon Aronian as well with a mating attack. Very impressive. But yeah, I'm glad we watched that game. Carlsen against Sindarov, because that was wild.
It was wild, and what a battle that was. You know, once again, Sindarov, you almost write him off. You feel like there's just no way he'll create his chances. He gets a winning position, and Magnus just keeps going, move after move. Sometimes you just need that 1% hope, and that becomes 5, that becomes 10, till you have the game in hand as well. Magnus Carlsen saves it, but Sindarov, and you could see it when he threw his hand in the air at the very end, that he was proud of the fight that he put off with that smile on his face.
You have to be proud of the performance that you've put up so far here in South Africa. And still, you get to play for 3rd place. You know, that's nothing to shake your head at, to say the least, and gained respect from the world's best player. That's got to feel good.
I mean, gained respect from the world's best player. I think gaining a new legion of fans, just this 1 month alone, Sindarov, it's been his big breakthrough. We're going to be talking about him for years to come now.
What we saw in that Blitz game is why I love chess so much.
The turnarounds.
It was intense. You know, it was a fight. You could see 2 humans playing superhuman chess there. Things happening, which they do. You know, you switch off the engine. Who cares about what the computer says? This is sports.
Absolutely. There was so much drama, so many highs and lows, and you see it bear out on the players' faces. Again, not just that matchup, of course, it will be our focus, but across all of the boards there. Levon, what a fight out of him here against Vincent Keymer today, again, to get a 2nd grand final berth.
Exactly. Levon, very impressive, especially that second Blitz game, the second tiebreak game, never in doubt, always under control, and we see the celebrations, how much it means to him. The oldest player in the field, he's been at the top of world chess now for 25 years, and he's still
up there.
Still wants it.
Oh, my goodness. Whew. All right, can we all collectively take a breath? Needed that. What a day, and there's still one more day to come.
Bring it on. I think the players who sleep well tonight will sleep just as well.
Yeah, I mean, if this set the stage for what's to happen, I can't wait. And what happens when Levon and Magnus, the 2 players on the tour in freestyle chess, who just don't know what it's like to be in the finals, to lose the finals, you know, they have no idea what that feels like. What happens when they go against each other?
That's a very good point. Both these guys have been there. Magnus twice, Levon once, but they were both victors each time that they've made a trip to that final table. One will not stand tall at the end of all of this, but I think we're set for a really serious battle.
We are. Magnus, he said it a few years ago, Levon Aronian is the one player who's capable of outplaying him totally. And he's done it multiple times throughout their careers, some ding-dong battles between them. So nice to see them meet tomorrow.
Did it in Vegas, right?
Exactly.
I think that'll be the big thing is, you know, how much can Levon kind of pull from his Vegas form, from the momentum and, you know, the heightened reality of that moment and go into it confident against Magnus tomorrow.
And he's got everything to add to that confidence, right? Undefeated in the round robin here, 5 out of 7, a fantastic score. Takes down Hans Niemann in the quarterfinals, then goes on today to win against Vincent Keymer, the Weissenhaus champion. Up against Magnus, I think he's got to be feeling good about his chances as well. Magnus, no one's surprised to see him in the finals. Levon getting it done in classy style. Love it.
All right, well, we put all of our focus, rightfully so, on Magnus Carlsen versus Javakir Sindarov. I think we'd be remiss not to go back and look at some of the other boards that were in play that had some pretty exciting finishes.
Yeah, I want to spotlight Levon Aronian. We've been talking about him and just his really smooth finish to the semi-final against Vincent Keymer. The way he did it, never really in doubt. He did it with the black pieces as well. It was a great opening for him. He won a pawn, but the closing stages were very impressive. In Levon's style as well, always tunnel vision towards the enemy king. That's how he prefers to finish off games. He was lucky in the first one, but no luck about it here. Black is already a pawn up as we join, and the harmony behind the black pieces, doubled rooks here on the f-file. The bishop also targeting this pawn indirectly, and the queen just so dominant in the center. He decided, okay, what do I need to add to tip white over the edge? Another piece into the attack. He lifted up his rook, which soon slid over. White is almost immobilized here. The king slid. The rook also stared at it. And when the white rook moved across, this was the beginning of the end. First, a defender is eliminated. The white pawn has to recapture, so the white queen can defend this square. Now the rook adds pressure. A triple attack now against this pawn. White gave a check. Levon moved. And here we see just total catastrophe for white. He's even offering an endgame where he'll be 2 pawns to the good, but Vincent said no. And Levon said, okay, if you're not going to do that, then I'm just going to checkmate you. Vincent blundering at the end, but already in a hopeless position. Rook takes pawn, and we would have seen the kiss of death to end this game. Levon ending in style.
Yep. Would have been pretty to see it actually play out on the board. I think the concession was made just before that in the face of the realization of a checkmate. But you also mentioned that the other board as well found a checkmate. Arjun Erigaisi against Hans Niemann in 5-2 time controls. I'm impressed with how many of our boards would find their way to a thrilling conclusion such as that. Perhaps we can relive some of those moments aboard we didn't spend too much time on.
Yeah, just the last 3-4 moves here of the game. It was already a very good position for black. We see the eval bar here, and it's all about the king safety. White's king not looking so safe. Also, the piece configuration clumsy for Hans Niemann. There is a pin, and we know what to do with pins. We've learned that from Tanya. Knight takes pawn here, and not necessarily putting pressure on the pinned pawn, but taking advantage of the fact that the queen is lined up with the rook. This is a double attack. The white queen stepped out the way. We saw the black knight capture. And nice to see a castles as late as move 29. Here, Arjun Erigaisi trying to beat the record. Castles his king, gets his rook over, and adds pressure on the f-file. This knight is actually a key defender. Can't really move anywhere. The only way to prolong the game would be to jump back, fianchetto the knight. That's a sad move. He leapt forward, but this was the checkmate. A bishop check. And here, Hans Niemann resigned, realizing that rook takes bishop would have seen the queen swoop in. Game over.
This is such a classical vintage Arjun win, you know, complete chaos from the start. With the black pieces, you deliver checkmate. I've seen him do this so many times, which means that he'll be fighting for 5th place alongside Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah. Fabian Arjun fighting for 5th. It's Parham and Hans duking it out for 7th. Of course, Vincent and Javalkir, they'll be fighting for 3rd. But our 2 top dogs, Levon, Aronian, Magnus, Carlsen, they will be at the final table fighting for the final Grand Slam championship here in South Africa. And guess what? We can't go anywhere without hearing from the 2 guys who just qualified to that final table. Take a look, Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian after their wins.
I've never seen you with 145 pulse measurement before. How did that endgame actually feel?
Yeah, I don't know. It was, what can I say? It was complete and utter meltdown by both players, and yeah, it was, I don't know what to say. It was just sport, I suppose.
A win is a win, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think when I lose the second game today as white, I cannot I cannot be unhappy with any win. So yeah, here we are. I guess I outlasted him more than anything else, but it feels good to be in the final.
Once again, in a final, congratulations and good luck tomorrow, Magnus.
Thank you.
Levon, you get there today. It's a final again, back to back. You have a chance to beat Magnus Carlsen again.
Yes, it's a great privilege.
And what did you do in Las Vegas that you want to do against him this time?
No, it was just 2 Blitz games there, so this time is a real final. So, but what I did, I tried to stay solid, and it somehow worked there.
Would that also summarize the day today? I mean, it opened up with being some blunders in some of the games, especially the first Blitz game here. But how would you summarize the day as a whole?
I think I cannot say I'm too proud with my play. I think this second game I was just having too much fun. I thought, oh, I'm going to attack and mate, and he played Queen E8, and I thought, oh well, this might not be too exciting. So, but yeah, generally I'm having fun. So, I mean, I really don't care how I play. So there is no pressure. I mean, I had such a good year. If I had a bad year, then of course I would be shaking to win some money. But now I'm rich, so I don't care.
I have to ask you though, Levon, having fun at the chessboard, yes, you may say that you're making mistakes, but you also think that you're more uncompromising towards your opponent, and that leads you to be a tougher opponent, simple as that?
I don't know about being tougher opponent, but I was just lucky 2 days in a row, so I won't make big conclusions out of this. Yeah.
We do, because our conclusion is you are now a 2-time-in-a-row finalist, and that's got to say something for your chess as well as your luck.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Nice one.
Congratulations once again to Levon, Aronian, and Magnus Carlsen for booking their tickets to the grand final table here in South Africa. We couldn't have asked for 2 more deserving players based on the play that they've put up. But how about that, keying into what Sveta was talking about with Levon just then? Levon saying he's going to enter tomorrow playing with a feeling of freedom.
I want to get that. I want to be rich, so I don't care either, you know. He's like, I don't care about the money, but that has to be at the back of his mind somewhere. 200K is a good paycheck, David.
Yeah, helps to play with freedom. Who knew that that's the winning recipe? Family around you, smile on your face, freedom. It's working for Levon, and I think a good tip for everyone at home. If you feel good, you play good.
Yeah, he's already guaranteed himself $120,000 playing for $200,000 tomorrow against the world #1. We want to know from you at home, though, and I think this is going to be a difficult decision, just like yesterday was a difficult decision for you all. Who was the most valuable player of the day? Who impressed you the most? We had 3 of our 4 boards go all the way into tie breaks. I think it's a tough choice. Do you guys have any inklings?
My feeling is it's a fight between Arjun, Magnus, and Levon. I think Fabi's match against Parham was pretty one-sided. I do have a feeling, but I'm going to let chat play out.
Yeah. You don't want to influence the vote too much.
No.
I understand.
I feel harsh ruling Javakir out. He must have impressed so many people. Despite the result, I know he lost, but it was so close it was decided by 1 move here or there. He must have impressed so many fans out.
I wouldn't be upset giving it to him, even if he's a player who didn't come out on top in his matchup.
What if chat wants to give it to Parham for finally getting it up on the scoreboard as well?
See, look at this. We can make arguments for almost anybody in the field, and that's why your job isn't difficult. So we'll let you make your voices heard in chat. Make sure you follow the directions on screen. ! MVP plus the player name. We'll collate those votes. We'll let you know who takes it in just a few minutes' time. Let's continue talking, though, about the matchups tomorrow, because I think that freedom that Levon's talking about is going to work well in his favor. Because earlier today, we've been talking about that paralysis, the Magnus effect. And I think Levon, rather, is one of the few players who might have some sort of immunity to that.
I will say, though, that even though Magnus, he loves playing against Levon, he said it in the past that it's a battle that he really feels is neck to neck. In the recent past, Magnus has a great score against Levon Aronian. He's often been, I would almost call it lopsided.
Yeah.
The freedom, it's also psychological for Levon in a way that, you know, when you're playing against Magnus, part of it is gone because there's no shame losing to that guy. You know, you've already had a fantastic tournament. He said he's made it to the semifinals yesterday, which he considered half a success already. So I think tomorrow he just comes in, does what he's been doing so far, and then we see what happens.
Yeah, it was lopsided, but Vegas was a big kind of outlier, and maybe that will set a new trend. Freestyle chess, Levon is so at home. He's looked so much better in freestyle chess this year than maybe some of his classical endeavors. So, I don't know, I think, of course, Magnus' favorite.
Of course.
I think it's possible. I think the magic is in the air for Levon right now.
I like to believe in what Levon is capable in freestyle chess, though even he was careful to say, don't read into our matchup in Vegas too much. Those were Blitz games. He wanted to clarify. Those were Blitz games. Tomorrow, it's a little bit of a different story. So already starting to couch maybe some of the expectation for his performance.
Levon lost a single game here. I'm trying to think round robin, 5 out of 7. He went on to beat Hans in the tiebreakers.
He hasn't lost a game.
He hasn't lost a game.
So he's still the only undefeated player in the tournament. Would you look at that, Tanya? All right, I like where your head's at. But we do have the results from the MVP, and it will be the people's champion, the people's hero, Javakir Sindarov gets MVP for the day. I would say so well deserved. If anything, for the show and the fight that he put on display today. This young man on your screens, we can change that 19 to 18, his birthday just a couple days ago, and what a birthday week week it has been for him. Undefeated through that group stage, top spot, and then dispatches his opponent Parham to get that matchup against Magnus Carlsen, pushes Magnus to the absolute limit. But hey, you've already beaten Magnus twice in the tournament. It's hard to ask for a third victory on top of all of that.
For me, the most impressive part of all of it was the longer time format comeback from Sindarov and then almost doing it for the second time today. In that Blitz game, how he created his chances, the final time scramble, how quickly the two were playing it out. And at the end, pure respect, the battle, the enjoyment, the thrill of playing such a semi-final. Magnus loves it. Sindarov loved it.
Sindarov impressed us today. Now it's time for David Howell to impress us with his selection of move of the day. I know it's going to be brilliant. What do you have for us?
Well, I've come up with a bit of a curveball here, a bit from the left wing. It's a brilliant move. I think it's more from the practical side, though, because it was a losing position for Magnus Carlsen here with the white pieces. He looked like he was about to resign. We watched this match. This was the final game of the day. Magnus just needed a draw to win the match, clinch a spot in the final, and here it was hopeless. It had gone wrong. Black's bishops are attacking this rook, which is trapped pretty much on the edge of the board. The only safe square would be to retreat. This would have been terminal, since a bishop check here would have allowed now Black to deliver another check and to promote, make a new queen, and win this game. We would have seen Black with an extra bishop. Game over. So move of the day, I'm giving to Magnus's bluff, his gamble, which paid off. He gave up the rook, he pushed his pawn forward, pawn to a6, and although he ended up a piece down in the ensuing endgame, he did manage to make a new queen, and as we saw, he was able to deliver a bunch of checks, starting with this one that confused Sindarov and clinched him the match. It was a gamble, it paid off, and that's what we need. Sometimes that's better than the most objective moves.
I can't believe it. What a sequence of plays there. And again, recognizing that his only option there was a bad option, but still his only option. He goes for it. Unfortunately for Sindarov, he wouldn't find a way to put the clamp down, and so Magnus Carlsen heads to the grand final. So I want to get final thoughts from the two of you. We've talked a bit about the grand final. Any final thoughts there? Or on our third place matchup, Vincent, Keymer, Javakir, Sindarov. That's also a very fun one, to say the least, for a podium finish.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's hard to call that the appetizer and not the main course as well. I think two very exciting setups right there. Vincent, Weissenhaus champion, Sindarov perhaps looking for that strong finish on the third. It's already been a massively successful tournament, a massively successful year for the Uzbeki youngster, part of that golden generation from Uzbekistan, World Cup winner. And I think that one, again, a huge toss-up, a clash of styles. It's going to be fireworks on the board.
Final thoughts here, David.
Yeah, the third place playoff, two of the best players of 2025 full stop across all time formats, classical, freestyle. Vincent Keymer, world number 4, gained so many points. Sindarov, World Cup winner. I think Sindarov may be a small favorite, just judging on today. The final, I think it's 60-40.
All right, 60-40, our favorite numbers here on Freestyle Chess. There were no bad pairings when it came to what might be tomorrow's matchups. But, of course, they have been decided. It's Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian fighting it out for first place. It's Vincent Keymer and Javakir Sindarov fighting for third. We're going to shut things down here in South Africa and prepare for what promises to be a very exciting conclusion to our 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam action. So you better mark your calendars. You better be here right on time so you don't miss any of it. And we hope to see you there. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
So many possibilities. No dream can be too big, 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. What I is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me, won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even be himself? If I told you that we could have a better life, no sleep, you'll never find me dreaming these days, lonely. I had to get another set of keys made. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right doses? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took her off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life, if I choke on the words in my mouth, will you help me get them out? You know I'm always worried about. If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life, I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, that you realized I was everything you hope for now. I never had a doubt. And so now, from the